Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of Arizona versus Ian Mitcham. We are going to be covering days 7, 8, and 9. And for those that are, let me just check my audio. Hello and welcome to... All right, we're good there. Polly just got a little mouse. She's flopping it around over there. Poor thing. She gets mice a lot. So welcome in, everybody. Allie B and Brat, good to see you guys. Green-Eyed Cat, thank you for joining us. Ed and Cindy. Sherry, good to see you. Jenny G, Iowa Backyard, welcome in, Allison. Yes, so I'll give you a brief little recap in a moment. The McCormick family, hello. Lynn, good to see you. Let's see, who was first in chat? Can I go back that far? I guess Shirley, you're having a problem with YouTube again? Oh, that's too bad. Hump Day, yes, good morning and hump day to you, Green-Eyed Cat. Kathy Davis, good morning. Brenda, welcome. Becky B, hello. Shore Life, boy, we've missed you. And Shore Life. Speaking of Shore Life, you sent this a while ago and I showed it, but I don't think you were in chat because you were moving. So this came from Shore Life. It's a nice little ornament, or I'm going to hang it all year. But because Super Bowl is queen here. So, Charlotte, I showed this when it came, but I don't think you were in chat, or if you were, I don't remember. But anyway, I want to make sure that I called you out and I showed that to everybody while you were here. So, thank you for that. Hector's mom and Richard, good to see you. Lazy Boys, good to see you. Nana, good morning. Lori, good morning to you. Yeah, it's fun. Little Super Bowl gets her own little Pammy, good to see you. Super Bowl gets her own little ornament. So thank you for that. All right, let's get to recapping. All right, so Allison Feldman is the victim here. Ian, I know I want to say Ian, trust me, but Ian, he goes with Ian. Ian Mitcham, he's the defendant. He's 50 years old right now. This happened 10 years ago, February 17th, so almost 11 years. It happened in Scottsdale, Phoenix area. We looked at the property. So what we're thinking is, okay, so Allison, she goes home. She's settling in for the night, and it's a little bit after Valentine's Day. Her boyfriend Alex is studying for his real estate exam. Allison's sales in medical. I think she did trauma, burn. I think it was burn unit, burn trauma, something like that. She sold devices. She sold medical equipment to hospitals. So she was getting ready to go on a trip. So she's settling in for the night, and her boyfriend's studying. Alex, he's studying for his real estate exam, and I think the last text is like 8:04, where she texts him about something about a watch. He texts back. They kind of go back and forth. So that's kind of the last known, proof of life for Allison. Then Alex doesn't hear from her. He says goodnight to her around 11 or 1 o'clock. He figures she's not going to answer. That's fine. So he contacts her again around 8 or 9. No answer. 9, 10, 11, no answer. So he finally drives over and he finds her body. Now, unfortunately, she was naked, had a cloth, what ended up being a dress over her face. She had been assaulted and hit in the head, and just very gruesome. And we heard from the medical examiner yesterday, and it appears that there was a blunt object was used on her and cut her up pretty bad. So DNA was found. There was a spit stain, which they thought was tobacco. So that was found, and they put it through their CODIS, which is their federal nationwide DNA apparatus, if you will, and nothing came back. And then over time, they went to DNA familial, and they found a match for a Mark Mitcham. Mark Mitcham happened to be in jail, so they were able to match him. And then through him, they were able to find Ian, his brother. And Ian had been arrested a couple times, specifically DUI, and he had a 16-year-old in the car with him. So they were able to pinpoint it on him. They arrested him. And lo and behold, his, I guess, girlfriend, I don't think they were married, but his girlfriend. So he had a daughter by another marriage. And April was this girlfriend's name. And she would keep a record. She kept a diary on him since 2012. So she would say in that diary, oh, and let's back up a little bit. Allison also was choked. So she was strangled. She was beaten. She was assaulted violently with what appeared to be a beer bottle. And so April kept a diary, and she said Ian was not home that night. He did not come home February 17th. When she woke up, he was home. But she said he had scratches and he looked disheveled, and she said that is common for him to come home with scratches and be disheveled. So we're thinking yesterday, gosh, is this guy a serial? Is he doing this to other people? So I'm sure the law enforcement checked into that. I hope they did. So they got Ian, and it went. So this was in 2015. He was arrested back in 2015. So he's been in jail. There was a $5 million cash bond. Of course, he couldn't meet it. And he's been in jail since then. And it's gone to the Arizona Supreme Court about this use of the DNA. So it finally has, and two judges have also recused themselves. So there's been a lot of delay, a lot of delay in this trial. A lot of it based on the DNA and was it able to come in or not? So, all right, let's see. Let's get to some answers. Sharon, so he was at his brother sometime that night. That's what the defense is saying. That's what the defense is saying. And yes, the DNA was found because of the DUI. But he wasn't in CODIS. He wasn't in CODIS. He wasn't in their system. So Alice. So then let's back up a little bit. So Ian deposited. He made two deposits that night. One at 12:28 a.m. And what was the other one? Let me see. He made two large deposits. So February 18th. Okay, so he made $1,000 ATM a few miles from Allison's house, right? A few miles at 12:28, and then he made a $1,500 deposit near his work. All right, so he made those two deposits. Now the defense is saying that he was at his brother's house. Now we heard this brother Craig, and then we heard Mark. Mark is in jail. Craig, I guess, is the one that gave him the money. So that's his defense. He was with his brother. He had trouble making ends meet. He couldn't afford his mortgage. All that stuff. So he's saying, the defense is saying that he went over to his brother's house, got the money, and then made the deposit. That's what the defense is saying. They're also saying that his DNA was in the house because it's like dust in the wind. It just was blowing around, and it just happened to be there. I think that's a tall hurdle. That's a big hurdle to overcome, but that's what they're saying. So, yes, Allie, yeah, because 10 years ago he would have been 40. Because he's 50 right now, so yeah, he would have been 40. Hey, Karen. Good morning. All right, so we're also thinking that Allison, there was a pool tile found on the bottom of the pool, and it had a clump of hair in it. There was also her earring, a hoop earring. So we're thinking that he. Not sure if he stalked her or cased out the joint or was just walking around, but there's an alleyway and there's a cement block, cinder block wall, which has a decorative topping. And one of the law enforcement testimonies was that you could look through it. So we think it looks about 6 feet high. So we're thinking that the assault happened out there. he could have hit Allison. She could have been hanging out there, or maybe she was walking in and out or whatever. But we think the assault happened out there, and then he dragged her inside, and then continued to because there's drag marks. There's blood drag marks from the sliding glass door into the hallway where she was found. So. All right. Hey, Michelle, good morning to you. Dream Horse, good to see you. And Marlene, good morning, good morning. All right. So before we start, Sharon sent this, and I do want to share this with you guys. Sharon sent this yesterday. So let's this is Remembering Allison. So she's 31. She's a Minnesota native whose family still lives here and belongs to Bet Shalom, was found passed away in Scottsdale on Wednesday afternoon, which would have been the 17th. Well, actually the 18th then. Police are investigating it as a homicide, but details such as the exact cause or whether any suspects have been identified have so far been withheld. Her father, Haley, could barely summon words when reached over the phone. Her sister, Kelly Feldman Weinblatt, said that she lost it when she heard the news. She was trying to put her kids to bed. I started screaming my head off, she said. Allison's mom, Elaine, had to be taken off the airplane where she works as a flight attendant on a stretcher. It's just incomprehensible, inconsolable, omnipresent guilt. So she was not a member of this community at the time of her passing, but it still impacts, and they want to honor her memory. Jewish tradition is overflowing with ways in which to honor lost loved ones. Those who knew Allison did not have a single negative thing to say about her. Sometimes they can simply be the natural human tendency to not speak ill of the dead, but Allison seemed to have truly earned these praises by the way she lived. Kara Frank, who grew up with Allison, said, "You don't know a nicer human being than this girl." Her father described her as a driven, kind, compassionate, having a great smile, and everybody loved her because she was so engaging. She truly wanted to know more about them. Family was the most important thing to Allison. She talked with her parents almost daily, and she texted with her mom and sister all the time. Her phone is her life. It's never off. I mean, she loves her phone. She's in medical sales, her sister said. So Allison, she made it back to Minnesota twice each year, but she moved to Arizona for college and never came back. She found a job selling wound care products for a medical supply company. Her sister Kelly used to tease her about selling expensive Band-Aids for a living. By all accounts, the job seemed to fit her perfectly. The family has even gotten calls from customers of Allison's simply wanting to offer their condolences. Childhood friend Kara, who admitted to not being as close to her now as when they were growing up, was still quick to point out that Allison was really sweet, bubbly, the kind of person that would work in sales. She found, it's the first time she found someone she could relate to. She found, Alex on J-Date. He's Jewish and tall, and they bonded. They were very close, and we found out from him that he was going to propose to her in Israel in July when he was going over there for a family bar mitzvah. She was my best friend, her sister said. She was the maid of honor at my wedding. We're 4 years apart, so we weren't always the closest growing up, but now we talked almost every day. Everything was going great. She bought her dream home. She was dating an amazing guy. She finally found a nice Jewish guy. He treated her like a queen. My kids are never going to have the cousins we had talked about and their Aunt Ali, who'd spoil them rotten. It's just hard because you're not supposed to bury your younger sister. So that's nice. That's sweet. Let's see. Yeah, she's a sweet girl for sure. All right. With that being said, let's get to day 7. Let's get us to day 7.
.467 and 469 through 495.
And confirming any objection. It's ordered admitting 459, 467, and 469 through 490 into evidence.
And I'm not going to show 459 at this point, but I'm just going to ask, so it doesn't seem like I'm skipping anything, Judge, if perhaps this witness can just let me know what 459 is. May I approach, Judge?
You may. You may, and you have continuing question.
So you just take a look at that and let me know what you're looking at.
This is Allison Feldman's body.
Is it at the home that evening?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'll take that one from you. Okay, so I'm going to move into 467. And just as a reminder, when you are present that first evening, some of the markers that we're using are those the letter markers.
Correct.
And some of these photos on Monday, and perhaps today as well, I moved through a little bit faster. Is it fair to say, Ms. Davis, that can you remind me, what's your role at this point in the investigation on that early evening into the morning hours?
So that first day, I was tasked with doing the documentation of the scene. So I'm there basically walking room to room, documenting what I see, how things are as saw them that night. We're not touching anything, we're not moving anything really. This picture does show that we at some point took a cutting, but like I said, the letters were lab based, so that's the lab personnel asking us to do stuff and document it.
And so what are we at here in 467?
So this is a shot of the living room, and it is showing the couch, and then it is showing evidence marker R, which was a red stain on the couch, which has now been cut out of the couch.
Okay. So now I'm going to go to 469 at this point. What is that?
So this is after Allison has been placed in the body bag. This is called the medical examiner seal. They seal the body bag for a chain of custody.
So this is just a photograph of what would be the seal with the medical examiner information?
Yes, it gives you, so we document that the seal with the seal number.
Okay. That's 469. Now we're kind of moving to a different area of the home, but do you recognize this picture, 470?
Yes, it is the security box, the screen. I believe it was like a little tablet.
And as we move through some of these additional photographs of this tablet, just to remind ourselves, this is the first night you're there is the evening of the 18th into the early morning hours of the 19th?
Correct.
And so this is some information that you are present for, although maybe someone else is taking the actual picture of this tablet?
Yes.
Okay. Was it your job to then kind of look at the information that was coming from this tablet and analyze it as it related to other facts potentially known at that point, or were you more of the documentation and collection role?
I was, at this point, purely documentation.
Okay. So if I'm moving through these pictures, and I might ask you a little bit about what this information coming from this tablet is, but my question to you is, you weren't tasked with kind of compiling an understanding of what the information meant as it related to the investigation?
No, I was not.
Okay. That might be a better question for a different witness?
Yes.
Okay. That was 470, so I'm moving now to 471. So is this that same tablet?
Yes, it is.
And now, what are we looking at?
So on this tablet, when you look into the history, it is showing you all of the conditions of the doors throughout the house that have monitors on them.
And are you the best person to tell us which of these descriptions corresponds to which door?
I can't explain where they are,
Okay,
yes.
so help me understand.
So the master bathroom door is located in her master bathroom on the east wall, I believe. It's actually in the master bathroom.
Where does that lead to?
Goes to the backyard.
Okay.
The front door is the front door of the house, leads to the front yard. The garage door is, I believe, the door that is in the laundry room that leads out to the side yard and the garage, but there also was like an electric door on the garage too.
And what about, well, I'll go to what about front door? That might be obvious. You might have said that one already.
Yeah, the front door was in the front of the house that led to the front yard.
Okay. We have like an overall diagram that I might get to, but that we've seen of the house, like a drawing of the house that would also kind of orient us a little bit. But as you're looking at this tablet, is this in, well, tell me about the time on the right-hand side.
So these times are showing actually our entry and exits from those doors, because this is on the 19th at that time that we're there.
Okay, so we're looking at, February 19th at 1:32 a.m. This is a time frame where you are present with other detectives and crime scene personnel working in the home?
Yes.
Okay. And this kind of, does this go sort of backwards in time? As
Yes.
it logs? Okay.
Yes, it does.
So now I'm going to move to 472. At this point, again, we're going to have more questions on this later for a different witness, but I just want to kind of point out, are these some sort of the same doors you had described before?
Yes.
And again, going to the earliest time, February 18th, 2015 at 11:09 p.m. At that point, are police already present?
Yes, we're still there.
Okay. Did you see either on Exhibit 471, going back one, looking at the doors specifically that are referenced, and 472, do you see any references on either of those exhibits to the Arcadia or sliding glass door?
No.
Okay. So now we're going to go to 473. And now here, again, I'm going to ask you just, you talked about what the doors are, but I want to slow down a little bit on the right side, the timing. So now we're getting as early as February 18th at 9 o'clock. Is that still when police are present?
Yes.
Okay, I'll move a few more. 470, that was 473, Judge. Now I'm getting to 474. Can you see that? It's a little blurry. I don't know if it's going to get better. Can you see that okay?
Yes.
Okay. So now I'm going to ask, keep moving through the house again. We're still on the 18th, or as this one just goes as early as 7:42.
Correct.
And again on here, do you see in 474 or take a look at that one for me first before I flip back and forth, or 473, do you see again any reference to the Arcadia or sliding glass door at that point?
No.
Okay. Now we're moving, continuing on here, 475. Again, we're still on the 18th as early as 437.
Correct.
Okay, and again, you're taking a picture of these sort of every screen or every time log that you can?
Yes.
Okay. Again, have the master bath and the garage door only,
Correct.
at least on this one. Okay. Now we're getting to 476. Again, going to move through this one a little bit fast, but again, we have the doors that you've mentioned already, correct?
Correct.
And again, we have from this one as early as February 18th at 4:06 p.m.
Correct.
Okay. Now we're at 477. And what do we have here? All front door?
Correct.
Okay, and again, February 18th. Can you just tell me a little, what's the time frame of this February 18th opening and closing of the front door?
So this, I believe, is getting towards near the start of the call. So this would have been when her was showing up and then officers were starting to show up.
Okay. And maybe if I back up to 476, the one just prior. Here we have February 18th at 4:06 p.m. Front door open. Is that accurate? Okay.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to have to back up quite a bit to find what I'm looking for here. But so now I'm jumping all the way back to 473, jumping back in time. We have 2:18 at 10:50, front door closed.
Yes.
And just for purposes of the record, I'll note at 474, there's no reference to front door, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and at 475, no reference to front door?
Correct.
Open or close, okay. And then we're back to what we were looking at, 476, front door open, 4:06 p.m. So now I'm going to go to the next one. I know I kind of moved through those a little fast. We will talk about them again later in more depth. 477, can you tell me a little bit, sort of the same thing, front door open and closed? That's when we look just like that, sorry. Moving to the next one. Hopefully I'm not making you seasick here. 478. So I'm going to leave this one for a second. What do we have here?
So that is showing the front door opening and closing from the earliest time is 1 o'clock in the morning to 4:03 in the PM on the 18th.
So here I want to just draw your attention to the very bottom two entries at this point. So here we're talking about front door. Again, which door of the house is that?
The one at the front that leads out to the front yard.
Self-explanatory. Okay. And what is it? Open or closed?
It's closed at 1:04.
And so this is on the 18th of February at 1:04 a.m.
Correct.
And when is it next opened?
At 3:59 p.m. later that day.
Okay. And again, you didn't kind of put together analysis of other aspects of the case, but you are familiar with this tablet and looking at it the night you were there?
Yes.
Okay. So now I'm going to go through a few more. This is 479. Now we have some of this additional front door activity, right?
Correct.
Can you tell me a little bit about it? And I just, we've got a handful more of these, and because we're moving backwards in time, I'm going to kind of slow down, okay? So I want to just take note of the general time frame that we're talking about. So what's the earliest time on 479?
12:12 a.m. on the 18th.
And what's the latest time?
1:04 a.m. on that 18th.
And that's essentially a duplicate of the bottom entry of Exhibit 478. Are we looking at your kind of, is that right?
Yes, I believe each photo had like the last one.
So you can kind of to orient as you're scrolling down here?
Correct.
Okay. So now we're going back to 479. So let's talk about this one. So earliest in time is the door opening at 12:12?
Correct.
And tell me, just walk me through, what are the opening and closing time frames on this exhibit?
So it opens at 12:12 at 11 seconds, closes at 12:12 at 24 seconds, opens again at 12:16 and 55 seconds, closes again at 12:17 and 8 seconds, opens at 12:59 and 7 seconds, closes at 12:59 and 14 seconds, then it opens again at 1:04 and 47 seconds, and then closes again at 1:04 and 59 seconds.
And so we kind of, from a narrative perspective, the bottom two entries, what are the doors opening and closing, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and how many seconds apart is it opening and closing?
13.
And then we have another kind of pair of opening and closing right above that, the sort of from the bottom, 3 and 4 from the bottom here on Exhibit 479. What are the opening and closing times there?
About 4 minutes difference.
Maybe my fingers probably are not,
1 minute.
not doing it justice here, but so it opens at 12:16:55?
Yeah. And then so
Okay.
like 10 less than 10 seconds.
Okay, so then closes 12. So these two pairs that I've just referenced, they're the door opening and closing in a matter of 10 to 15 seconds difference?
Yes.
Okay, and they're what probably you were referencing is they're 4 minutes apart from each other.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. So now I'm going to go up, and now between this entry from the bottom at 12:17, is there a gap between that and the next time the front door opens?
Yes.
And what about is gap. You know, it doesn't have to be exact, but the sort of total minutes are roughly.
Like 40, looks like what, 40 minutes?
Okay, so from 12:17 of the door closing here, there's a 40-minute gap to it opening again on the 18th at 12:59?
Yes,
And then how long until it closes?
7 seconds.
Okay, and then how long until it opens again between these ends at the top here, these two?
Like 5 minutes.
So 5 minutes, okay, and then we have the door opening at 1:04. How long until it closes again in that last closure in that early morning hours?
Like 10 seconds.
Okay, and just so we're clear, that 4:59 is the last closure in that early morning until almost 4 p.m., essentially that same day, but much later that same day.
Correct.
Okay. So this one we have, again, that duplicate we talked about, the 12:11 at the top. I want to now talk to you about some of these other entries. So it's a little too zoomed in. Okay. So we've got a handful more as we move earlier into the night, but let's focus on, just start at the bottom here. This, again, tell me what doors are we looking at?
So on this sheet, you have the front door, which is the front door that leads out front. The back door, I believe this is referencing that sliding glass door.
Okay. And so here we have the first reference, at least from your testimony, of what's been deemed back door,
Correct.
as opposed to, I think, master bath door?
Yes.
Okay. So now we have, tell me about these pattern of opening and closing. And maybe if I go, well, you can skip this one because we're going to get to it in the next exhibit. It might make more sense, the opening and closing of the back door at 10:20. So just start here at the 10:58 and walk me through the doors.
Okay. So the back door is opening on the 17th at 10:58:56. It is closing 1 second later. It's opening again at that same time. It is, and then the garage door is now opening, which is the one from the the laundry room out. Opening at 11:38:56. It closes at 11:41:33. Then that back door, the slider is closed at 12:06:29. And then front door is opened at 12:12:11.
And just so we're kind of in the understanding of where we are so far, at the point that you're taking photos of this alarm system, the police have arrived at the house. They have, talked to Alex. They have talked to Allison, and a lot of information is still being compiled. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
So I'm not going to ask you, for instance, if you can point me to when, from your testimony, when Allison Feldman's last life activity was as it relates to these doors, because that testimony would probably need to come from other witnesses. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay, so I just want to make sure as we move through, if there are questions like that of you, might be better for someone else.
Correct.
Okay, so we have these pattern of front door, garage door, backings and closings, and I said to skip this one here, because that's 480, and I'm going to go to 481, which again starts with that 10:20:52 time frame, and ask you about this one now. So now we have, can you talk me through this one? And again, just go chronological order, if that's all right. Just start from the bottom and tell me what's happening with the doors in the house at this time frame.
All right. So on the 17th at 9:23, that garage door is being opened. The back sliding door is being closed at 9:47. The back door is then being opened again at 10:05. The back door is getting closed at 10:06. The back door is getting closed again at the same time. That garage door is being closed at 10:14. The back door is reopened at 10:20. and then it is closed again at 10:20:52.
And so again, kind of moving above this one, we have the back door that you said is that sliding Arcadia door.
Yes,
So that had been open for some period of time prior to this, and now it's closing?
correct.
Presumably, okay. Now we have that back door. This is, can you tell me about this one here, this one that I'm trying to highlight, with the pattern of this?
Yeah, it's opening and closing within 10 seconds or so, so just opening and closing.
And now I want to go through these. So we have at 10:06, what happens to the door?
It looks like it's closed twice. I'm assuming that because it was the slider, maybe it bounced back a little bit with the sound.
Okay, and these kind of have the same time frame?
Yeah, those are the same exact.
And then moving up here, garage door had been open since, if we go to the bottom, how long about had the garage door been open according to this? Can you see it? Yeah.
About a little over 45 minutes.
Okay, so we're looking at 9:23 open to 10:14 closed?
Correct.
And then we're back to the Arcadia door, a quick open and closing up here at 10:20?
Yes.
Okay, 30 seconds or so?
Yes.
Okay, that's 481. I'll move to 482. And now we're getting a little bit further back in time. So as we had talked about that garage door at 483. So I'm just going to go back, 481. Talked about the garage door being opened in that duplicate time, and it's staying open for a while. So I'm going to skip that top one, or ask you to skip that top one so it's not confusing. But take me through the time frame of the doors here.
Okay.
Sorry.
The garage door is being opened on the 17th at 7:18 and 43 seconds. It's closed at 7:19:11. It's reopened again at 7:26:43. Closed at 7:26:51. Then that back slider is opened at 8:41:32. It's closed at 8:42:20. It opened again at 8:42:35.
And so when we were looking at the last one, the back door, you mentioned this opens here at 8:42:35.
Yes.
So I'm going to go forwards in time to exhibit 481. So if we're focusing on back door at 8:42, where does it next close here? And I'll direct you to this line.
At 9:47:10.
So going from 481 to 482, does it appear that that back door was open for, say, 40 minutes or so? It's hard to show you both at the same time the way that they're photographed, but is that about accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm sticking with 482 for a second, and I'll move backwards. So you tell me, is this sort of a pattern of opening and closing on the lower half of this exhibit anyway? Each of these about somewhere in the 20 to 30 seconds opening and closing?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And again, we're to your understanding, the system would log the master bath door to the outside. If that had been opening and closing at that time, would that be appearing somewhere in here to your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. So now we're at 718 garage door, but I'm going to go to exhibit 483 and slow down again. We have a duplicate again.
Yes.
Okay, this is 483. Maybe I can just move this up because it's frustrating. There we go. So now tell me a little bit about the pattern of the doors here.
All right, so now we're into early on the 17th. At that garage door is being closed at 2:18:34. The back door, which is that sliding door, is open at 2:21:35. It is closed at 5:20 and 10 seconds. Then that garage door is opened at 5:20 and 28 seconds. It's closed at 5:20 and 31 seconds. It's reopened again at 7:16 and 36 seconds, closed at 7:17 and 49 seconds, and then opened again at 7:18:43.
And again, we talked about that in the last exhibit, 482, with that garage door at 7:18, it then closes again 30 seconds later.
Yes.
And I'm not going to go back all over those. But so now do you know, sitting here, do you have personal knowledge of when Allison arrived home that evening?
I do not know.
Okay. So we have sort of a little bit of a pattern here, but I just want to mention this back door. That's, again, the Arcadia or sliding door.
Correct.
Does it appear to stay open for a period of time?
Yes.
And what roughly is that period?
Roughly 3 hours.
And starting about 2:20 to 5:20 or
Correct.
so? Okay. And then we have this garage door sort of opening and closing pretty close in time, 3 times in a row?
Yes.
Okay. So now we're going to get through sort of earlier in the day as well as we keep moving backward in time. This is 484. For this one I think maybe more important is just to help me understand generally what's happening, but I won't ask you to do much math on this one.
Thank you.
So just what doors are active here?
All right, so on this one, it's that garage door and that back sliding door.
And we can skip this bottom one here so it'll make more sense, I think, in the next exhibit because it's that duplicate. So on this one, do we essentially have a lot of the garage door activity?
Yes.
And that's, again, going out into that carport?
Correct.
Since you were present at the scene, do you recall if Allison's car was parked in that carport?
Yes.
And so we have activity as sort of just opening and closing relatively close in times, several pairs?
Yes.
Okay, starting at 11:39 and then up to the one we had talked about on the last slide, that 2:18 timeframe?
Correct.
Okay, so now we're going back to the back door. This is, again, earlier in the day on the 17th. This will be the last slide of the doors. So this is exhibit 485. So we're at now 17th, 11:38 a.m.?
Correct.
And this actually goes back even into the day before, the 16th?
Correct.
Okay.
So this one just has the back door which is that slider, and then the front door. So starting on the 16th at 12:04:53, the front door is closed. It's open again at 6:46:36, closed at 6:46:53. That back door is closed at 7:57:38. Back door open at 9:55:49. The front door is open at 10:41:22. It's closed at 10:41:37. And then that back door is closed at 11:38:43.
So just kind of focusing on the 17th, does somebody open that back door 9:55 in the morning
Yes.
and then leave it open until 11:38 in the morning?
Yes.
Again, a couple of hours, just shy of a couple hours.
Yes.
And then during that same time period, the front door is opened and closed 10 seconds, 15 seconds apart?
Correct.
Okay. And then this last one of that exhibit is 486. We're just looking at kind of the alarm system, whether it's on, off, or some information about the alarm system.
Correct.
Okay. I'm not gonna dwell on this one too much, but there may be another witness who also will talk about the alarm system in the future. So now we're staying with the house, but I have a few more photos to go through from that night, the 18th, into the early morning of the 19th. So I'm gonna ask you about exhibit 487. Can you see a placard in this exhibit? I know there's a little bit of a glare there.
Yeah, it's placard number 5.
Okay. And can you see roughly what that area of the house is? I know it might not be the perfect orientation given how zoomed in it is, but can you tell what we're looking at? Where are we in the house or outside the house?
We are in the backyard by the pool, on the pool deck.
Okay, and then, so that's 487, and I'm gonna go now to 488, sticking with placard 5. What is that?
It is a sunflower seed.
Okay. And were there a handful of sunflower seeds in the backyard?
Yes, there was.
Okay. So I'm going to go through a few more. That was 488. This is now 489. What are we looking at here?
Placard number 4, which is marking another sunflower seed.
Okay. And we've seen some photos already of the back of Allison's house, but is that the backyard?
Yes, it is.
You see some coolers back there?
Yes.
Okay. photograph taken at night?
It is, yes.
So we talked about how, well, let me get through placard 4, and then I'll have a follow-up for you. This, just that sunflower seed zoomed in?
Yes.
Okay, this 490 for the record. We talked about how the crime lab, and we mentioned the name Vicky Beamer on Monday, how the crime lab would use the ABC placards. Is this, now we've started with numbers at this point, is this some of the stuff that the CSS personnel were looking at and collecting when it comes to now the numbers that we're looking at?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna go now to 491, and we're at placard, what placard is that?
Number 3.
And you see what area of the house this is?
We're still in the backyard next to the pool, on the pool deck.
It's probably hard to see what 3 is marking in exhibit 491, but I will go to 492, so I can just see, what is that?
Another sunflower seed.
And that's just placard 3 zoomed in?
Correct.
Okay. Were these seeds ultimately collected?
Yes, they were.
Okay. 493, again, where are we?
In the backyard, next to the pool, near the back fence.
Okay. Can you see like a pedestrian gate to exit into the alley from this vantage point?
Yes, it's in the top right.
And what placards are we looking at? Can you see those?
Number 6 and 7.
Okay. And so that is 494, placard 6 is that, what is that?
A sunflower seed.
Okay. Not going to dwell on it for too long, but 495, placard 7.
Also a sunflower seed.
Oh, and that's just a zoomed in of the placards we just looked at on the pool deck there?
Correct.
Okay. So that takes us through the photos from that evening that I wanted to ask you about. Now I want to ask you, so can you remind us again what sort of shift it was that you were working back in 2015, the time frame?
I was working 6 at night to 4 in the morning.
And so your role in the case on the 18th was that sort of overnight shift?
Correct.
Did you return for your overnight shift on the 19th?
Yes, I did.
So although it's the same day, because you were working into the early morning hours, what time about do you arrive back at the house on later in the day on the 19th?
A little bit before 6 o'clock.
And so tell me now, what's your role that day?
On that day, I again was there to document, and because the day shift had worked throughout the day, there was items that were now marked as evidence, so I went back through, and anything that I had already documented, added the placard numbers to it, added anything that they had found as they were going through the house. After I was done with that, I assisted with packaging and impounding items that we had decided to collect that night.
And who's with you in that process?
That night, CSS Palma was on scene with me. She was photographing, and CSS Alexic was there, as well as our supervisors and the detectives.
And who was your supervisor again?
Mark Carpenter.
And you said the detectives, was Detective Heinzelman present?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And so you talked about at this time frame on the 19th, some swabbing was done that you were around for?
Correct.
Is that right? Before we get too far into that, I'm just going to ask you if you could kind of give us a little bit of an understanding of the swabs that we've heard so much about. This is 517. Can you just take a look at this for me?
So these are, we would call them Integra swabs. These are the swabs that we would use to collect DNA or buccal swabs. For that process, basically, we're wearing gloves.
And I think she just held something up. I don't think this exhibit has been admitted, so we'll just don't publish that to the jury.
Judge, I would move to admit 517. I'm going to ask her to
Okay.
open it up too.
Any objection?
No.
It's ordered admitting 517 into evidence.
And you just held up a few black gloves. Is this sort of a process you would use when you're swabbing?
Correct, yes.
Go ahead, Judge, I'm sorry.
I didn't say anything. I think there's echo. I'm sorry. Let me move my mic.
So go ahead and just, in looking at 517, will you go ahead and just open that up for us so we can kind of see what these swabs look like? We've heard them described.
Yes. All right, so the swabs come prepackaged in their own individual container, keeps them sterile. We would be wearing a mask and gloves for when we would start swabbing, because we want to protect what we're swabbing from ourselves. They open, and the swab consists of the thick part, the swab, and then a plastic container. To swab, we would click the plastic container open, push the swab up, add some water to it if we needed to. If the swab, what we were swabbing was wet, you don't add water to it. Then we would take this and you would swab it on whatever you're going to swab. So stains. And for that process, you're making sure you're saturating your swab, you're spinning it to make sure it's getting on all the sides, the tip. Once we're done and collected what we need to, you pull that cap back over, close it. To protect it, most of the time we're putting the swab back in its original packaging. And then this package is being placed inside of an evidence envelope, because this has to be transferred back to our office and placed dryer so that the swab is dried. Then it is impounded and placed in the freezer.
And since you mentioned it, tell me about the dryer. What does that look like? What's that process? Where is it at?
So the dryers are located in the CSS processing lab at our District 1 station, which is the station on McKellips. In the CS office, we have a section that's to the lab, not the main lab, but where we can do small processing. The swab dryers are small little dryers that have plastic trays in them where the swab stick goes down into it and it holds it there in place. We would click this open, push it partially down just so that the airflow could swab while it sits in there. It can hold several swabs together, but you're only working with stuff from one case at a time. They close, they have a door you can close, you can lock, you can a seal, somewhat kind of like a me-seal, but they're a little bit different style. And in the meantime, prior to pushing our stuff in there, we're wiping it down with bleach solution, cleaning all the sides, making sure the tray is good to use. And then we're also doing at the end, after we pull all of our evidence out, we're cleaning it again, making sure that it's ready for the next person to use.
Why do you use bleach?
It kills germs and DNA.
And so we skipped one part, but you said you would wet the swab if the thing you were swabbing was not wet. Would you also go over that same, after you do the wet swab, would you do another dry swab, or does it on the circumstances?
It depends on the circumstances. Yes, we do a wet and dry swab. Everything that we're swabbing is getting 2 swabs.
But would those two be considered sort of the samples from the same evidence item?
Yes, they would be.
So, okay. So now you, after you swab something, are there times where you, that stick, the length of that stick, is that pretty much the same for most of the swabs you use? Is it usually that? I don't know.
Yes, it's a standard size.
It's a little bigger than a Q-tip, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Correct.
It's pretty long. You sometimes break the stick if you're swabbing something really hard.
Yes.
And so you open this, you have gloves on, you put it back in. When you put these things into the sort of evidence bag with the little plastic thing on, when you move to another sort of sample, let's say you've done one stain and now you're going somewhere else to process something else, tell me about what you would do in between that. Does that make sense?
Depending on the situation, if I'm moving from one area to the next, if there's any kind of time in between there, I'm gonna be changing my PPE, so changing gloves. If I'm moving from one thing to the next, doing the same thing, most of the time when I'm swabbing, I'm not touching the swab portion of it at all. So I didn't change my gloves every time I swabbed, because I'm not touching the part that is collecting the evidence.
Gotcha. And you're kind of telling me about what you would observe other crime scene specialists do, and also what your policy would do. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
In this case, did you ultimately, were you present when crime scene specialist Oleksic impounded a bunch of items and swabbed a bunch of things around the house?
Yes, I was.
And again, just so we're clear, we're still on the evening of the 19th after roughly 5:36 p.m. when your shift starts and you back to the house?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm going to just ask you about a whole bunch of things that were processed at that time frame. And if you need to refer to any reports or anything, that's fine. And I'm probably going to ask some leading questions, so just so you know. But ultimately, was this house processed by different crime scene specialists over the course of the 4 days?
Yes, it was.
So we've heard that you were there that first night, and we're talking now about what I'll call the second evening of the 19th. And do you go back one more day on the 20th?
Yes, I do.
Are you there on the last day, the 21st?
I am not.
Okay, so sticking with the 19th for a moment, we'll talk about the first collection of items. Were you present for the collection of this pool tile that we've seen at Exhibit 100 by crime scene specialist Oleksic, PM 14? Sorry, I kind of tricked you. Went back to it. Might take a minute. Were you present for this? Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Okay. And was this impounded?
Yes, it was.
Was there a Castlemeyer test done on this?
I don't believe it was done on that. I believe it was done on the pool ledge where that came from.
And to avoid going back to that picture right this moment, we at edge of the pool where there's a missing tile. Is that
correct?
Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
And what was the result of, or what is the Castlemeyer test?
So Castlemeyer is a presumptive blood test. We use it if you see a stain that you don't know if it could be sauce or blood or some other kind of red substance. You can use it to determine if it's blood or not. It doesn't confirm whose it is, but it does tell you if it is blood or not.
And are there areas of the house that you might have observed what was consistent with blood, that there was not a need to cast?
Yes.
Okay. We've seen a bunch of pictures of the home, but just to be clear, not every single swab in that house was Castlemeyered and did need to be.
Correct.
Okay. So going back to the collection, was the master bedroom door handle collected?
Yes.
Was the porch light switch collected?
Yes,
Were the guest bathroom handles, at least with U, E, and F, collected?
yes,
Is that, we saw U of A in the yard, was that collected?
yes, it was.
We've already seen this square tan rug, was that collected at this time?
I believe so, yes.
The white metal earring in the pool that we've seen, is that collected?
Yes.
Okay. We, early on with crime specialist Palma, we saw some pictures of some Swiffer items. Were some Swiffer boxes collected?
Yes,
A Swiffer mop?
yes,
Okay. I'm not going to go into back to every picture that we saw, but fair to say what your role was documenting and kind of being present with crime scene specialist Alexic when these items were ultimately decided, okay, we're going to tease now and we're going to take them away from the house.
correct.
And as I move through these, what does that process look like when you collect an item? We heard what you do with a swab, but what do you do with an item? If you take a Swiffer mop, what happens with that?
So that would, because it's larger in size, that would have been placed in multiple bags. So we could transport it back to the office and then repackage it to make it more secure.
And once you get back to the office, what do you do with it?
It, depending on the shift, I don't recall if we held stuff in temporary lockers or if we worked on impounds right away. But again, we would have responded to our processing lab, and that's where we would have packaged everything and then deposited it into property and evidence.
And let me walk you through both of those. So in one vein, you might take it to a locker?
Yes, we had temporary lockers in our office. So if it was late and we needed to hold stuff over for the next, the next shift when you came in, you would place your items in there, be able to lock it down, and only you had access to it. They have keys. You would take the key with you and secure it, and then you would come back and retrieve your items and finish the processing or the packaging of it.
So let's walk through the sort of the processing. If you either do it right away or if you get it out of the locker and do it, what does that physically look like?
As far as processing, I don't think we did any processing of items, so ours was merely getting stuff ready for packaging, so making sure it's securely packaged for whatever the next step was. So packaged properly in either a box or a bag. Paper, we use paper for everything so that things don't get moldy and that type of thing. And then we would take it to property. So it either would go in a property locker or it would go in the refrigerator or freezer, depending on what type of evidence it is.
And what does that mean to take it to impound? Like where does it go from there?
So property is located directly next to the crime scene office at our District 1 station. So there is a little intake door that is accessed by police people. And in there they have a window. Obviously at night they're not there, so we would be placing everything in lockers that are along the line or along the wall. Again, they are kind of the same as the ones in the CSS office, but different as they only have like a push button or a twist lock. You don't have, once you put it in there, you don't have access to it anymore. Property then, whenever they come in to collect the item, comes on the other side of the wall, and they have access to all of the lockers, and they pull out the evidence and log it and place it where it needs to go.
And that's ultimately where evidence would be stored at that point until it's needed for whether it goes to the lab or comes to court or something else.
Yes.
And again, not to belabor the point, but who sort of has access, that property, is that a police facility?
Yes, it is.
Can anybody just go into the property building and browse for items?
No.
So it's secure, just like the place you were talking about at the lab where you process things, only police personnel are allowed?
Correct, yeah. The property area is even more secure. We're not, even as crime scene people or detectives or officers, we're not permitted to go into the property part of it, so we're just allowed in that little intake room. That's as far as we get to go with our evidence.
So after it's been impounded, is it, we've talked about how you have an item, it has a photo marker. Do you also tend to impound things and provide your badge number and an item number often on the actual item?
Yes.
Once it gets impounded, does it also get assigned a barcode that tracks the item?
Yes, at that time, they were using the iLead system, so it got an iLeads number, inventory number also.
Okay. Now I'm going to go back. We went down a tangent there, but on the 19th, did you also collect a soap bottle from the kitchen, PM 20?
Yes.
A sunflower seed, PM 21?
Yes.
The black floor mirror we've heard talked about, PM 23.
Correct.
Some red material on the pillar, PM 24.
Yes.
Some water bottles, PM 25 that we've seen on the tables.
Yes.
Excuse me. A jug, a mason jar jug, PM 26.
Yes.
Does that sound right? And again, these are ultimately, lots of these items are collected. Is it your role to determine what is of evidentiary value or not as the case moves forward? Or at this point that we're talking about, are you focused on let's collect what we can? Is that a bad question?
Yeah, we're not deciding, we're not giving things a value at that point. We're taking things that we think can be processed for evidence later. So as a crime scene person, as a detective, we're working together to kind of decide, what we're taking or not, but we're not assigning a value to it.
And then also, was that blue jean jacket taken?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to move, we're sticking on to the 19th and the evening hours of the 19th, but I'm going to move to swabs that were done.
Okay.
Okay. So we went through a whole bunch of things that were taken, and we've kind of jumbled it chronologically, but while you're there that night, before you take things away from the home and take them to the evidence and take them to the impound, are some things within the home swabbed?
Yes, they are.
And we've talked about how swabs are done, but I'm just going to ask you about some of the swabs that you were around for. Was the vehicle passenger door handle both the interior and exterior swabbed?
Yes, it was.
Was that area that we talked about, that was Castlemeyer, that pool edge, was that swabbed?
Yes.
And that's PM 14 we saw a picture of previously, but the area that we talked about was that edge of the pool?
Yes.
Okay. Was the two water bottles that we just talked about, were those swabbed?
Yes, they were.
The kitchen faucet?
Yes.
The guest bathroom handles A, B, C, and D?
Yes.
Okay. The laundry room door handle, interior and exterior side?
Yes.
Laundry room handle A?
Yes.
Laundry room handle B?
Yes.
Okay. And we've seen the laundry room handles labeled A, B, and I think we had a few, A, B, C, and then there were two smaller ones. But I want to focus you for a second. Laundry room handle B is swabbed. This is the evening of the 19th.
Yes.
And was it crime scene specialist Alexic that was doing the physical swabbing?
Yes, she was.
Okay. And so at the point, we'll get through a bunch of other swabs that were taken, but I'm breaking here for a second. Laundry room handle B swab. At the point that that's taken, that is, you follow the same procedure where you do the thing and you put it in the envelope,
Yes.
and then it goes into an evidence bag.
Goes into a smaller evidence envelope.
Is that like a brown looking envelope thing?
Yes.
Okay. And so is each handle swab, do you do that for each handle individually? Does that make sense?
Yes, each area would be packaged separately.
And so after you swab laundry room handle B, the two swabs go in a bag, and then is that sealed? Or what do you do?
It wouldn't be sealed on scene because when we transport it back, it has to be placed in the dryer.
Gotcha. So the swabs are put back, the little cap is put on, they're put back in the envelope? Or the packaging?
Correct.
Then they put in the envelope?
Yes.
And then once you get back, you take the swabs out and put them in the dryer?
Yes.
You unpack it, you uncap them to dry?
Yes, slightly.
Okay. Do you take precautions when you're putting them into the dryer not to sort of be touching the swab heads?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you're wearing the same PPE that you are when you are collecting, so you're wearing gloves, you're wearing a mask.
So now continuing through the swabs that were done, the laundry room handle C DE, were we'll start with C, one of the cabinet handles, was that swabbed?
Yes.
D, the front of the washing machine, essentially, was that swabbed?
Yes.
E, front of the dryer?
Yes.
Okay. Again, I'm just kind of leading you for purposes of getting through these. In the master bedroom, was the dresser handles A, C,
Yes.
D, E, F,
Yes.
G?
Yes.
Okay. H?
Yes.
Keep going. I'm just gonna give me a second. I'm just gonna say a whole bunch, but I'm gonna try to go slow for the court reporter. So, in the master bedroom was handles I, J, K, L, M. Are those swabbed?
Yes, they were.
Handles N and O swabbed.
Yes.
Okay. And again, this is the night of the 19th. That all this is.
Yes.
Okay. So now I'm going to move us to the following day, February 20th. So now we're at Friday, okay? Do you go back to the house that day?
Yes.
What time do you leave the house the night before? Do you remember? Is it kind of a regular shift for you?
Yeah, I believe we left the house around 10 o'clock that night.
So not quite the 2 a.m. of the night before?
No, because detectives and the other CSS had been working all day. So we did what we needed to, got to a closing point, and then we left the scene.
Okay, and that's when you take everything back to the lab that you talked about?
Yes.
Okay. So then you go back on the 20th. Around when do you go back on the 20th?
A little bit before 6 o'clock.
Again, when your shifts?
Yes.
And I neglected to ask you this the prior day, but are you coming straight from the office to the Allison Feldman's home?
Yes, I am.
The same thing on the 19th?
Yes.
Kind of, were you under the impression when you went home the night before, okay, I'm going to go back to the scene tomorrow, that's my assignment for the day?
Yes.
Okay. So now on the 20th, can you tell us about what happens, what you're involved in that day?
So on the 20th, again, I caught up with any kind of documentation that I needed to. By that point, we kind of had everything already marked, so I already had it all documented. At this point, I assisted more with processing and collecting items of evidence.
Okay. On the 20th, is this when a Blue Star is done that we've heard about?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll get to what that is with another witness, but are you present for that whole process?
Yes, I am.
Okay. You mentioned there was some more processing of the scene itself on the 20th. I'll call it processing, but some more swabs taken?
Yes.
And did you follow the same procedures and policies that we've talked about so far when these swabs were taken?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So now I'm going to go through a bunch of the swabs that you took or that were taken on the 20th, okay?
Okay.
So were the laundry room light switch, was that swabbed?
Yes.
Was the switch on the kitchen also swabbed, the one that's sort of just east of the laundry room door?
Yes.
Okay, trying to orient myself. Was the kitchen light switch, two switches that were on the southeast corner of that same kitchen, were those also swabbed?
Yes.
Were kitchen light switches on the southwest corner of the kitchen swabbed, two of them?
Yes.
Was the light switch, we'll call it sort of in that dining room in the northeast corner of the room by the sliding door, was that swabbed?
Yes.
Was the dining room light switch that's found on that west pillar swabbed?
Yes.
Was the light switch located, what we'll call it in the foyer area, was that the remaining light switch, two of them there, was that swabbed?
Yes.
Was that a collection of three switches, one of which had already been removed? Does that sound familiar?
Correct.
Okay. So the two remaining switches, we've seen a picture of a light switch with one thing, but the two remaining were swabbed at this point?
Correct.
And now talking again about the 20th?
Yes.
Okay. Was this the hall light switch swabbed in the southeast corner of the hall?
Yes.
Was the hall light switch swabbed that's in the center, sort of more of the north side of the hallway?
Yes.
Was the bedroom light switch in the west bedroom swabbed?
Yes.
Was the light switch in the office swabbed?
Yes, it was.
Was the light switch what we'll call the bedroom swabbed?
Yes.
Was the light switch, first of all, one by the door in the guest bathroom swabbed?
Yes.
Was the light switch located closer to the toilet in the guest bedroom swabbed?
Yes, it was.
Was the master bedroom light switch swabbed?
Yes.
I'll start the one by the, where you enter the master bedroom, that one was swabbed?
Yes.
Was there another light switch, sort of, trying to orient myself here, located on the north wall of that bedroom, but just east of the entryway, the door swabbed?
Yes.
We'll just say 2 light switches in the master bedroom were swabbed.
Yes.
There, right there, okay. Was there also one located closer to that backyard door? Was there a light switch there that was swabbed?
Yes, there was.
Was there also a light switch located closer to the toilet in the master bathroom was swabbed?
Yes.
Okay. Was the washing machine swabbed along the machine itself? Do you recall that?
I believe that was done later.
Okay.
The handles or the knobs, yes. The machine, I think, was done later.
Okay. The guest bathroom toilet and lid, was that swabbed?
Yes.
And the handle of it?
Yes.
Guest bathroom seat and bowl of the toilet?
Yes.
And we talked already about this backyard, but let's go back to the backyard area. Was the sliding glass door bottom stoop area, was that swabbed?
Yes.
Okay. Was the were some of these swabs in conjunction with the individuals doing the blue star, indicating this part hasn't been swabbed, but notice some blue star, can you go ahead and give us a swab here?
Yes.
Okay. And was that one of the areas that sliding glass door stoop was that was followed up because of the blue star?
Correct.
Okay. That northwest corner of the dining room, sort of the edge of the walkway there, was that swabbed as a result of potential blue star reactions?
Yes.
Was the west entry wall of the light switch swabbed as a potential blue star reaction?
Yes.
And we're going to get into blue star, and we'll see photos of the house with the blue star next week. So I went through a lot of these swabs and maybe moved pretty fast, but suffice it to say that even your role in the case, or in your observations of crime scene specialist Alexic, well, if you can just answer this, I don't know, I'll ask you to do math again, but can you, how many swabs are we talking here, just roughly, and just in the 2 days that you were there and observing these things taken?
Hundreds.
So there was a lot of swabs taken in this house?
Yes.
Is what I'm getting at, okay. Now, before I'm almost done with my questions of you, but before we leave, we talked about the blue star, with also some areas on the couch on this day, on the 20th, that reacted to the blue star.
Yes, there was.
And what did you guys do with those areas as a result of that?
So when the blue star reacted, obviously that is photographed. During that time, I circled those areas so that we could see them with the lights back on. And then I took cuttings of the couch of those areas. So instead of just swabbing, I took the actual couch pieces.
So you're involved in selecting how many areas?
There's 4.
And those couch piece things were just cut out?
Yes.
And we saw a couch piece cutting earlier from photographs on the early morning of the 19th, labeled R. Is that a different couch piece cutting than what I'm asking you about now?
Yes, it is.
Okay. How did you, what were these couch pieces designated? Were they 1, 2, 3, 4?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And what do you do once you cut pieces of couch?
So they were collected in packaging, taken back to the office, and because the Blue Star is a liquid, they were now wet. So I placed them in our drying cabinet and let them dry.
And were these couch areas, were they kind of labeled in some way like 1, 2, 3, 4 on the cutting or on the couch so that you could distinguish once you took the pieces away from the couch which one it was? Does that make sense?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Who else was with you on this evening, on the 20th?
Detectives were all on scene. Supervisor Carpenter was there. Also, CSS Jacobs was there. He was doing the photography for the Blue Star.
Was Stephanie Haas there on the 20th? Do you recall?
I believe so. I think she was also doing photography.
And who is she?
She was a crime scene specialist during that time with us.
Okay. Had you ever had contact with Ian Mitcham at any point in life?
No.
I'm going to ask you now just the kind of one other thing that you did as you were asked to do while you were still tasked as part of this case. Can you tell me if you asked to show up somewhere on the 24th of February of 2015?
Yes, I was.
And tell me a little bit about that.
I was requested by a detective to respond to an address located near Allison's house in reference to a pair of underwear and a water bottle being found in the vicinity. Someone had picked it up and placed the water bottle in the back of her husband's truck and had actually collected the pair of underwear in a bag.
So did you, were those items ultimately collected by Scottsdale Police?
Yes, I collected them.
And did you also, were you asked as a CSS to take some photos of that area when you collected it?
Yes, I documented the scene, the truck, where they were located.
You said it was close. Does the address 3042 North 86th Street sound right?
Yes,
And is that potentially within a few blocks of Allison's home?
it is, yes.
And that's on the 24th of February 2015. Why did the police go there? You might have mentioned this, but this is now about almost a week or so, 6 days. Why did
Action, speculation.
Overruled if she knows.
Do you know why police would have been why were you asked to go to that home?
Because detectives had been requested out there since the lady had found those items of evidence and had heard about the case.
Just so we're understanding sort of the process that happens when you take swabs back and they go in this drying rack. You said you're wearing your regular PPE. What is that?
Gloves and a mask.
And when you're putting them in this rack, we had mentioned they're coming out of the package and that little cap is on them or off them at that point they come out of the package?
When they come out of the package, the cap is still on.
And so you have to pop that little cap.
Yes.
Do you take care when you're putting each swab in the drying rack that swabs are not touching each other?
Yes, you don't overload. The swab dryer can hold, I think, close to 30, 40 swabs, but you're not overloading them. So you're putting them in areas and then you're notating where they are. They also, the caps are never coming off. They're just being moved down a little bit so that you make sure that the swab is getting air. And they also are having tags placed on them that have the case number, the date, the person who collected them, what is what the swab is and if it's wet or dry.
And is this this drying rack thing, is this a thing that's unique to the Scottsdale lab, or is this sort of this, if you know from your certifications and training, is this sort of a standard thing that is utilized in crime scene processing?
In my experience so far, Scottsdale has been the only one who has specific swab dryers for this process. Other places just have you lay the swabs out in a dryer or in a designated area so that they get airflow and have a chance to dry.
And so Scottsdale has a unique sort of, or specialized racks for just drying swabs like this.
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Okay. And counsel, could you approach? The cross-examination of this witness.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome back. I'm not going to go through and read your previous testimony, but I'd like to ask you some additional questions about what you did in this case, okay?
Okay.
You're involved in 3 separate scenes, is that correct?
Yes.
The first is the house.
Correct.
Right. The second was another investigation regarding some suspicious underwear we talked about right before the break.
Yes.
And then you also responded to a burglary, and in context, the jail and the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
Scottsdale Police Department did not know if all 3 were related at the time, correct?
Correct.
So I'd like to talk to you about what you did at Allison's house first, okay? Your role on the 18th started basically being the scribe.
Yes.
And I'm not trying to minimize that, you were going through the scene and documenting everything that you saw, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote a 9-page report regarding everything that you saw during that first night, let's say.
Yes, and that included the other days also, but yes.
You had 8 pages of handwritten notes for the first night.
Correct.
The second night, you had 2 pages of handwritten notes.
Correct.
And the third night, you had another 2 pages.
Correct.
And if you need to refer to any of those, there's a big giant binder in front of you, and it's exhibit number 30. And there should be a yellow sticky notes tabbed beginning on Bates 561 and going through 582.
Yes.
Do you see that there?
Yes.
If you need to refer to that at any point, just let us know.
Okay.
Okay? When you were at the scene, you testified earlier that you wore gloves.
Yes.
And you demonstrated with Mr. Roseberry how you took some swabs and you brought a set of gloves. They were not marked as an exhibit. So what I'm showing the state is exhibit number 577. May I approach?
You may, you have continuing permission.
Thank you. And you want to take a look at those? That's the gloves that you had on this morning when you were demonstrating stuff.
Correct.
Those are not the gloves that you wore back in 2015, correct?
They are not, no.
The gloves that you wore back in 2015 are disposable,
Yes,
much like the ones there.
yes,
They're one use.
correct.
I'm going to move to admit Exhibit 577.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's ordered admitting Exhibit 577 into evidence.
Now, you also testified that you wore booties at the scene, correct?
Correct.
And those just go over your shoes, correct?
Yes,
And you wore a mask.
yes,
On the first night, it was necessary because of the strong chemical smell, correct?
correct.
And is it a respirator?
It is, it's not like a full gas mask looking one. It's a half mask with canisters on the side.
Okay, and you wore that because it was hard to breathe in the house.
Yes,
And you showed us earlier, the door was open and shut a number of times while you were at the house, correct?
correct.
But it was only the front door that was open. The back doors were all closed for the majority of the time that you were at the house on the first night.
Yeah, I don't recall specifically, but based on that, the printout stuff, yes.
You would agree with me that there was a strong chemical scent in that house?
Yes,
And you were there on the night of the on the night of February 18th, correct?
correct.
I want to talk to you about what you did and kind of walk through that process, okay? When you got to the house, you contacted your lead crime scene and specialist. That was Mark Carpenter, correct?
Correct.
And Mark Carpenter kind of lays out to you what's gone on before you got there and what you need to do for that next period of time as your task, correct?
Yes,
So let's start where you start, in the garage, okay? You go into the garage, and I'm calling it a garage, but it's actually a carport, is it not?
yeah, it's like half garage, half carport.
There's a two-car garage door that's electric that goes over the front of it facing Monterey Way, correct?
The normal like roll-up garage door is on the street side. On the other side, it's open. There's a small little door, gate style thing that is open to the backyard.
And in that, it's like a half, like waist level, right?
I think it was a little bit higher than that, but you could definitely see over it.
And there's like a little latch like you'd have for a regular gate,
Yes.
correct? And inside, it's being used as storage for boxes,
Yes, there was storage stuff.
and there's an Explorer, a white Explorer in the garage when you get there.
Silver.
Silver, I'm sorry. And on the one side of the garage, there's a door with a doorknob, correct? It's like a storage room.
Yeah, there were 2 storage rooms.
And it has a doorknob, correct?
I believe so.
And then there's like this little, I don't know what you call it, but like a latch lever that has a little hole in it, and then there's a lock that comes through, correct?
Yes,
And you looked inside there.
yes,
In that storage area, there were more boxes
correct.
and some household supplies.
Yes,
And you document that in your 9 pages of typewritten report.
yes,
And you also saw inside the storage area, there were 2-gallon jugs, correct?
Yes,
One was chlorinizer
correct.
and one was muriatic acid.
Yes.
And they were about a quarter full, correct?
Yeah, and I don't specifically remember, but yeah, they weren't brand new and they weren't empty.
And inside the garage was that Explorer, and you looked at that, correct?
Yes,
And you documented that there was some spray on the right side of the car, correct?
the front passenger door handle.
And you then moved on, correct?
Yes,
You went to the backyard.
correct.
You looked at the gates.
Yes,
And you documented what you saw in the backyard.
correct.
And in the backyard, you saw those sunflower seeds, correct?
Yes,
And we talked about those this morning I'm going to put this up here again. I'm showing what's marked as exhibit number 490. It's already been admitted. Just a sec here. Photo marker number 4, that's a sunflower seed that you saw on the pool deck, correct?
correct.
Showing you what's marked as exhibit number 487. Exhibit. Another sunflower seed.
Correct.
And number 488, just a close-up of that sunflower seed.
Yes,
And you testified earlier those were collected, correct?
yes, they were.
You documented that there were some coolers,
Yes,
and those were on the patio, correct?
correct.
And there was also some pool toys.
Yes, there was.
I'm showing you what's been marked as 489. That's also been admitted. Can you see those pool toys, sir?
Kind of.
See if I can zoom in on that. And I say pool toys, they're like floaties, correct?
Correct.
Then you went inside the house. I'm
Yeah.
skipping a little bit of stuff that you did because it's 9 pages, but I want to go through that. I want to talk about the kitchen first. You went into the kitchen, and before I get there, when you're there on that first night, this scene is, I think you call it pristine, meaning that nobody's touched anything. It is as the detectives and law enforcement found it. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when you're walking around doing this documentation of the scene, you want to get it in as pristine condition as it was when they found it, correct?
Correct.
Because after you do this first runaround, I shouldn't say runaround, after you do this first walkthrough and document the scene, things are going to get processed and collected, correct?
Yes.
So the goal is to make sure that everything was as it was and it's documented.
Correct. And if it changed, that I'm documenting that.
So next I want to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 227. That's been admitted as well. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
Okay, and that's the kitchen looking in from the dining room, correct?
Yes, it is.
And you can see all the way to what you talked about was the garage door in the very back. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in the kitchen, all the cabinets were closed, correct?
Correct.
There was a white trash bag on the floor in the back, correct?
Yes.
And there's 2 pairs of shoes in the kitchen? Can you see those?
There's a pair of shoes, yes. Lighting.
There's also a pair of like slippers that are in the dining room that are not included in this picture.
Correct, by the sliding door.
Yeah. Can you look? Now, you obviously did not take these photographs, right?
I did not.
You're walking kind of hand in hand, not literally, but figuratively, with another crime scene specialist whose job is to take the photographs.
Correct.
And I want to zoom in, sorry. Back, can you see the laundry room from there?
Yes.
Can you see on top of one of the laundry machines a basket?
Yes.
And that was there, and you documented that on your first walkthrough, correct?
I believe so, yes.
If you need to look at your report, go ahead. It's on page 565 if you need. 5 of 9. Top, second line from the bottom, or from the top, excuse me. Fourth line from the top, sorry.
Yes.
Do you see that?
Yes.
And you did document that there was a laundry basket with bags and clothing on top of the dryer, is that correct?
Correct.
There was also some laundry detergent, which I think you can see in there on top of that dryer. It's out of focus. Let me see if I can focus that. Do you see it there? It's right next to it.
I don't, but
In your report, you documented it though, correct?
correct.
And when you're walking through, I mean, I'm pointing you toward the typewritten report, but you're handwriting these things, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. One second here. I want to talk to you about, now we're in the house still, moving towards, away from the kitchen, away from the laundry room. I want to go to the front door. You talked to us about the light switch and you collecting all the light switches, correct?
I swabbed them.
On the first day, you note that the light switch has red smears on the light switch by the front door, is that correct?
Correct.
And on the wall above and below it as well.
Correct.
And on the couch, now moving into the living room, there was a laptop, correct?
Yes.
And that laptop also had a remote control on top of it.
Correct.
And there was a cord that kind of draped over the back of the couch, a white cord. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And it was an extension cord of sort.
I believe yes.
And plugged into that extension cord was like a cube charger connected to another cord, correct?
I believe so.
And the TV went on,
Yes.
and it was the mute icon showing in the screen.
Correct.
Let me go back to the laundry room. All the cabinets were closed,
Yes.
and the laundry basket, you looked at that had clothes in it as well, correct?
Yes.
And let me talk to you about moving away from the living room. Let me go into the dining room, okay? You noted broken glass near the walls.
Yes.
On the wall behind the dining room table, there was some shards of glass.
Yes.
And on the opposite wall by the breakfast bar, there was also a piece of glass, correct?
Yes, there was.
There was a Swiffer mop leaning up against the table.
Yes, there was.
And there was this red kind of smear along the floor, is that correct?
Correct.
You went into the bedroom,
Yes.
I should say bedrooms,
Correct.
and you documented what you saw there.
Yes.
In the spare bedroom, there was an iPad, correct?
Yes.
And it was laying on the floor. Show
Yes.
you what's marked as Exhibit 510. It's already admitted. Can you see that?
Yes.
There we go. And right next to that, there was a laptop, correct?
Correct.
And that's not the same laptop that was on the couch.
It is not.
And then you went to the other bedrooms and documented what you saw in there.
Yes.
In the office, there were papers on a wire shelf, correct?
Correct.
And in the master bedroom, you saw that, you already talked to us about the dresser and the nightstand, correct?
Yes.
And the bed. And then, is that yes?
Yes.
And then there was the jean jacket that was on the bed.
Correct.
And there's some stuff laid across the end of the bed, some outfits
Yes,
or
there was.
clothes.
Yes, there was.
And then in the guest bedroom, you went in there as well.
Yes.
And that had kind of like a red, rusty color bedding on it.
Correct.
Now, for that night, you were working with Kat Palma
Yes.
and Stephanie Hans.
Correct.
And Palma was taking the photos, correct?
She took the photos until CSS Alexic
That was
took
my
over.
next question. And Stephanie Hans, her job was different than yours. She was working with a FARO, is that right?
Yes.
At some point, you leave that evening or that morning, correct?
Correct.
And we already talked to you about, you come back later that day for your next shift on the 19th.
Yes.
And you kind of do the same thing. You get to the scene or the house, and you talk to Mark Carpenter again.
Yes, I do.
And he's your lead,
Correct.
and he tells you, keep documenting the scene. Here's what we've done since you left, correct?
Yes.
And on this night, yeah, your job is not only to document the scene, but to work with Kristen Olesek to collect and swab some items, correct?
Yes.
And others are taking photographs, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about your background, because I'm not sure that we did that on Monday. It's been a while ago. Why don't you just tell us what your education is?
So I have a bachelor's in criminal justice. I also took some certificate programs in fingerprinting, crime scene photography, and evidence processing. I've worked for now 3 different departments. I worked from Scottsdale from 2006 to 2021. I moved to Dallas and worked for the Dallas Police Department and worked as a crime scene supervisor and manager there until the beginning of this year. And then now I am a crime scene specialist with the Salt River PD.
And Mr. Kirchler, I just want to make sure if you just pull your notes out of the, just
Oh,
want to
I'm
make sure we
sorry.
can't see anything. Oh, okay. And your pad as well.
Sorry.
Thank you.
So you've been doing this for quite some time.
Yeah, it'll be 20 years next year.
And you're multidisciplinary in crime scene investigation, correct?
Yes,
So you can take photographs, correct?
yes,
You can take, collect evidence.
yes,
That means you can swab stuff.
yes,
That means that you can package stuff.
yes,
That means that you're trained in doing all of these things.
correct.
And when you're walking around, you're quite observant to everything that you need to document, correct?
Correct.
And part of that is because other people have to use what you're documenting, correct?
Yes,
And your report shared with detectives,
yes,
forensic scientists,
yes,
other crime scene specialists,
yes,
basically anybody who's involved in the case, correct?
correct.
And it even goes to the attorneys
Yes,
on both sides. So you want to be as accurate as you can.
correct.
And that's why you're as detailed as you are.
Yes,
And while we have pictures, it's not really 1,000 words, is it?
no,
So I want to talk to you about the collection of evidence with the swab. We've talked about it over and over, but I did want to ask you a couple questions, okay?
okay,
I'm looking for the swab, just 1 minute. You showed us exhibit number 517, which was a unused swab at the time.
yes,
You opened it up
yes,
and you took out the swab, and you called it something, and I didn't hear what it was called. It began with an I think.
oh, Integra swab.
Integra swab? What's Integra?
I think that was at one point a brand, or that's the type, because it has the cap.
And it's basically a Q-tip. I'm showing you it's been marked as exhibit 517. And would you agree it's basically a really long Q-tip with a wooden handle?
Yes,
And when you described how you use it, you said that you take it out of the package first, correct?
correct.
And then you hold the handle gloved, correct?
Yes,
And you slide down the plastic cover.
correct.
And you take that swab, if it's a dry area, you wet it, correct?
Yes,
And you wet it in what?
using deionized water, DI water.
What is that?
Water we had little bottles. It comes from a specific source. It's cleaned of impurities.
And you dip that swab into that water, correct?
No, you use a dropper.
Okay. And you wet the cotton end of the swab, correct?
Yes,
And the goal there is on a dry area to pick up as much material as you can, correct?
correct.
And so you demonstrated earlier that you twist the swab so that it goes around, you said saturates the cotton, is that correct?
Correct.
And you put pressure on the swab.
Yes,
You're trying to get as much material from that area as you can.
yes,
And then you take that swab and then you push the plastic cover over it again.
yes,
Now, there's 2 swabs in here. I don't know if this was intentional, but sometimes you do a dry swab as well.
Correct.
And the purpose for that is to, if there's a wet area, correct?
Correct.
Or you're trying to get it just in a different manner, correct?
Correct.
The purpose still is the same, to obtain as much material from that area as you can.
Yes.
You talked about the pressure, that it's enough that you don't break it, but it's possible that you're breaking it.
Yes. There will be times if you get a little overzealous that you break the stick.
And when you're taking, let's just talk for a second for about a stain. When you're trying to get the material of a stain, you're trying to get all of it, right?
Yes, if I'm collecting it, yes, I want to take the whole stain.
Because you don't know if there's any biological material under there.
Correct.
And the biological material might be in the very tippy top layer, correct?
Correct.
It might be within the stain.
Correct.
It might be below the stain.
Correct.
That's not your job to determine. Your job is to get as much material as you can, correct?
Correct. Correct.
And when you twist that cotton swab, your goal is to make sure that the whole swab has material on it, correct?
Yes.
And that is because when it's analyzed, there's a cutting of that swab, correct?
Correct.
And literally, they take like almost like a scissors, cut like a little piece of it off, correct?
Yes, they do.
So you want to have as much biological material as you can, if there is any.
Correct.
I want to talk to you about what you did on the 20th.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kirschel, I can just see some of your writing. I just want to make sure that's not underneath the Elmo. Thank you.
Sorry. I think I'm done with this, so let me. That solves that. So you returned to the house on the 20th, correct?
Yes.
And that's the last time you're at that house, correct?
Correct.
And same process, you return just before 6, correct?
Yes.
You talk to lead Mark Carpenter,
Yes.
and he tells you what they have done the day preceding
Correct.
and what your job is that evening.
Correct.
And on that night, you swabbed light switches. That
Yes.
was one of them.
Yes, I did.
And you documented those, correct?
Yes.
And those are basically page 8 of 9 of your report, correct?
I believe so.
Page 568.
Yes.
And was doing Blue Star, correct?
We did do Blue Star on that day, but not at the same time.
And your job from that, or stemming from that, was any place there was a reaction, they had you swab. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I think Mr. Roseberry said it was 4 places, correct?
4 places on the couch, and then looks like 6 places within the house.
And you documented that on page 568, correct?
Correct.
Page 8 of 9. You put those stars next to the items that you swabbed because of that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I want to talk to you briefly about the dryer process. So, as I understand it, you collect all the swab, or somebody collects all the swabs. They're brought back to the crime scene specialist lab, correct?
Yes.
And I put that in many quotes, but it's not not trying to be demeaning or anything like that, but it's different than the Scottsdale Crime Lab, correct?
Yes, for sure.
And so you have a place that's your own.
Yes,
And in that place, you have this unique dryer.
there's several, but yeah, there's 5 or 6 of them.
And I'm saying unique because you said that you were one of the only police departments that you knew of that had a dryer, correct?
Correct.
Normally, what happens is crime scene specialists bring swabs back to their department and they have a place for them, correct?
Correct.
And they let them basically air dry.
Correct.
Your laboratory actually has a mechanical dryer, correct?
Yes.
And it blows air.
Yes.
And it circulates the air amongst the swabs to dry them, correct?
It doesn't circulate, it shoots it straight through.
So it's like a hair dryer.
Yes.
Not that I have one. So it speeds up the process to dry these swabs, correct?
Yes, it does.
And you use the dryer for the wet swabs, correct?
We put both swabs in there so they're together.
You use catch paper. What's that?
Catch paper is anytime you use a drawing cabinet, you're putting basically just blank white construction paper on the bottom of anything that you're using, so the different shelves or on the bottom of the drawing cabinet itself, and it's etching anything potentially evidence-wise that is coming off of your evidence that is drying, so fibers, hairs, dripping blood, that kind of stuff.
And I want to go back to the Blue Star parts. You were directed not by Mark Carpenter, but Detective Heinzelman was there, and he was the one that was saying, maybe we should go get reaction, swap these parts where there was a reaction. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you included working at that scene at about 10:15 that evening.
Yes.
We talked a little bit about the other places you went. Okay, I'm going to kind of go back to those. On the 18th, you were tasked with responding to a burglary, correct?
Yes.
And that was near Granite Reef.
Yes.
And I think the address was like 3402 North, like A6th, is that right?
That was the underwear scene.
Okay.
The other one was,
I mixed them up then, you're right. Let me go back. Let's start with the one that's near Granite Reef.
okay,
Okay, that's on the 18th.
Yeah.
You were tasked with going to 2 locations there, correct? The first, you were tasked with going to the jail,
Yes.
correct?
yes,
And what you understood was there were 3 people at that jail that you needed to collect their clothing. Is that correct?
yes,
And so you went to the jail and you collected their clothes, correct?
yes,
You were then asked to go to the actual burglary scene.
correct,
And at that scene, there was a door with what appeared to be a footprint.
correct,
And your job there was to collect a gel lift. Is that right?
yeah. I documented it like any other scene and photographed it, and then collected a gel lift.
And a gel lift is something that pulls up the print, right?
Yeah, it is a gel material. They come in black and white. I used the black for this one, and it's a sticky material that when you place it on the print and apply some pressure, you can pull the dirt and the impression off, and it's stuck on the gel lift.
And that was your role, correct?
Yes,
And detectives didn't know if this scene was related to the Allison Feldman scene, correct?
Correct.
So that was just part of their investigation, being at the same time in the same general vicinity.
Yes.
I want to talk to you about that other one that I messed up the address on, the 24th of February. You were, again, called out to go collect some stuff.
Yes.
And what you understood was somebody had collected a pair of underwear.
Yes.
And so you went to the scene, that underwear was already in a bag,
Correct.
and you didn't touch it.
No. I mean, I collected it and I documented it. I did touch it to document the model and size and all of that stuff, but it was already in that bag.
And you took pictures of it.
I did, yes.
And what you understood was the homeowner found it on the 23rd, correct?
Yeah, I believe she found it. I'm not sure on the day, but she had found it, and
And she had put it in the bag.
yes,
And then there was a water bottle, correct?
yes,
And that was in the bed of this Silverado pickup truck, right?
correct.
And you documented that.
Yes, I did.
And I think you took a picture of it.
I did.
And for the purposes of the case, that was all you did in that time, correct?
Yes.
Let me just have a moment with my team.
You may.
The other questions, thank you very much.
And any redirect by the state?
It's more just. All I have is this one.
I'll ask. Ladies and gentlemen, if anyone from the jury has a question for this witness, we will collect it at this time. And seeing none, may this witness be excused. Oh, there's one. We'll go ahead and grab that one. Eight. Thank you. And counsel, you may approach.
Just do it.
Please be seated. Let the record reflect we are back in the presence of the jury, and the state may call their next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Stephanie Hans.
Good afternoon, ma'am. We'll have you come up to this podium here, and we'll get you sworn in.
It's Stephanie Hans. That's S-T-H-A-N-I-E. Last name is H-O-N-G-C.
Please raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are giving is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you?
I do. Thank you.
And I'll have you take a seat up here in the witness box. Thank you.
And you may proceed. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes. My name is Stephanie Hans. The last name is Hontz, and I was a crime scene specialist for Scottsdale Police Department.
I think we're going to need you to pull that microphone a little
I'm
bit
sorry.
closer to you.
Sorry. Is that
Especially
better?
if you're turning that way, yes.
Okay.
We want to make sure everyone can hear you.
Okay.
So you mentioned that you used to be a crime scene specialist with the Scottsdale Police Department. Are you currently working?
I am not.
Okay. Stay-at-home mom?
Yes, I am.
All right. But you mentioned that you previously worked for Scottsdale Police Department.
Yes. In December of 2008, I started with the department in the property and evidence section, and in September of 2009, I transferred over to the crime scene section.
Can you tell us about your educational background?
Yes, I have an associate's degree in forensic science through Scottsdale Community College, and I have a certificate in crime scene processing, as well as a 16-week on-the-job training when I was hired with Scottsdale Police Department. And I received a crime scene analyst certification through the International Association of Identification when I was with the department.
And then what time did you leave Scottsdale Police Department?
I left in February of 2021.
So from 2009 to 2021, you were working as a crime scene specialist.
Correct.
You obviously know why you are here today. Back on February 18th of 2015, were you asked to respond to 8526 East Monterey Way in Scottsdale at approximately 9:20 p.m.?
Yes, I was.
And were you responding to assist with the processing of a crime scene?
Yes, I was.
Prior to your arrival at this address, were you aware of the type of scene you were going to?
I was aware of the type of scene, but I wasn't given any information about it.
Do you recall where you were? Do you recall where you were when you received the call?
Yes, I was at home when I received the call to come into work.
When you received the call, before you went out to 8526 East Monterey Way, did you stop somewhere before you actually went to the scene?
Yes, our procedures were to go to the station to get dressed, to get our equipment and a vehicle before we went to the scene.
So you were at home, you then go to the office to get all the things that you're going to need to do your job, and then at that point you go out to 8526 East Monterey.
Correct.
Now, once you got to that location, prior to entering the home, did you put on any protective equipment?
Yes, I put on gloves, booties, and a mask.
This one. And just so we know we're talking about the same thing, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as Exhibit 45. Oh. Do you recognize the home in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And is that the home that you responded to back on February 18th of 2015?
Yes, it is.
While you were at home, is it fair to say you went out a couple different days?
Yes, I was there a couple days.
And we'll cover those different things. Did you have time to spend time in the front of the home, inside the home, and as well in the backyard?
Yes, I was.
I'm showing you what's been already admitted as Exhibit 53. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that the backyard of the same residence?
Yes, it is.
So you get to You get to 8526 East Monterey, and I think you arrived around 9:20 p.m. Does that sound about right?
Yes, it does.
So when you get there, what is the very first thing that you do?
Upon my arrival, I contacted CSS McKenna and asked what I could do to help her with the scene.
Now, is CSS McKenna now known as CSS or former CSS for Scottsdale Davis?
Yes.
Okay, just so the jury is clear, and we just heard her testify, so that's who you spoke to when you arrived?
Correct.
Other than your boss, Mark Carpenter, who we've heard about, was she kind of the lead crime scene specialist that everybody was kind of checking in with?
Yes, and specifically that night.
So you spoke to CSS McKenna, and then what did you do at that point?
She advised me I would be in charge of doing the Faro scanner throughout the interior house.
Before we get to the Faro scanning, when you arrived at the home, did you notice anything particular about the smell?
There was a strong chemical smell throughout the
In response to that smell, did you have to use any additional masks or equipment in order to kind of deal with that?
We put on masks when we went inside the home because of the chemical smell.
So you mentioned that you were asked to do the Faro scanning. We heard a little bit from crime scene specialist Palma, who kind of talked a little bit about it because she mentioned there were targets on the wall for Faro scanning, but beyond that, we really didn't get a description of really what it is and its purpose. Could you let the jury know about that?
Yes, the Faro scanner was used on the scene to document every room, which those scans could be used as diagrams for later on or to do measuring points between two items. And the targets on the wall were, for that specific Faro scanner, you had to have 3 targets in one scan to be able to connect the rooms together, which was the purpose of this targets on the wall.
Now you go inside and you're going to do the Faro scanning. Is this done prior to anyone touching and moving anything?
Yes, overall photos could be done before the Faro scanner was done, but the scanner is used to document the scene as is before anything is moved or touched.
So basically, when people go to the scene, we've heard that it is your focus as CSS is to make sure that things are done when the scene is as it is or in its pristine condition. So are the first 2 steps of doing that, taking overall photos, and then if there's a decision to do Faro scanning, do those occur basically as the first 2 steps?
Yes, they are.
You mentioned that you did the Faro scanning of the interior of the residence. Was somebody responsible for doing the Faro scanning of the exterior of the residence?
Yes, somebody else took care of the exterior residence because light is needed for the scans to be clear, and since it was dark, it was nighttime, they were done during the day for the exterior scans.
So is it the same type of procedure for outside, meaning that overalls would have been done of the outside, Faro scanning would have been done of the outside before anything outside was touched or processed?
Yes, it would have.
Do you recall who actually did the outside Faro scanning?
I believe CSS Jacobs did the exterior.
When you're moving about the house and doing the Faro scanning, or anything else for that matter, are you creating notes and documenting every step of what you're doing?
Yes, when whoever is in charge of doing the Faro scanner makes a diagram of the house, the layout of the house, and you mark where you're putting the targets and where you are doing each scan.
Other than doing the Faro scanning on the evening of February 18th, 2015, did you have any other involvement at the scene that night?
No, I did not.
And then upon your completion of the Faro scanning, did you then author a lab report memorializing what you had done?
Yes, I did.
Now, I established with you a little bit earlier that you responded to this location on a few different occasions to help process the scene. Fair?
Yes, I did.
Was the next time you were asked to respond on February 20th of 2015?
Yes, it was.
Same question I'm going to ask you. Before you went in and had any involvement with the scene, did you put on protective equipment?
Yes, that day it was booties, a protective suit, and gloves.
When you arrived on the scene that particular day, did you then, like you had done on February 18th, check in with somebody to get some direction as to what you were going to be doing that day?
Yes, I did.
And who was that?
It was CSS Carpenter.
Were you asked to do multiple things while you were working on February 20th?
Yes, I was.
Okay, I'm going to start with what you were first asked to do. Did that involve doing some work in the alley.
Yes, it did.
Tell us about that.
I was asked by CSS Carpenter to go in the alley to document some patterns that were in the dirt that they wanted documented as shoe imprints.
When you arrived to do the collection in the alley, did you notice anything about whether the scene was secured with tape? What was going on in the alley?
Yes, the alley was secured with police tape to block it off.
So the only people who were allowed to enter and or exit, to your understanding, were those employed by Scottsdale Police Department?
Correct.
And sorry, Ms. Otis, I can see a little bit of your notes also. I just want to make sure. Sorry. Thank you.
It's a little squishy up here. Thank you, Judge. Now, is the only thing that you were asked to do when you went into the alley, did that just involve you taking photographs?
Yes, it did.
No collection of anything?
No collection.
I believe that the defense is stipulating to the following photos, which are 406, 407, 408, 409, 410, 411, 412, 413, 414, and 415.
And just confirming no objections.
No objection.
It's ordered admitting exhibits 406 through 415 evidence.
Ms. Hans, I'm going to put on what's been marked or admitted at this point too as exhibit 406. We've heard about these placards. Can you just tell us a little bit about the date and the time?
Yes, the date and the time are for when we arrive on scene, and right before we start our photographs, we document the case number, the time and date that we are there.
So when you have, at a particular scene, are taking numerous sets of photographs of various things, are we able to tell from your placards the order in which you've done that based on the date and timestamps?
Yes, it is.
So based on when you arrived on February 20th, we can tell from the timestamp that this was the first task that you had that day?
Yes, it was.
I'm putting exhibit 407 on. You're speaking of, they looked when you were asked possible impressions.
Yeah.
What can you tell us about the double A and double B? And I'll have a closer picture, but what can you tell us about those placards?
Those placards are meant to mark where the impressions were, so we know from a faraway distance what we're looking at, so we can get closer but identify where they were to start.
I'm now putting 408. Is that a more zoomed in version of those two placards?
Yes, it is.
And I believe here's an even more zoomed in photo in 409.
Yes, it is.
And can you explain what the purpose is of the different vantage points?
The purpose of the faraway, medium, and close-up is just to give us an idea of where we are and what we're looking at, so we have orientation of everything, but also different lighting of impression to get better detail.
And the double A and the AB placards, are you able to tell from this particular photo what they're denoting?
Those are just marking that there were two separate areas that we were documenting for shoe impressions.
I'm now going to show you exhibit 410. Is that a different part of that same alley?
Yes, it is.
And can you explain what we're looking at in this photo in terms of direction?
In terms of direction, we're looking further down in the alleyway and just along the edge of the back wall to the residence.
So there appear to be in the middle of the photo 410 2 additional placards. Those other impressions that were noted that you were asked to photograph,
Yes.
or I guess I should say possible impressions. In Exhibit 411, are those close up, or I should say more zoomed in photographs of those 2 placards?
Yes, they are.
Now, in looking at Exhibit 409, the double A and the AB, I think too, probably everybody in this room except we may not see anything. So I'm going to now put up Exhibit 412, and I'm going to ask you about this. First of all, can you, that might have made it worse, can you see that little white piece of paper in the upper corner of the photograph?
Yes, I can.
What is that?
That is a marker that we use in our photographs, I should say. And that is so we know what the item is, the case number, what the placard number is, and the directionality. We can show which way is north or up.
Okay, and if you can see on that little white piece of paper, I asked you about placards double A and then A and B. Do you see what this is representing in this particular photo?
Yes, that is PM double A.
Okay. And you have that ruler around a particular area, and it looks like from this photo, you can kind of see something in the center. Is that what you are capturing?
Yes, it was.
I'm now going to put photo 413 up there. What is the difference between 412 and 413?
The difference is the item number. This is showing PMAB.
So that is the second impression that you were asked to document in that area by that, what is that thing called? It was like a...
Utility cover?
Yes.
Yes, it was. This was
Okay.
the second one.
Now I put up again in Exhibit 411, A, C, and AD. After you placed the placards, did you then employ the same procedure by bringing out the ruler and doing a different type of capture of those possible impressions?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 414. Which one of the impressions are we looking at in this photo?
This is PMAC.
And then in 415, it looks like the AD is also captured in this, but is this the same type of capture of the impression?
Yes, it is.
Now, after you completed your work in the alley, did that essentially complete your work in the alley?
Yes, it did.
You weren't asked to photograph anything but those 2 areas that we just saw?
Correct.
After the work in the alley, were you then asked to photograph a vehicle that was parked in the driveway 8526 East Monterey Way?
Yes, I was.
What type of vehicle was that?
I would have to refer to the notes.
Sure. I believe your report is up there. If that will help refresh your recollection.
It's telltale. McKenna's.
Okay. May I just try to assist the witness?
You may.
Ease of time here.
Do we know what page I'm on? What was it? Do we know the bottom? 507. Oh, here we go. Maybe. Okay. Yeah, that is. Thank you.
And remind me the exhibit number that this is?
Can you look on the cover?
30.
Oh,
30?
Exhibit 30, and I believe she's referencing between 524 and 530.
it's 30. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. And to answer the question, based on my report, I was photographing a 2009 BMW 335i that was door vehicle.
Okay, now, I'm going to put up, I believe the defense is also willing to stipulate to Exhibit 300, 301, and 302.
And is that correct?
That is correct.
It's ordered admitting exhibit 300 through 302 into evidence.
I put up what's been admitted as Exhibit 300, and we're seeing this photo again. If you look at the time, does that denote that this would have been kind of your second task on February 20th, 2015?
Yes, it does.
So this looks to be about 2:35 p.m.
Correct.
when you began these photos? Exhibit 301, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That was the vehicle in the drive of the residence that I photographed.
I want to ask you, when you photographed the vehicle, did you photograph both the interior and the exterior?
Yes, I did.
And we saw in that photo that the vehicle was still confined within the crime scene tape. Was that how it appeared when you were asked to photograph?
Yes, it was.
Did you have to get into the car to actually photograph the exterior or the interior, or were you able to do that without disturbing anything in the car?
I was able to do it without getting in or disturbing the vehicle.
On this particular day, were you asked to do anything other than simply photograph the car?
No, I was not.
There's a few things in your report that I believe you mentioned seeing a car, and I just want to cover a couple of those things with you. I'm showing Exhibit 302. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you remember that to be?
Referring back to my report, that there was dry cleaning on the rear seat and water bottles in what appeared to be a tan sweater.
And then I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 62. Did you also notice that and photograph that?
Yes, I did.
And what is depicted in that photo?
It is a drink container from Paradise Bakery that has contents in the bottom of it.
And again, you weren't asked to collect anything from the vehicle, is that fair?
Correct, just document.
So you do the work in the alley, then you were asked to take photos of the car, and then finally, on the same day, were you then asked to take additional photos and then collect additional swabs from within the house?
Yes, I was.
Now, we heard, as I mentioned earlier, from CSS Bree Davis, and she mentioned, she told us about the swabbing process and the use of, she referred to them as Integra swabs. Do you typically, as you utilize swabs, refer to them at whatever time frame you're using them by the name of the brand?
Yes, as the brand changes, you may change the way that you identify the swab, but they are all the same.
So if you've referred to them or someone's referred to them as Integra swabs or Capture swabs, we're talking about essentially the same type of swab. It just might be a different brand name at the time that you're using.
Yes.
Did they typically all appear the same way?
Yes, they did.
We heard about the swabbing process, so I don't want to go through that whole process with you. The only thing that I want to ask you is, as a crime scene specialist group, do you try to remain consistent in the way that you swab items, surfaces, stains?
Yes, and that is part of the 16-week on-the-job training, that everybody does things in the same fashion, so the work is consistent across the board.
Now, when we heard from CSS Davis earlier, she mentioned, I think it came out on cross-examination, or maybe even direct examination as well, that sometimes, despite your best efforts, when you're utilizing swabs, the sticks will break.
Correct.
What didn't get asked, and I would like to know the answer and have the jury know the answer as well, is when that type of situation happens where you're swabbing something and the stick breaks, what do you guys do?
If a stick breaks, it breaks. The swab off the top of the swab is closed in a secured area, so we just put the other half of the stick separate from it, and you send that all to the lab. But if it breaks, it doesn't affect the swab or what you have swabbed it on. If you start swabbing and it breaks pretty soon, you impound that swab as well as the second one to make sure you got the entire surface you needed.
So sometimes if a stick breaks, you may not need to do another swab. You're just fine utilizing what you had done with the first swab.
Correct.
And then there may be times where you just want to make sure you were able to collect, absent the breaking of the swab, what you were intending to collect, so you may utilize another swab?
Correct.
And regardless, if anything breaks along the way, you're not just throwing it, you're packaging it with the rest of the evidence.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. And if you feel the need to have to refer to your report, as I know moving forward on this particular day, there were a lot of photographs taken as well as swabs collected. So just let us know if you need to do that for purposes of a record. After you completed your photography with the BMW, I believe you moved to the living room floor area to take some photos and collect some swabs in that sunken living room area. Do you recall that? I believe the defense is also stipulating to the admission of exhibits 306 to 303 to 314.
Any objection?
Oh, Your Honor.
It's ordered admitting 303 through 314 into evidence.
So I'm going to go ahead and put exhibit 306, and the jury's familiar with this photo. I think they've seen something like it before. Can you explain what your role was here as the photographer, kind of what you're asked to do?
Yes, I was asked to assist lab personnel with documenting where they were planning on needing swabs from. So this was an overview of the living room floor with areas marked of what swabs they were wanting documented and swabbed.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, some other crime scene person came in there, placed the cones, placed the little placards that we're seeing, and prepared the area for you then to go in and do the swabbing and then photography.
Yes, they were crime lab personnel.
And I know it's kind of hard to see. Essentially, are we looking at what later became documented as L5A, L5B, and then 7, 8, 9? I guess it's actually L5A, L5B, all the way through L18.
Yes.
Okay. What does that mean?
The L numbers were what the lab was using to indicate what they had marked for their own documentation purposes. And the different areas that needed swabbed and were documented.
So would you agree that 306 captures most of the area in its entirety?
Yes, it does.
And then as we move into Exhibit 307, is that kind of zooming in on more specific areas that you were asked to swab?
Yes, it was.
And we're seeing in this photograph, and here's probably a better example in exhibit, there's little white stickers. In this particular photo, it's below what's labeled L11. What do those markings denote?
Those are similar to what is in the footwear photographs that were in the alley. This is for lab personnel to know what sample it is, which way is up or north, and to indicate what case it is from.
And so this is kind of another example. It's Exhibit 309. And essentially, do you then document from a distance and then a little bit more zoomed in the specific areas that you are swabbing and photographing?
Yes, everything is given an overall mid and close.
And you're not responsible for anything beyond this particular day, taking pictures and collecting the swabs?
Correct.
Any comparison or testing, is that done by other folks at the lab?
Yes, that's all lab personnel.
Okay, so I'm going to show you just Exhibit 310. Is that another marking of L15?
Yes, it is.
Same type of situation in Exhibit 311 for L12.
Yes.
And then again, we're seeing L13 in Exhibit 312.
Correct.
Exhibit 313, I think, is showing L10.
Correct.
And Exhibit 314 showing L14.
Correct.
I want to show you photos that look a little bit different than a few of the photos that we've looked at. I'm going to start with what's been admitted as Exhibit 303. I'm going to have you tell us what we're looking at and why does this photo look different than some of the other photos?
The reason it looks different is the lab used, they would have to explain this, a chemical that needed a certain type of lighting to be photographed. So I was asked to take these photographs for them, which is why it's a different color.
So when we're looking at photographs that might have a different lighting, and is that so the lab and you guys, and I guess people like us later on, are able to better see what you are swabbing and or trying to capture?
Yes, even just for lab and us personnel, just to be able to view what it is, it had to have certain lighting.
Without being trained, is it fair to say that most of us, if we walked into that scene, would have a difficult time seeing what you all are seeing?
Yes.
I'm going to show you another photo. It's Exhibit 304. Same type of request by the lab.
Yes, it was.
And then Exhibit 305.
Same type of photo.
Okay. And we do have people who assisted in the next steps of this that I think would be, are those the better people to explain kind of what we're looking at?
Yes, they can tell you the chemicals and what light goes with what photography, so it makes a little more sense.
Okay. Now, We heard from crime scene specialist Palma about her involvement in the case, which was taking overall photos prior to anything being done at the scene, and then coming back and taking some additional photos when there were placards put up. We've heard that the processing of this scene, is it fair to say, kind of went on a rolling basis?
Correct.
So not one person can stay there until everything is done. You guys have shifts, you require sleep, and so you kind of have to follow each other. Is that fair?
Correct.
So we mentioned that you were brought in to take some additional photographs. And let me ask you this. When you came in and documented things at various placards, were you also taking swabs of these items or just taking photos?
On which day?
On February 20th, when you're taking photos of the different areas of the house. And let me put some photos up and I'll give you an example.
That's all right. She has to take a break, don't forget.
Yes. I don't know when you would like to take the break.
We can do it right now if you want. Is this a good stopping time?
It's up
Okay.
to you.
So we do have to build in one more break this afternoon. Let's go ahead and take that break right now. Please remember the admonition. We'll call you back close to, let's say, around 3:25 or 3:30. Thank you.
Room area.
Yes, they are.
Then 318, are these just zoomed in photos?
Correct.
Same with 319.
Yes.
I'm going to show you another photo in the dining area, exhibit 320.
Yes.
And then another photo in the same area, exhibit 321.
Yes.
And again, are we just moving through documenting the placards in chronological order?
Yes, and overall mids, so you can see what they are representing.
And then again, you're taking them from different perspectives so you can acquaint them to the area of the house and then more specifically focusing in on what you're trying to capture.
Correct.
Is it fair to say that, just so we can kind of move through some of these photos, because I know the jury's seen a lot of photos, that a lot of these photos are representative of staining that you saw in the house?
Correct.
So we're still in the same room, exhibit 322. Again, I believe these placards end with 51.
Yes.
Exhibit 323, is this just a different perspective?
Just a different angle, yes.
Question for you. Can you look at, I'm going to flip this photo, exhibit 323. Do you see what's listed as placard 50?
Yes, I do.
Now, we've seen a picture of this staining previously, and it was previously marked with a letter placard. Do you know the distinction between the letter placards and the number placards?
Was it L?
H.
It was H. And I would have to look at the notes to see what they indicated, what they were marked as.
Okay. Are you aware that the crime lab had come in and done some swabbing and photography a few days prior?
Yes, and we don't see those reports, so that would be different from what we were doing.
Do they use a different documentation than you do, letters via numbers?
Yes, and they do different reports and different programs as well.
So if you were doing some documenting of the same type of stain, if you were doing it for your own separate purpose, would that same stain, could it possibly then have a different placard assigned to it to denote the difference between what the lab is doing versus what crime scene specialists are doing?
Correct.
Would that make sense why then what I think we all have learned is PMH in this case is now documented with placard 50?
Correct.
Okay. Moving on, in 324, again, more staining with placards.
Yes.
325, a close-up of additional staining.
Yes.
Again with exhibit 326.
Yes.
We're moving to Exhibit 327. Is this you telling the readers that we're moving to a different area of the home?
Correct.
In Exhibit 328, is this still placards that are signifying additional staining in the home?
Yes, they are.
329, a more zoomed-in photograph?
Correct.
Same thing. Exhibit 330, moving into the hallway.
Yes.
331, further staining in that same hallway.
Can I refer to my?
Yes.
Yes, that's indicating in the laundry area.
In the hallway area?
In the hallway, sorry, hallway area.
I want to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
Yes,
And I'm going
yes.
to put 332 down. I think that'll be a better idea of, since you'll see placard 57 in there as well.
Yes, the hallway.
And then Exhibit 333, still same hallway.
Hallway, yes.
How about Exhibit 334, still in that same hallway?
Correct.
So these placards were documenting additional staining that had been observed over the duration of when you folks were in there processing the scene. I now want to move to the next series of placards, and I think you're making your way at this point, given by Exhibit 35, into the guest bathroom.
Correct.
Okay. And when you went into the bathrooms and a few other rooms that are going to be documented with the pictures that we're going to see momentarily, are you then documenting items with photographs that is your understanding are items that are going to be collected by crime scene folks and detectives after the documentation part is
Correct.
okay? So moving into this bathroom, Exhibit 336. I don't think we can see the placard there, but are you at least able to see that there are various cabinets and drawers that are documented with stickers?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 337 with placard 59.
Correct.
Was it your understanding that there was going to be plumbing and sink traps and things of that nature collected in this case?
Yes, it was.
Is that what your photo is reflecting in terms of in this picture?
Yes, it is.
Okay. 338, Exhibit 338 is telling us we're now in the master bathroom. Is 339 reflective of that bathroom?
Yes, it is.
And we see placard 61, I believe?
Yes.
Okay. And again, is that marking the plumbing?
Yes.
We're seeing placard 60. Are you able to tell what that is?
I would have to check if that was that plumbing on the other sink.
Are you able to check that for us?
I believe that would be in who collected the report,
Okay.
what documented that.
All right, that's fine. We can come back to that at some point with some other person. Exhibit 341, is that just showing a side bite of the two cabinets?
Correct.
Okay, we're moving into the kitchen now, Exhibit 342. Again, as we move through some of these photos, starting with 343, are these placards representative of the photos of the various sink traps that at some point were collected?
Correct.
344 appears to be a zoomed-in version of that same area.
Yes.
And it looks like in 345, there's placard 62. You're now telling us with your placards that you're moving into room 347. Let me ask you a question. In some photos, we're seeing a glove, in some photos, we're not seeing a glove. Can you explain that?
Yes. When I'm holding a placard, if a glove is in some photos, that may indicate something needed to be opened or altered, so we had the protective equipment to do so.
Which I think is going to lead me into Exhibit 348. Is that a closed cabinet door?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to show you now Exhibit 349. Is that opened?
Yes, it is.
Since you are now having to open it to document what's inside, would that explain why you would have a glove on?
Yes, it does.
And inside that we see placards 63 and 65.
And 64, yes.
And 64, which is kind of in the corner. I think I'm going to show you a better view of that in Exhibit 350.
Yes.
Okay. You're now telling us that we're moving into the living room in Exhibit 51.
Correct.
I believe later, I'm going to put up Exhibit 352. There were a few additional markings that had been put down, L17 and L18. Is that you coming back to get photos of those two placards?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And then in terms of Exhibit 53, is this just another example of lab asking you to document something in a different light source?
Correct.
Okay, Exhibit 354, you're now telling us we're outside in the pool area. Is that fair?
Correct.
355, you see placard 66
Yes.
from a distance. So does that acquaint us to what side of the pool we're looking at?
Yes, it does.
And then 356, a more zoomed in photo of placard 66?
Correct.
Are you able to tell, I know what's coming, but can you tell from this photograph what that placard is representing?
The placard is representing something in the water.
Okay. And 357, Exhibit 357, are you able to better see that sort of in the center of the photograph?
Yes, I am.
Moving into Exhibit 358, was that then retrieved from the pool?
Correct.
And photographed? Who lays down that piece of paper?
I do not recall.
Okay, you're just simply taking the photo.
Correct.
And then Exhibit 359, is that a more close-up photo?
Yes, it is.
And what did that appear to be to you when you were taking a photograph of that?
A clump of hair.
Okay, next batch. Okay. And I'm going to move through these quickly. These are admitted exhibits, so the jury will get to look at them more closely. So I'm just trying to give them an idea of what you've done. So we heard testimony again from CSS Bree Davis earlier that when she was in the home, she swabbed a bunch of light switches.
Correct.
Were you then asked to come in and then take photographs of all those light switches that she had swabbed?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And was that in various rooms of the house?
Yes, they were.
Okay. So we are going to move through these pretty quickly as well. Is this you telling us in terms of light switch activity that we're going to be looking at things in the laundry room?
Yes.
Okay. And that's Exhibit 360, Exhibit 361. Is that a far, like kind of a zoomed out photograph of light switches that are on that back wall?
Yes.
Exhibit 362, is that a close-up of those laundry room light switches that Ms. Davis had testified she'd swabbed?
Yes.
Moving into the kitchen, Exhibit 363, are we then going to now look at light switches that were swabbed by her and then photographed by you in the kitchen?
Yes.
364, do you see that light switch that is kind of by the cabinets?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And Exhibit 365, is that light switch?
Yes, it is.
Let me ask you this. We see things LS-1. Is it a safe guess that that is light switch?
Yes, it is.
Would the one be what that's representing in terms of the total amount of light switches in that particular room?
Yes.
So let's say 45 light switches are done. They're not going to be 1 through 45. They're going to be 1 through whatever it is in that particular room?
That would be something CSS Davis would have to answer since they labeled them.
Okay. Exhibit 366, also in the kitchen?
Yes.
And it appears that underneath that cabinet, kind of in the center, there's light switches there?
Yes.
Is that then a close-up of those in Exhibit 367?
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 368, another set of light switches in the kitchen?
Yes.
And then Exhibit 369, is that a close-up of those particular light switches?
Yes, it is.
In Exhibit 370, you're telling us we're moving to the dining room light switches?
Correct.
Exhibit 371, in the somewhat center of the page, is that what we're looking at from a distance?
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 372, is that a close-up of that?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to ask you, I know you mentioned CSS Davis would be the better person to answer the question. Does it appear, though, as we're in the rooms, they're starting over at 1?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so does it appear that the numbers are based on the cumulative amount of light switches in that particular room?
In that section, yes, it does.
Okay. So Exhibit 373, another light switch that was
Correct.
swabbed in the dining room. Exhibit 374, a close-up.
Yes.
In Exhibit 375, you're telling us we're moving into that. Is when you say foyer, what are you referring to in the house?
In the front entry of the home.
Okay. And Exhibit 376
Yes.
is showing that light switch to the left of the front door?
Correct.
377,
Yes.
same light switches?
Same light switches.
There is something missing.
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware, even if you weren't involved, that at some point light switches were removed?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. For another witness. Exhibit 378, is that telling us that you're moving into the north-south hall?
Yes, it is.
And then in Exhibit 379, are we looking at the light switches in this particular hallway?
Yes, we are.
380, is that a close-up of that switch?
Yes, it is.
Moving into the east-west hall, Exhibit 381.
Yes.
Exhibit 382, is that the light switch to the left of that door?
Yes, it is.
And then in 383, is that a close-up of that light switch?
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 384, we have the west bedroom.
Correct.
And then Exhibit 385, is there a light switch to the left of that dresser?
Yes, there is.
And in Exhibit 386, is that a close-up of that light switch?
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 387 is denoting we're moving into the office.
Correct.
Is Exhibit 388, looks like a light switch to the right of the door frame?
Yes, it is.
389, is that a close-up of said switch?
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 390, are we now moving into the north bedroom?
Yes, we are.
And is Exhibit 391, is there a light switch to the right of that door frame?
Yes, there are.
Does 392 represent a close-up of that same light switch?
Yes, it does.
Okay. 393, the guest bathroom.
Correct.
Exhibit 394
Yes.
appears the light switches to the left of that door frame.
Correct.
And then Exhibit 395, is that just a zoomed-in version of that light switch?
Yes, it is.
There also appears to be a light switch shown in 396. Is that in that, and that's in that same bathroom?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And in 397, is this a close-up version of that light switch?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then moving into the master bedroom as reflected in Exhibit 398. In Exhibit 399, are we looking at a light switch that appears to be to the left of, looks like the closet?
Correct.
And 400, is that a close-up of that light switch?
Yes, it is.
Moving into our final room, Exhibit 401, the master bathroom. Exhibit 402 Is that a light switch that appears to be to the left of another door frame?
Yes, it is.
And is 403 a zoomed-in version of that light switch?
Yes, it is.
And then Exhibit 404, looks like faintly you can see a light switch to the right of the toilet?
Yes.
And then in Exhibit 405, is that zoomed in?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so as Bree McKenna is swabbing away, you are snapping away,
Yes,
documenting everything that she is taking samples from.
correct.
Now, you mentioned that you swabbed, you mentioned that you took photographs. I want to ask you, in your job, what steps are being taken by you as crime scene specialists to avoid contamination between the various things that you are collecting and swabbing?
We change gloves between any item that we touch. So for one item, you put on a fresh pair of gloves, you handle that item, package it. If you are going to touch a separate item, you have to get a new pair of gloves before you do so.
So one of the things that we heard from CSS Davis is that if you're taking swabs and you're just touching the stick and you're not touching the area that's collecting the evidence, that you would not have to change gloves in between taking a different swab. Is that part of your policy?
The policy changes. What policy was at the time, we would have to check.
Okay. Is that how you did things back in 2015? Do you remember?
I don't recall.
Okay. When you're talking about touching other items of evidence, let's say, for example, I'm at the house and I'm a CSS and I am collecting this tissue box. I have a pair of gloves on. I put it in a bag. I seal it. I then want to come over to another part of the house and I'm going to collect this box over here sitting on this desk. Would I then have to change gloves because I'm touching another physical piece of evidence?
Correct.
So as long as you are handling something where that particular piece could be utilized, whether it's going to be examined for fingerprints or DNA, you are required to change gloves.
Yes.
Or I think once the policy changed, do the bleach solution on the gloves.
Correct.
Did that something that can't come into effect a little bit later?
That was something that came into effect later after this case.
Okay. Now, you did a lot on February 20th, 2015. After you were done doing all of those things, did you then author a lab report that memorialized everything that you did?
Yes, I did.
And on February 20th, 2015, were you responsible for impounding anything on that particular day, or were you just simply taking photographs and collecting swabs?
Just collecting swabs and documenting photographs.
Did you actually impound the swabs, though? And if you need to look to your report.
Yes, I'm going to refer to my report.
Okay.
Evidence collected says that all of the L swabs marked that I documented were impounded by me.
Okay. Now, from CSS Davis, we heard about a process where swabs are taken back to the crime scene specialist lab area, which is different from the actual crime lab.
Correct.
And so if any of those swabs needed to be dried, is that something that you would have done? We heard kind of about a process that you guys would do when you got back to the lab with swabs. Is that something that you did on this particular date, or do you know if those were just impounded and done, things were done at a later date?
I'll check the report. Since we were there for multiple days, things were probably impounded at a later date.
Okay. So some things, depending on who wanted to test what at what time, We heard about a temporary locker process, and then things getting moved to property. There's a chain of custody that reflects all that. Is that fair?
There's anytime you impound an item, it starts a chain of custody for that specific item.
And we're talking about a chain of custody. What does that mean to you?
That means that I say I've had this item in my property since I collected it. Then I say whether it was put in a temporary locker for safekeeping until it was impounded, and then I say where it was impounded to in property. From there, property can say where they put it in their building, and it lets you know anybody who checked it in and out from there.
So does a chain of custody, if I'm understanding you correctly, document every single person who has ever handled an item of evidence?
Correct.
Okay, moving into your last day at the 8526 Monterey home, did you in fact respond one more time on February 21st of 2015?
Yes.
The same way that you did on the 18th and on the 20th, did you wear protective equipment?
I would have to check court.
Okay.
Do we know what page that is? Is that right after it? Oh, sorry. Oh, yes. Okay, and yes, we would for the third day, yes.
Okay. And how can you tell?
I impounded a lot of items that day, so we would have had the protective clothing on to protect the items that were collected.
Okay. So let's talk about what you did on February 21st, 2015. As you had done on the prior two dates, on that particular date, did you check in with somebody to give you an idea of what you would be doing in the home that day?
Yes, I did.
Who was that?
That, according to my report, was again CSS Carpenter.
Okay. And you mentioned that on this particular day, you collected and later impounded various items from multiple rooms within the home.
Correct.
Now, was this a day where some of these larger items, the home furniture and things of that nature were collected?
Yes, it was.
To describe for the jury what steps were taken to protect the furniture before it was hauled off.
Since we were packaging larger items, we started from the very top of every item. So a couch, we took off each cushion carefully and placed it either in paper or plastic packaging. We had large sections of plastic, large sections of paper bags that we were able to build to the size of the item that we were impounding. So we would take the item, package it as is, and then put that to be impounded. So we did that layer by layer for every item.
And then these large furniture items, did you get them out of there?
We, with detective help, had them carry them and take them to a box truck to transport.
And when you say a box truck, U-Haul type of vehicle?
Like a U-Haul type vehicle, yes.
The defense is stipulated with the state to the admission exhibits 548 through 560.
Objection?
No objection.
It's ordered admitting 548 through 560 into evidence.
Now, on this particular day, were you working with two other crime scene specialists?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall who those were?
Yes, CSS Alexic and CSS Nets.
Okay. And when you arrived to photograph, well, actually, you didn't take the photographs on this particular day. You did collection and impounding. Is that fair? When you arrived, were the placards of the items that they wanted you to collect and take away, were those already placed?
Yes.
Okay. And on this particular day, did you start with items that were photo marked with these photos that we're hearing about 68 through 79?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you what's been admitted as Exhibit 548. You mentioned CSS Metz was there assisting. Was she the one taking some of these photographs?
Yes, she was.
Okay. And Exhibit 49 shows placards 68 and 69. Are those represent some of these large items of furniture that were collected and pounded?
Correct.
Same with Exhibit 550. We see placard 70. Is that reflective of the table that was taken?
Yes.
Exhibit 551, placard 71, a comforter.
Correct.
And then Exhibit 552, looks like that 72 in the upper left corner. Is that the fitted sheet?
I would have checked my notes if that was fitted or flat.
Okay,
52 was the fitted sheet, yes.
okay. And then Exhibit 553, looks like there's a placard for each of those two pillows. Is that what that's representative of?
Correct.
Okay. And then Exhibit 554, are we in a different bedroom now?
Yes.
Okay. And there's placards 75 through 78. And is that representative of various parts of the bedding that you collected from this room?
Yes, it is.
Moving into the living room, Exhibit 555, I think we're looking at what is marked as 79. Is that the couch?
Yes, it is. The couch as a whole, and each cushion got its own separate indicator.
Okay, now you can't really see these in the photo, but is it fair to say that every single, excuse me, it's getting late in the day, every single pillow was marked with a letter and then packaged and taken?
Correct.
And then finally, the jury's heard about a portion of a beer bottle that was located on this last day. Is that what we're seeing in Exhibit 80?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I think Mr. Kirchler will have some additional photos of that.
Okay.
Also,
Fine, I think.
on this particular day, you said that you had been working with Mark Carpenter, your supervisor.
Correct.
Was it your responsibility on February 21st to remove and collect, along with Mark Carpenter, certain hardware in the house?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 557. Do you see that? Are those the laundry room cabinets?
Yes, they are.
Are each of them marked with a sticker?
Yes, they are.
And I think at this point, they are labeled 1, 2, and 3. Are you able to check your report to confirm that?
Let me check. Correct. They are labeled as knob 1, 2, and 3.
Oh, was it your understanding that these knobs had previously been swabbed on another day by another set of crime scene specialists?
Yes.
Exhibit 558, did you then collect the hardware from what appears to be the kitchen sink?
Yes.
And I believe those items are 1 and 2?
Correct.
Exhibit 559, is it your understanding that is the dresser from the master bedroom?
Yes, it is.
Did you take every single knob from that dresser?
Yes, I did.
And again, are they all marked with stickers so we know which knob came from where?
Correct.
And then finally, Exhibit 560, was the same thing done with this particular nightstand also located in the master bedroom?
Yes, it was.
And again, was each knob marked with a specific sticker?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Okay, we're almost done here, just a little bit more. You mentioned that you were also working with crime scene specialist Alexic on that day.
Correct.
Was she taking photos while you were doing the collection and impounding?
Correct.
Exhibit 496, is this placard reflective of some of the photos she was taking?
Yes.
Exhibit 497, did you collect these 2 closet doors?
Yes, I did.
And are they denoted with placards 81 and 82?
Yes, they are.
In the backyard, Exhibit 498, did you take this gate latch?
Yes, I did.
Exhibit 500, which is showing placard 85, what was collected here?
That was for the front deadbolt.
Okay. And then we have Exhibit 501, that appear to have a placard for the beer on top of the cooler as well as that particular cooler?
Correct.
And is this a more zoomed in version in Exhibit 502?
Yes, it is.
I believe you were asked, as your final assignment, were you asked to process additional areas for possible latent prints?
Yes, I was asked to process the hallway wall opposite of the doors that I took for any latent fingerprints.
Were you ultimately able to find any that you were able to collect?
No, it was negative results.
Like February 18th and February 20th, at the conclusion of your involvement on February 21st, did you then author a lab report memorializing everything that you had done on February 21st?
Yes, I did.
And then you were responsible for impounding the items that you had collected?
Yes, I was.
So like we've heard from other folks, were those either taken directly to the property annex of Scottsdale Police Department or put in a temporary locker so it could undergo that proper chain of custody?
Yes, they were.
And everything that day was individually packaged that you had collected and impounded?
Yes, it was.
Okay. My last question to you is, did you ever come into contact with anybody by the name of Ian Mitcham?
I have not.
I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Kurtler, whenever you're ready.
Judge, I'll take the 15 minutes or so, but I may a little bit more.
Okay.
Just let you know. Good afternoon. I'm not going to go through everything that the state already did. Do you have your report in front of you?
For which day?
All of them?
Yes, sir.
It should start at 5:24 and go through about 5. Actually, it goes the other way, sorry. Do you have it though, right?
Yes, I do.
There's two types of reports. One's handwritten, correct?
Correct.
And one's typewritten.
Correct.
And you did them both?
Yes.
And they document what you did on the 3 days that you were at the scene, correct?
Yes, they do.
I want to talk to you, starting with the 18th, okay? That's the first time you're at the scene, correct?
For 5/24, I have the date of the 20th.
Go backwards a little bit. So for the purposes of, I just want to make sure you had your report. I'm not asking you to look at stuff yet.
Then yes, sir.
And this is kind of in follow-up to what the state asked you. So on the 18th, you're in charge of the Pharaoh.
Yes, I am.
And the Pharaoh is a device that allows you to take accurate measurements of each of the rooms, correct?
Correct.
And you put those targets on the wall, correct?
Yes.
It can produce like a 3D image almost, correct?
Correct.
And diagrams.
Yes, sir.
And it's like laser almost, that it's that accurate, right?
Correct.
So when you are assigned this task on the 18th, the scene is pristine, correct?
It's as is, yes.
Nothing's been moved.
Not to my knowledge.
And you're with crime scene specialist McKenna, now Miss Davis, correct?
Correct.
And when you come back on the following day, you're assigned to take photographs, correct?
Correct.
Now, a day has passed, right?
Yes.
People are still working at the scene,
Correct.
and things have now moved, correct?
Correct.
And we talked about the backyard. I'm going to start there. That was the first thing that you did, correct?
Correct.
You went in the backyard and you were directed to look at these shoe prints.
Correct.
And I want to bring you to your report regarding those shoe prints. First of all, it's 406. This kind of 406 through 408.
She has them.
I'm sorry. I'm going to show you it's been marked as 406. You already saw that. That's the placard.
Yes.
Okay. And that is from the 20th. And what we didn't go over was photographed by S. Hans, that's you,
Yes.
and B1442. What's that?
That is my civilian badge number with the city of Scottsdale.
And you use that to identify things that you work on, correct?
Correct.
So we might see a item that's B1442 dash something, correct?
Correct.
And that signifies that you're in charge of that.
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 407. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, on the right-hand corner of the photograph, you see a gate.
Yes, I do.
That is the gate that belongs to Allison Feldman's house, correct?
Correct.
If you look towards the left-hand side of the photograph, that is going towards Earl, is that correct?
I am not sure what the name of the street is.
Okay. Her house is further to the right, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to, and what we're looking at here is AA and AB, correct?
Correct.
And that's next to that Cox yellow thing.
Yes.
You were directed to look at those two areas because there were potentially partial footprints, correct?
Correct.
And you documented that, correct?
Yes, I did.
Not only did you take a photograph of it, but you document it as a partial.
Correct.
And that means that it's not heel to toe, correct?
Yes.
There's a pattern in the dirt.
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 412. At the top, you have, that's PMAA, correct?
Correct.
And then it has a draw arrow to indicate north, and it's underlined. I don't know if you can see that.
Yes, I can.
And then there's, in the middle right here where my pen is, it appears to be some type of pattern. Is that?
Correct.
That's the partial footprint that you identify, correct?
Yes, it is.
And the ruler that is there has a scale on it, correct?
Correct.
And that is in millimeters or millimeters, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's 0 to 300.
Correct.
That's 12 inches, right?
Correct.
So, and we're running a little bit low on time, but, so that's AA, that's a partial print.
Correct.
AB is also designated, or you document, as a partial print, correct?
Correct.
That pattern's a little bit more difficult to see, correct? No?
To some people, maybe, yes.
You can see it, though.
Yes, I can.
It is not heel to toe, correct?
No, sir.
You make it, you document as a partial print.
Yes, sir.
And that was Exhibit 413. I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 414. You see that?
Yes.
And again, that is PMAC.
Yes.
And you put that as a partial, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 415. And that's also a partial,
Yes, sir.
and that's Exhibit 415 showing a D.
Correct.
Now, in your reports for each of those prints, you put that there's no direction.
Yes, sir.
And that means that you can't tell us facing one way where the heel is or where the toe is. You can't tell. It's just a print, correct?
Correct.
And that's for all 4 of those.
Correct.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit more about what you did on the 20th. When you go into the house, you told us that you took some photographs, correct?
Correct.
And you took about 271 photographs, correct?
Correct.
And you went through the whole house again, correct?
Correct.
And somebody had already done that on the day before.
Correct.
When you went into that house, we talked earlier that things had been moved a little, correct?
Correct.
And it was not a pristine scene.
Correct.
I want to talk to you about specifically the living room. I'm going to need the living room photos, I'm sorry.
Which ones?
Starting with 301 through,
Not here.
sorry. I'm going to show you what's been marked as, hold on a second. .306. Well, let me show you 300 first. This is, you'd agree that's the placard we talked about earlier.
Yes.
Okay. And then, as part of that, 306 is the living room.
Yes.
Do you agree with me there? Now, on the day before when you were taking your Faro, when the scene was pristine, none of these cones were there.
Correct.
None of those placards were there.
Correct.
And the couch was actually moved, correct?
I would have to see a photo of where it was before.
I'll do that in a second. Okay. Before I get off of this picture,
Yes.
there was also some tables
Correct.
inside that they're not there anymore, correct?
Correct.
And there's like in the middle, before you get to this cone, there's like a apparatus.
Yes,
Is that crime scene stuff?
sir. That's lab personnel.
But it's not something that was pristine there the day before.
Correct.
And that's plugged in, going along the top of that stair, correct?
Correct.
And when you're taking these photographs, I'm going to show you marked as 307, there's quite a few, correct?
Quite a few what?
stains, or L, whatever you call those, L whatever.
L markers, yes, there are quite a few.
And your job is not only to photograph that, but also to swab those areas, correct?
Correct.
And you documented that you swabbed those areas in your report.
Yes, I did.
I had heard earlier that you didn't swab it. Was I mistaken?
She may have been talking about the light switches on a separate day.
Okay, but in the living room, you swabbed all those spaces, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's documented.
Correct.
Judge, I'm about halfway done. This is, before I go into the next part.
Okay.
This is probably a good
All right,
part.
we're pretty close to that 4:30, so we'll go ahead and break for today. As you know, today is Thursday, which means we are dark on Friday. We'll see you back here Monday at 10:30 a.m. We really appreciate your service, and please remember that admonition as you go home. Please do not watch any news stories or read any news stories or talk to anyone or text anyone about the case, and we'll look forward to seeing you back Monday at 10:30. Thank you very much.
Please rise for the jury.
All right, so that concludes day 7. And real quickly, what did we learn today? So Bree Davis, crime scene specialist, she talked about, actually, Amanda, you came in, you asked if anything important happened. I think the front door opening, closing, the back door, the garage door, I thought that was pretty interesting. That was, to me, that was probably the biggest piece of evidence so far. Then they brought on Stephanie Huntz. Yeah, the opening, the closing and the opening of the door, kind of, to me, okay, so the last time Allison sent a text to Alex, I think it was like 8:04, about watches, and he said they kind of went back and forth a little bit. And then this back door opens up, it's open from 8:42 to 9:47. So I'm thinking that's when this happened. I think it happened because I think he came in the back door. I don't think he came in the front door. And then the front door there's openings and closings around 12:06 a.m., 12:12, 12:16, 12:59, 1:04. There's even a 1:04. So, which is interesting because he made a deposit at 12:28. So did he come back? See, that's a little confusing. If he made that deposit at 12:28, I think. But then the front door was open and closed around 1:04, and then 4:08 also. Oh, he could have made the deposit then come back. Yeah. So that was probably, to me, that was the most impactful or interesting takeaway, if you will. All right. Now we get the squeegee zoom. All right. So now we're going to go on to day 8. So let's get us over to day 8. And it seems like the Nick Reiner there's a continuance. Alan Jackson he wanted continuance until January 7th. But I think there's a presser. I think we're gonna kind of put everything together for you guys and do because tomorrow's Brian Walsh, and we're gonna put together some things for you guys tomorrow after Brian Walsh. I don't expect Brian Walsh to be a full day. So after he's over, I'm figuring he'll probably go about 3 hours. So when he's done, we're going to put together some things on Nick Reiner, and then also Sarah. There's a new trial starting. A TikTok star, I guess, for lack of a better word, deleted her parents. Sarah, I can't think of her full name right now. Sarah something or other. Sarah, whatever it is. Anyway, so we're going to put that together for you guys tomorrow. All right, let's get on to, now we're up to, this is day 8. Day 8. All right, so this is day 8. Just going to leave that up there for a moment. This is day 8. Okay, here we go.
Cross-examination of this witness. And Mr. Kirchler, whenever you're ready.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I'm adjusting my hearing aids right now, so thank you for speaking up. We left off with you talking about what you did on the 20th.
Correct.
And I want to kind of resume there, okay?
Okay.
I've put the binder exhibit number 30, which contains your reports on the desk in front of you if you need to refer to that, okay?
Thank you.
Okay. So you were there on the first day you did the Pharaoh.
Correct.
The second day you came and you were there the 18th and 19th, and then came back on the 20th, and you took 271 photos. I think that's where we were.
I was there the 18th and the 20th and the 21st.
Correct. The 18th through the 19th?
Yes, overnight. Yes.
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 And then on the 20th, you came back at 1:40 in the afternoon, and then you took some photographs.
Correct.
We had gone through the alley,
Yes, sir.
and we were inside the house.
Correct.
And we were starting the living room.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's marked as exhibit number 306. That's what I have as my last photograph that we went over. And that's been admitted. There we go. Correct?
Correct.
You remember that?
Yes.
And that's one that you took.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you, well, let me go back. Those little L's that are in there, those are the things that were put by the crime lab, correct?
Correct.
And you were taking pictures of that, and that's the overall.
Yes, sir.
I'll show you it's marked as 307. That's been admitted. That's just a close-up of the living room, correct?
Correct.
308. Close-up
Yes,
of
sir.
L11, correct?
Yes.
And you went through the living room, and at that point, all the furniture was either taken out of the living room or pushed back. Is that correct?
From the photographs you showed me, yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as 306. Again, the couch is pushed back against the front entrance stair.
Yes.
And you were there on the 18th.
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked and admitted as exhibit number 128. Do you recall that is how the sunken living room looked on the 18th/19th when you were going to do the Pharaoh?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as exhibit number 127. Is that how it looked as well?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as exhibit number 221. What is that?
The living room.
And that's looking towards the dining room, correct?
Correct.
And that's exhibit number 221. All been admitted. So would you agree that the couch had been moved?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, I would.
Okay, I'm not going to go through all the close-ups. We already went through those on direct. I want to talk to you about, just one second, I got to get. The photographs that have orange in them. Okay?
Okay.
I'm going to show you what's marked as exhibit number 303. And that has a orange tint to it, correct?
Correct.
And that has been chemically treated, correct?
That would be a question for the lab, for how they chemically treated.
Okay. You don't use a filter in your camera, correct?
Unless it's needed.
For this one, you did not use a filter, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the way that this photograph is taken is the use of light, correct? That's a bad question. The chemical process that is used by the crime scene folks reacts to a certain light that you have, correct?
The lights and the chemical processing was why the lab was there with us, so those would be questions best asked for them.
You didn't change anything to the makeup of this, you just took the picture.
Yes, sir.
And that's 303.
Yes.
304 is L5A.
Correct.
And it's same process, same thing.
Correct.
Even though the tone is different, they're the same, right?
Same process. If they needed a different light or a different filter, that would be what the crime lab could describe to you for each photo.
I want to talk to you about what you did on the 21st. Okay?
Okay.
So on the 21st, you came back to the house, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you came back to process the scene along with Mark Carpenter.
Correct.
And he's your lead.
Yes.
And there were a number of detectives there as well.
Correct.
There was Detective McWilliams.
Correct.
And he was the case agent at that point, correct?
Correct.
And he and lead Mark Carpenter talked to you about that you were going to collect a bunch of items, correct?
Correct.
And this was the big stuff, correct?
Yes.
And it was kind of all hands on deck, crime scene folks and detectives that were there, correct?
Correct.
And you testified earlier that you had a box truck.
Correct.
And that you and the other personnel, I'm just going to call you all personnel for right now, were there, and you were first marking the items that were to be collected.
Correct.
And we talked about the couch, but before I get there were a number of glass tables in the living room.
Correct.
And you and the other personnel, you collected those, correct?
Correct.
And you collected the couch.
Correct.
And to collect the couch, you started from kind of the top down first. Is that correct?
Correct.
You took the throw pillows.
Correct.
You took the actual cushions.
Correct.
You took the actual frame of the couch.
Correct.
And you put that in the box truck.
Yes, sir.
And when you guys were moving that couch around, it was picked up on its side, correct?
I cannot speak for that.
You were there when the bottle was found, correct?
Correct.
And that hadn't been found before.
Correct.
And when it was found, you were not the person who found it.
I was not.
You were asked to photograph it, correct?
I did not do photos that day.
I apologize. One of the crime scene people was asked to photograph it, correct?
Correct.
And I think that was Amber Metz, correct?
I believe so, yes.
So that was collected, correct?
Correct.
In the dining room, there was a table, correct?
Correct.
And that was also a glass table,
Correct.
and that was collected.
Correct.
There were some chairs.
Yes.
Those were collected as well.
Correct.
And they were all put in this box truck.
Correct.
And then they were impounded.
Yes.
Now, you also took some things from the master bedroom.
Yes.
You took the bedding.
Correct.
In the guest bedroom, you took the bedding.
Correct.
In the hallway, I'm going to show you what's marked as 407, or excuse me, 497. Judge, I think we admitted these.
Okay, sorry, just let me check.
496 to 402 have been
Yes,
admitted by stipulation.
correct, and you may publish.
Thank you. I'm going to show you what's marked as 497. You see that?
Yes.
Move it down. I think, and those closet doors, for lack of a better word, those were collected.
Correct.
You looked at the back gate latch, number
Correct.
498, and that was collected.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's marked as 500. We talked about this on Thursday. That's the deadbolt to the front door,
Correct.
and that was collected.
Yes, sir.
And then we talked about the back patio. I'm showing you it's marked as exhibit number 501. Can you see this?
Yes.
And there's a number of items on that back patio. There's number PM86 and PM87, correct?
Yes.
There's 2 coolers,
Correct.
and there's a number of cans of beer.
Correct.
There are some bottles of beer,
Correct.
and those are on top of the coolers.
Yes.
Those were collected.
86 as the bottle and 87, yes.
And there's, on 501, there's a floaty device. That was not collected, correct?
Not by myself, no.
And the outside furniture was not collected, correct?
Not by myself, no.
And I'm going to go back inside again, inside the bedroom, the master bedroom. You collected the knobs that were on the dresser, correct?
I impounded them. They were taken off by CSS Carpenter.
And also on the nightstand as well.
Correct.
And then in the kitchen, there were some knobs. I think Ms. Otis called it the hardware in the kitchen. That was collected and impounded, correct?
In the kitchen or the...
Kitchen as well.
Okay, I would have to check my notes.
Go ahead if you
Okay.
want.
Correct, yes. The cabinet in the kitchen.
And also the laundry room.
Yes,
correct?
sir.
So basically, the Scottsdale Police Department, along with the different arms, collected all the knobs, correct?
Correct.
All the light switches,
Yes, sir.
and a lot of furniture.
Swabs of the switches, but yes, sir.
I think that's okay. Then you talked about on Friday that you processed the north-south hallway for fingerprints.
Yes, on Thursday I spoke about the north-south hallway. testing it for fingerprints, yes.
And that's like a visual inspection?
I processed it with black latent print powder.
Okay, and that means that you took a little brush and brushed it on, correct?
Correct.
And you were looking for latent prints?
Yes, I was.
And you also looked at the floor? And,
Yes, I did.
and you did the same thing?
Correct.
And there were no fingerprints or no prints that you found, correct?
Correct.
Let me just check in with my team.
No, you're fine.
Just 1 second. I just have a couple questions, but I have to find the correct exhibit for that. So I want to talk to you about the bottle that was found. I know you didn't photograph it, but you were there, correct?
I was called over when it was found, yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as 561, which has been admitted. See that?
Yes.
And that's how it was found, correct?
When, as far as I know, yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as exhibit number 562. Is that just a close-up of the bottle?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's marked as exhibit number 566. Is that your finger?
No, sir.
But that is the bottle, correct?
Correct.
And I want to make sure my notes are correct, but I asked you, if you recall, about the laundry basket on top of the laundry machine. Do you recall that?
I have not been asked about the laundry basket, sir.
Okay, then I... $27. Just a second. I'm going to show you what's marked as exhibit number 227. You recall that?
The resident.
You can kind of see where my finger is.
Yes, sir.
Do you see that laundry basket?
Yes.
Back. Sorry. 48. I just need a second, Judge.
Okay.
They're out of order. This is my last group of questions, Your Honor, so I just need to find the one I'm looking for. Do you recall that laundry basket being on the top of the washer, dryer? I think it's the dryer, when you took photographs on the day that you took the 271?
I can't recall.
Would you agree that some things, when you took the photographs, had been moved?
Due to processing reasons, yes.
Okay, and things get removed, they get moved around, but they're looked at and documented before they're moved, correct?
Correct.
And that's the goal of making sure that you have an overall on the first day.
Yes, sir.
Then as things get processed, you use different photo markers, correct?
If it's being marked as evidence, yes.
And that ensures that each item that is being processed as evidence is photographed in its place, correct?
Correct.
And then if there's, like we've talked about, letters and numbers, correct?
Correct.
That can mean that lab personnel did one set of markers, correct?
Correct.
And then the crime scene folks did another set of markers.
Correct.
And they may overlap, correct?
Correct.
We've heard about PMH being the same as PM50, correct?
Correct.
And it's the same area that was swabbed or looked at. Judge, I'm not going to waste the jury's time with this part. I can't find the photograph that I'm looking for.
Okay.
Do you know which number it is? Oh. My co-counsel has given it to me. It is Would you agree that there's no laundry basket there?
Yes, I would.
And there's a trash bag outside next to the garbage can, is that correct?
Correct.
I don't have any other questions. Oh, wait. I might have another question. I'm
Okay.
sorry. I don't have any other questions.
Right.
Judge, may I have permission to take the exhibits back to the table and put them in the correct order?
Any issues with the state?
No, I don't need to.
Okay.
use any. Thank you.
And yes, you may.
Thank you.
And redirect by the state whenever you're ready.
Just one second, Aaron.
Good morning. I just have a very few questions for you. I'm going to start where Mr. Kirschler left off. When you took that last photograph that he showed you, I can't recall the exhibit number, it might have been 261. I believe, that he had put up on the screen. When you were taking those 271 photos, that was on February 20th of 2015, is that correct?
Correct.
So we are at day 3 of processing of the scene.
Correct.
So on the 18th, things were processed. On the 19th, things were processed. So by this time, fair to say, certain things had been moved, collected, which could explain why something that might have been there on the 18th was no longer in its original position on the 20th.
Correct.
One question about Mr. Kirchler called it a box truck. I wanted to confirm with you that clearly you collected a long list of items as indicated in your for if this podium, for example, was collected, it was put in some type of paper or cellophane, and that wouldn't be touching, for example, this podium that I'm touching, that also would have been packaged in some protective type of packaging if it was collected.
Correct. Everything that was taken was individually wrapped and packaged.
And the importance of that is what?
So there's no cross-contamination between items.
And my final question, Ms. Hantz, is I'm going to take you all the way back to the very first thing you did after the Pharaoh. So that would have been, I believe, the first task that you had on the 20th, which was going into the alley. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I did.
I know it was pretty early on Thursday. You mentioned, well, we discussed, and the word was used more by defense counsel as in being footprints. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
I want to clarify with you. You had used, when I had you up on direct examination, I think the terminology of possible partial prints or footprints. Can you explain why you use the word possible?
When we say possible, it is because it's a partial area that's an impression in the dirt. So my job is not to determine what it belongs to, just that I identified that area, and that's for lab personnel to review the impression to see what it goes to or what it could possibly be, or if there's anything to examine.
So fair to say, it's possible it's not a footprint.
Correct.
At the time that you are capturing it, it is a pattern that is in the dirt that you are documenting.
Yes.
And then at some point, somebody who has a different set of training and experience will then put value to, or not, to anything that is captured and or documented in those photographs.
Correct.
I don't have any additional questions.
Okay. And does anyone from the jury have a question for this witness? And seeing none, oh, I see one. Thank you. We'll collect that at that time. And counsel, you may approach. And I have a couple follow-up. And I have a couple follow-up questions for you from the jury.
Yes, of course.
The first question is, a laundry basket picture showing it missing. On what day was that picture taken?
The photographs I took were from the 20th.
Any follow-up by the state?
No.
Any follow-up by the defense?
Just very briefly, and the photograph that I showed you with the laundry basket and the trash bag in the kitchen was from the first day, correct?
Correct.
And that was the 18th of February.
Correct.
And you were there on the 20th taking the 271 pictures.
Yes, sir.
I don't have anything further.
Any redirect?
No.
And the next question is, as shown in the picture of laundry basket, date each were taken, i.e. in picture, then not in picture, if you know. And I can repeat that if you like.
Yes.
Okay, it says, as shown, picture of laundry basket, date each were taken, i.e. in picture, then not in picture.
Correct. I think as he just stated, the 18th of February was when the original picture was taken. The second picture I took was on the 20th of February.
Any follow-up by the state?
No.
Anything from the defense?
No, thank you.
And those were all the questions. May this witness be excused, subject to recall.
Yes, Judge, thank you.
You may step down. Thank you. The state may call their next witness. And sir, I'll have you come up here to the podium. And we'll have you sworn in.
State and spell your name for the court.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Can you state and spell your name for the court?
Sure, my name's Paul Murrell, Paul, Murrell.
Thank you. Please raise your hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And I'll have you take a seat up here, sir, in the witness box. Thank you. And I'll just ask that you pull that microphone to you and speak loudly and clearly into that microphone.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
I can.
All right. Can you please introduce yourself to the jurors?
Sure. I'm Paul Murrell. I'm a recently retired firefighter for the city of Scottsdale.
And how do you spell your last name?
Murrell.
Thank you. How long have you been retired?
Oh, about 2.5 weeks.
All right. You having any fun yet?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Prior to your retirement, how long were you a firefighter for the city of Scottsdale?
Just short of 25 years with Scottsdale.
All right, sir. Can you give us, a brief overview of your training and experience during those 25 years?
You bet. So I've actually been in the fire service for almost 30, but there's certain state requirements, firefighter 1 and 2. It's part of a fire science degree program. EMT, hazmat certifications, FAA certifications for the airport, and various other career tasks, if you will.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So 30 minus 25 is 5, I think. Mm-hmm. So what did the other 5 years, what were you doing?
Well, it was with the Rural Metro Fire Department, and it became Scottsdale in 2005.
Oh, gotcha. All right, sir. Can you explain for us a little bit? Let's take a normal, if there are normal days, a regular work day. Are you assigned to a particular station?
That's correct. Yeah.
And let's say you receive a call of a possible fire in a residence. Would it be a team, and it's just one engine that's needed, all right? Mm-hmm. Is there an assigned team working together on that day?
Yes, it's a crew of 4 that is on any particular fire engine. And it goes captain, engineer, and 2 people in the back, basically.
All righty. And on different days, would you have a different assignment within that team?
Yes, I was also what they call an acting engineer, so I would be a driver at days if they needed me to drive, I would drive. But outside of that, it was pretty much just the core group.
All righty. I want to take it to to February the 18th, 2015. I have some questions that day about a scene on Monterey Way in the city of Scottsdale that you may have responded to. Do you recall that?
I don't recall the address.
Did your team proceed to a scene in a residence on Monterey Way?
Like I said, I'm not sure of the address, what street it was, to be honest with you. Once again, I was riding backwards in the back of the truck, so I wasn't driving. But plus, it's 10 years ago, plus. But I don't know the address to the
Your Honor, we have
particular address.
Yeah, we have a stipulation to the introduction of Exhibit 581.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
It's ordered admitting Exhibit 581 into evidence.
And then 582 through 585.
Any objection to those?
No objection.
It's also ordered admitting 582 through 585.
So when you respond to a particular scene, is a report prepared?
A report? Yes. Yes. We're
And-
dispatched through a computer system. The captain and the engineer get us to the appropriate place, and then there's a report that's written.
And would there be the address on that report?
Yeah.
So I'm going to show you Exhibit 581. And I don't know about your eyes, but I'm going to try to make it a little.
There we go.
Do you see the address?
I do.
8526 East Monterey, correct?
That's correct.
Date of service, it says February the 18th, 2015. And then in military time, but it appears to be around 4:06 p.m. Would that be right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, on this particular day, when you arrived at this, first of all, do you remember going or arriving at this particular scene?
I do. It wasn't our first due. We were driving through an area and we got tagged because we were the closest engine to the scene.
And what had you been doing prior to that, your team?
We were down at our south training yard doing some training for a few hours.
All right. And what time had your day started, if you recall?
Well, we work 24-hour shifts, so it starts at 8 o'clock in the morning and goes to the next day.
All righty. When you arrived at that particular scene, who was your captain?
Captain Vaughn, Jimmy Vaughn.
And what was your role once you arrived?
Once we arrived, my role was to proceed. It was an emergency medical call that we were going on, and my role was to go to the cabinet on the truck that carries all of our emergency medical gear and to grab some gear.
All righty. When your team arrived, had Scottsdale police arrived on the scene yet?
No, sir. We were there really quick because we were driving through the area.
All right, sir. And do you recall a young man outside of the house who was on the phone?
I do. When I came around the truck, because I was on the engineer side of the truck, the left side of the truck, I came around the truck. He was in the driveway talking on the phone.
Were you close enough to him to observe any of his emotional state or condition?
Not really. I mean, I could tell he was on the phone, so he obviously wasn't the reason we were there because he was speaking and all that. So I came around and my back would be to him to get the equipment out of the truck, and I turned around and he was standing there. And,
all righty. Did you talk to him at all?
no, sir.
Now, what was the call for service?
If I recall right, it came out as a difficulty breathing, and it might have been upgraded to what's known as a code.
And I want to ask you something. In terms of Scottsdale's fire department policy. Let's assume you were called to a scene, not this one, a scene, and as part of the report that your team would have received was possible shooting, possible gunfire inside of a residence. Would your team enter that residence before police?
No, sir. We would stage, is what it's called,
Why?
for our safety and everybody's safety until the police get there. We don't,
Okay. So if I understand you, you'd wait for police officers to respond to the residence and make certain that it's safe for you to enter.
that's correct. They'll clear the residence, if you will, and they'll tell dispatch that we're clear to proceed in, type of thing.
So why didn't that happen in this case?
Well, once again, we were right on top of this thing. We got there really quick. We got there before the police did, and it came out as some type of medical urgent thing, of difficulty breathing or code or something like that for. And so we, get our gear and we proceed in. There wasn't any hazards that were coupled into the dispatch or anything like that.
All righty.
It just sounded like a normal emergency medical call.
So did you enter the residence?
I did.
And I'm going to ask you some questions about what you did while you were there, but at any point did you observe any kind of unusual or strong odor?
Yeah, as soon as I got up to the door, I was carrying boxes in my arms, and the first thing I noticed was the real pungent smell of chlorine or a bleach or something like that.
Then you entered the residence, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
I'm sorry, yes, we did.
All righty. And did all four of your team members enter the residence?
We did. So we were a little staggered. So the captain was first, and the lead paramedic. I was getting the gear, so I was actually behind everybody and followed them into the house.
All right. I'll have some photographs to show you in just a moment, but what do you recall you first saw when you entered did you go into the front door?
Yes.
Yeah. Other than the odor, visually, what did you observe?
When I walked in, well, first thing, the smell of bleach, it wasn't like immediately back out of this is a hazard type of thing. But it just, okay, somebody got carried away with bleach, and I was thinking that's probably the cause of the difficulty breathing. But as you enter a scene, it's just common that you scan around. You're looking for a type of patient on the ground or sitting somewhere having difficulty breathing is what I was looking for. So I stepped in and I just was scanning it was kind of if I remember right, it was kind of an open type floor plan, so you could see across the house and everything. But
did you see anyone standing up?
No.
And did you observe, first of all, in your 25 years, have you responded to possible homicide scenes?
Well, sure. Possible, if it's a possible, we're going to count it as it is, and that would put us into the staging and wait for the police to get there and clear it and all that.
Well, what I'm asking you, what I wanted to get to was, you have any experience seeing blood in a scene?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
And when you entered this residence, did you observe anything that at least appeared to you to be blood?
Yes.
And tell us about that.
Well, as you walk in, you're scanning. Once again, your first thought is you're looking for somebody medical need, so that's why we're there. But you just start picking up as you're scanning the environment that you're going into. First there's a smell of bleach, and second there's, I believe it was on the floor, possibly maybe on a little bit of a wall. But as you're scanning, you start seeing blood. But it went pretty quick, because right after I had all those thoughts and I was doing the scanning is when the lead of the group.
All righty. And then at some point, did you become aware that a young lady's body was laying on the floor?
Yeah, That's, so as we fanned in, the lead group went to the left, I went to the right. We're looking for somebody in need, and that's when I believe it was the captain that said, we've got somebody here.
Then what did you do?
I went in that direction, and we, the lead medic asked me to put the heart monitor on and run a strip is what we call it.
All righty. And what were the results of that?
It was asystole, so she was deceased.
Did you take note of her body temperature? And I don't mean the degree, but, or did one of you do that?
I'm sure they did. I mean, we're in there, and she was lying supine on her back, and to me, she was very pale.
Was there anything covering her face?
Her entire face, her whole cranium was wrapped in some type of towel or what looked to be like a flannel shirt or something, and it was soaked in blood, matted kind of thing.
Did you or any member of your crew proceed anywhere else in the home?
No.
So once, at some point then, based upon the device the heart monitor you employed, at least in your opinion, was she dead?
Yes.
At that point, what did the four of you do?
We immediately left. Since we got what's called the strip, we ran a paper strip of the asystole line. We immediately left and went back out the front door.
Once you observed blood, or what you thought might be blood in the residence, did you make an effort to avoid possibly interfering with any physical evidence that might be there?
Absolutely.
All in order, Vince. You're gonna mess it up.
Your Honor, if you'll give me just a moment,
Sure.
I need to.
And just a reminder, if you could just give me a heads up on any sensitive photos. Thank you.
All right, sir, I want to show you a couple of photographs that are in evidence. First would be Exhibit 127. Let me ask you to assume for me that this is a photograph taken on the 18th of February.
Okay.
Showing this, at least this area of the residence as it appeared when police entered. All right, sir?
Okay.
And that this has been, where I'm pointing here, has been identified as the front door.
Yes, sir.
So if you could explain to the jury, please, when you enter that door, you said you looked around. Where were you standing at that point?
More towards the steps that go down into that area. So I had three people ahead of me in that short little hallway right there. I was just entering, and I kind of veered to the right, and I was scanning that room.
All right.
For any need.
Did you walk down into that recessed area?
Yeah, as I can recall, I might have stepped on the first step or something.
All right.
So I could see around the corner.
Now, Exhibit 128. Again, assume for me that this the testimony has been that this photograph was taken on the 18th. Looking down that hallway after Ms. Feldman's body had been removed. All right, sir?
Okay.
Is that the hallway where your team entered?
Yes, sir.
And then did you come out the same way?
We did.
Okay. Excuse me. Do you recall the names of your team, last names?
Yes, I do.
Who was your captain?
Captain Vaughn.
All right. Yourself, of course. Who were the other two gentlemen?
The engineer driving the truck was Engineer Arrington, and then the lead medic sitting in the back with me was Dave Gonzalez.
So after your team exited the residence, did police arrive?
At some point, yeah, as we were.
Did you remain at the scene for a while?
We did, yeah.
Excuse me, did anyone take your picture?
Yeah, the police took our pictures and.
Did they pay particular attention to your footwear?
Yes, we had pictures taken of our feet, our boots.
I'm going to go through the Exhibit 583. And again, Urel, your last name, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that you?
That is.
Some 10 years ago.
Yeah, not quite as great, but yeah.
And are these photographs of the shoes you were wearing, including the soles?
Well, they are duty boots, so they look like the pictures they took of me.
Alrighty.
And was that all 583, or were the other pictures different numbers?
582 would be Mr. Arrington. 584. Let's see. Who's this?
I can't see the face.
Sorry.
According to the shirt, it's Dave. Yep, there's Dave.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Mr. Gonzalez.
Okay.
He was the lead paramedic.
All right. And I think I neglected to show you who is this?
Yes, that's Engineer Arrington.
And
That's Exhibit 582, Your Honor.
thank you.
Mr. Gonzalez was 584, and 583 was Mr. Murrell, 585. Who's that?
That's Captain Vaughn.
All right. My last question, I believe, would be, did you ever know an Ian Mitcham?
Did you say I am?
Yes.
No, sir.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. And cross-examination, Ms. Barco Penanuri, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Morrow.
Good morning.
After you exited the scene, you were interviewed by police, correct?
That's correct.
And you told the police that you had stepped into the sunken living room area after entering the home, correct?
I did.
And the reason you told the police about this is because you thought it was possible they might find your footprint in the house.
That's correct.
And the police did collect your boots to get footwear impressions, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
They also took photographs.
Yes, ma'am.
They also collected your DNA sample.
Yes, ma'am.
And over the course of your career, you've received some basic training in relating to crime scene awareness and preservation, correct?
Training, sure. Mostly it's just full cooperation with the police department, the fire department. They don't park on top of our hoses, and we be careful when we're on their scenes.
Understood. You never received any specific training relating to DNA transfer, correct?
No, ma'am. Not that I'm aware of.
One moment. And earlier you testified that you were in charge, I believe, of placing the heart monitor and leads on the victim. Did you have to touch her body in order to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No further questions.
Okay. Any redirect by the state?
No, Your Honor.
No. Does anyone from the jury have a question for this witness? And seeing none, may this witness be excused subject to recall.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
May we approach?
Yes, please approach. We come up to this podium and we'll get you sworn in.
Can you state and spell your name, please?
Nicole Nesselroad, NICOLE,
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
And I'll have you take a seat here in the witness stand. Thank you.
Okay, so if you could do me a favor and make sure that you talk as close to the microphone as possible so everyone can hear you.
Okay.
Okay. Can you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Hi, my name is Nicole Nesselroad.
Are you nervous?
Very.
Okay. All right. Have you ever testified before?
No.
Let's just get a little background information out of the way. Hopefully that will help you relax a little bit. First of all, are you a native of Arizona?
I am.
Where have you spent most of your life?
In Scottsdale.
Have you lived within the same general area most of your life?
Correct.
When we're talking about this particular area, were you living in that area back in February of 2015?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is it your understanding as to why you are here? Because back in March of 2015, you had contact with the Scottsdale Police Department regarding an event that had happened in your neighborhood back on February 17th of 2015.
Yes.
What is your understanding, Nicole, of how police initially got your name?
From my understanding, I have a girlfriend that lives 5 doors east of my residence. And after this incident occurred, I spoke with her about what was going on in the neighborhood. And I said, well, I had heard screaming that evening. So from my understanding, a member of her family had went and contacted the police.
Okay. Now, when we're talking about an incident, had it come to your attention at some point that there had been a possible homicide in your neighborhood?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that someone who was in her family had some type of contact with the police, and that's how you believe the police got your name. Is that, if I'm understanding correctly?
Yes.
And as a result of that person sharing that information with the police department, on March 5th of 2015, did a detective come by your house to speak with you?
Yes.
During that contact that you had with that detective, on that particular occasion, did you talk to him about everything that you had remembered from February 17th of 2015?
Yes.
Now, before I ask you to tell the jury about what you recall from that particular night, I would like to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 587, and Judge, the parties have stipulated to the admission of this exhibit.
Okay, is that correct? No objection? It's ordered admitting Exhibit 587 into evidence.
Okay, so I'm going to put Okay. So 587, can you see that in front of you, Nicole?
Yes.
What do you recognize this to be?
My neighborhood. My home is circled. And then the other house that's circled is where there was a murder that took place.
Okay, let's start with your home. At the time, and this is back on February 17th of 2015, were you living at 8431 East Earl?
Yes.
In terms of the photograph, because there's no way for you to really point, could you explain to the jury, is that the home that is circled on the bottom of the photograph or towards the top of the photograph?
The top.
Let me flip this around. Actually, it's probably better that I do it this way. Would that now make it the bottom photograph, or the bottom circle, excuse me?
Correct.
And then you mentioned that the other home that is circled is the house where you learned that the homicide had occurred?
Correct.
Were you familiar with this house before the event?
No.
Do you know the woman who lived in that home, Allison Feldman?
No.
We have this exhibit up here, and you've indicated which homes are which. So I want to talk to you about how close, I don't know sometimes if we can really tell from a map, how close are the two homes to one another? If you can use your best estimate.
50 to 100 yards? I don't know.
Okay. Is it just a few streets away?
Yes.
Okay. And the home where the homicide occurred, would you agree, based on where you live at house is, that that home is northeast of your home?
Correct.
Now that we've established where you live and where Ms. Feldman lived, I would like you to tell the jury everything that you remember about the night of February 17th, 2015.
I remember I had just finished watching a show. I took my dog out to the patio to take him out, and shortly after, I heard a woman or child scream for roughly a minute or two. It was like an intermittent scream.
Okay. Let me break some of that down for you. So When you say that you took your dog out, where specifically did you take the dog out to?
I was on my patio.
At the time, were you living with anybody else?
Yes.
Was that person home?
Inside, yes.
Okay. Was there only one other person in the home with you?
No.
Okay. How many people do you remember?
3.
3. Were you the only one out on the patio with the dog that night?
Correct.
And so you said that you took your dog out. You had been watching a TV show. Do you remember what you were watching?
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall what time it was when you went outside?
It was around 9:30.
As you sit here today, do you remember why 9:30 stands out in your mind?
No.
Okay. But that's what you had communicated to the police?
Correct.
You mentioned that you had heard screaming like a woman or a child. And that it had happened for approximately 1 or 2 minutes.
Correct.
Can you describe in a little more detail for us what stood out to you about this screaming?
The duration of the scream, I guess, is it was just longer than I had heard in the neighborhood prior.
Okay. And what, in your mind, made you believe that it was either a woman or a child?
The pitch of the scream.
When you talk about the screaming lasting 1 or 2 minutes, was it something that was continuous, intermittent, something else?
It was intermittent.
I want to move a little bit further in what you remember about the night. When you were hearing the screaming, could you tell, based on where you were at your home, the direction that it was coming from?
It was coming from the east.
Now, I think you've mentioned before in interviews with police, as well as when we all had an interview with you that included the defense, that there is a park in your neighborhood.
Correct.
What's the name of that park?
Pima Park.
Is that park pictured in the map?
No, it is not.
We established that your home is the home circled at bottom left corner of the map. Can you tell us where in relation to your home the park is?
It would be east of my home.
You mentioned that this screaming was different than screams you had heard before. So could you give us a little context, since we don't live in your neighborhood, what you mean by that when you say screams you have heard before?
Just children's screaming as they were maybe accessing the park. So going up and down the streets to access the park, you may hear kids screaming out as they're on their way to the park.
Okay. And in your mind, was the screaming that you heard the night of February 17th different from screaming that you had heard previously in the neighborhood?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned intermittent screaming. At any point, were you able to hear any words being yelled or said?
No.
And you said that this screaming stood out in your mind because of the duration, and it had not been like anything you had heard before. Is there anything else about that screaming that stood out to you?
Not that I recall.
Do you recall any type of other noises from that particular night other than the screaming?
No.
One question I have for you is it fair to say the first time that you talked with the police, I think we established was March 5th of 2015. You would agree that that was some time ago?
Correct.
Fair to say your memory would have been better back then in 2015 when you spoke with them than it is today?
Correct.
If you could explain to the jury, Nicole, you mentioned that your homes are roughly a few streets away, and that you routinely will hear noises through the neighborhood. Can you tell us about sound throughout your neighborhood?
I mean, like I mentioned, you can hear kids coming to and from the park. My parents also resided in the neighborhood, and you could hear noise from the ball fields, which was a half mile away. So noise seems to just carry very well within the neighborhood.
One question I have about your home, Nicole, is on the bottom left-hand corner, your home is circled. Where on this picture is your back patio? Is it towards Earl or towards, I think it's 85th?
85th Street. So
Okay.
It's on the southeast of my home.
Okay. After you spoke with a detective back on March 5th of 2015, did you then receive a follow-up call from that same detective back on November 8th of 2019?
I don't recall the date, but I do remember speaking to him on the phone.
Okay, and that was some years later?
Yes.
And if I told you Detective Heinzelman, does that sound familiar to you?
Yes.
And I think he reached out to you to confirm with you some of the information that you had provided back on March 5th of 2015. Is that fair?
Yes.
During that conversation with Detective Heinzelman, was there anything else since you had spoken to him the last time on March 5th of 2015 that you had remembered when you spoke to him a few years later?
No.
When you spoke to Detective Heinzelman on March 5th and then again in November of 2019, did you tell him everything that you remembered about what you had heard?
Yes.
I think when I first asked you a question, you mentioned that you had spent most of your formative years or most of your life living in the Scottsdale area. Is that correct?
Correct.
Within your neighborhood, did you know many of the people living in the neighborhood?
Wouldn't say many, but I know a few people that live within the neighborhood.
Okay. Are those folks that live a little bit closer to you that you know because of proximity, or do you, just because you've kind of grown up in that area, know people here and there throughout?
Yeah, just from growing up in the neighborhood, just know people throughout.
Okay. And so you've spent roughly how many years in this general area?
40 years.
So pretty familiar with this area?
Correct.
Ever encounter anyone in your neighborhood by the name of James Castellamidis?
No.
If I could just have a moment, Jeff.
You may.
Thank you, Nicole. I don't think I have any other questions.
Thank you.
Do you want me to leave this up, Martha? Okay.
All right. Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Nicole. You didn't call 911 to report the scream you heard to police, correct?
I did not.
And that was because at the time you weren't exactly sure where that scream was coming from.
Correct.
And you thought it could possibly be kids from the park.
Correct.
But as you testified, you did talk to one of your friends about what you heard.
Correct.
And the only reason the police became aware of this is because that information was relayed to them through that friend of yours, correct?
Correct.
And that was reported to the police the day following the homicide. Would you agree?
From my knowledge, yes.
But you weren't contacted by law enforcement on February 18th, correct?
I don't recall.
You were contacted, earlier you testified you were contacted sometime in March 5th?
I don't recall. I don't.
It's been a while, but do you have any reason to dispute if that's what the date that's indicated in the police report,
No.
as March 5th being the day they contacted you?
No.
Okay. And that would have been a few weeks after the homicide if you talked to the police the first time on March 5th?
It would be.
Okay. And you testified, Nicole, that you lived in this area for many years. You grew up in this area, correct?
Correct.
And your backyard backs up to an alley?
Correct.
And that alley is used for trash pickup, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall what the trash pickup schedule was back in 2015?
No.
Over the years, you saw trash pickers come through these alleys, correct?
Correct.
It's not unusual to see someone passing through these alleys looking for scrap or discarded items?
No.
One moment. No other questions, thank you.
And redirect by the state.
Briefly. Nicole, I think you told police as well as us right now that at some point when you first heard the scream, you thought it possibly could be kids.
Correct.
And you had mentioned that you had heard kids screaming on their way to the park just as a daily, not necessarily a daily thing, but normal course because you live somewhat near a park in your neighborhood.
Correct.
What I think she mentioned is this seemed to be different.
Correct.
And I think you told us that the pitch caught your attention. Is that accurate? The duration?
Yes.
The fact that it was intermittent?
Yes.
Was it unusual for a Tuesday night in your neighborhood?
Yes.
And while unusual, is it fair to say you really weren't sure of what you were hearing?
Correct.
Other than you heard the screaming, but you had no context for it. Is that fair?
Correct.
After you had learned about the fact that a homicide had occurred in your neighborhood, did it make you wonder about what you had heard the night before?
Correct.
Is that why you communicated that to your friends and neighbors in the area?
Yes.
I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
Okay. And does anyone from the jury have a question for this witness? And seeing none, may this witness be excused subject to recall. You may step down. Thank you.
Do you want me to get here?
state may call their next witness.
Give me just a minute.
Sure.
Call Smith.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'll have you come up to this podium right here, and we will have you sworn in.
Can you state your spelling name for the court, please?
Amber Metz, AMBERMETZ.
Please raise your right hand. Do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
And ma'am, I'll have you come up here to the witness box, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Could you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Yeah. My name is Amber Metz. I am a crime scene supervisor for the Scottsdale Police Crime Scene Unit, and I have been there since 2008.
Okay. How do you spell your last name?
METZ.
And can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All righty. My voice drops on occasion. If you don't understand my question, just let me know.
Okay.
Let's take you through number one, I'm going to ask you some questions about your career with Scottsdale, your training experience, education, etc. You say you started in 2008?
That is correct.
And what had you done before that?
Prior to that, I was in college and grad school.
All righty. What did you go to school?
For my undergraduate, I went to Oklahoma State University, and for my graduate, I went to University of Central Oklahoma.
And what degrees, if any, did you earn?
My undergraduate degree is in zoology with a minor in sociology, and my master's of science is in forensic science technical investigations.
So was your first professional job with Scottsdale?
Prior to getting with Scottsdale, I actually worked with a retail company, and I caught shoplifters.
All righty. And then in 2008, you went to work for Scottsdale, correct?
That is correct.
And tell us about your career. So where did you start? What did you start doing? How did you advance? What sort of training, etc.?
Yes, so I had 4.5 months on the job training. That was everything of learning how to use the camera, learning how to fingerprint, taking notes, documentation, evidence collection, learning the policies and procedures. After I was released from my training, then I moved on to just being a crime scene specialist. I held that position until I was promoted to supervisor in 2023.
All right. So in 2015, what was your job?
A crime scene specialist.
And I want to take you back to around February the 19th of 2015. Did you become involved in the investigation into the murder of Allison Feldman?
I did.
And assume for me that testimony is her body was discovered on the 18th. Did you go to the scene on the 18th?
No, I did not.
What was the first day that you went to the scene?
The 19th.
And on the 19th, do you recall, and I don't have it in front of you, but if I can show you a copy of your report if it might refresh your recollection, but do you remember what time you would have arrived at the scene on Monterey Way?
Possibly around 9 o'clock, but I can't remember the exacts.
Was it during the daytime?
Yes, it was.
And so, did you have an understanding before you went to the scene as to what you were going to be doing that day?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
I would be going in and assisting where the crime scene specialist had left off from previous.
All right. Who did you speak to, if anybody, when you arrived at the scene?
One of my main contacts was Detective Lockerbie.
And what, if anything, did he ask you to do?
He asked me to speak with CSS Palma because I would be going around with her documenting certain things within the scene.
Okay. And did you say CSS Palma?
Yes, that's correct.
Palma, I think. Thank you. So when had you had that kind of an assignment before? Documenting.
Oh, yes, I have.
I just want these folks to understand, if you're asked to do that at a scene, what is it that you do?
For documentation, we will walk around, we will make visual observations, and we'll take notes on our clipboard and our note papers and stuff.
If you're assigned to do documentation, does that include taking possession of evidence, marking evidence, that sort of thing?
No, it does not.
And if you're documenting, are you taking photographs?
No, I am not.
So if I understand you correctly, CSS Palma, was she taking photographs?
She was.
Right. Now, does the Scottsdale Crime Laboratory have protocols for what you are to wear when you enter a scene?
Yes, I do.
And tell us about that. What protocols, if any, existed in 2015?
In 2015, for major crimes related things, we would wear latex gloves, booties, and a Tyvek suit.
Okay. As here today, some 10 years later, do you remember specifically what you were wearing on the 19th?
I don't remember exactly, but I would have followed policy. I would have been wearing exactly what the other people in the crime scene were wearing. So latex gloves, booties, and a Tyvek suit.
Did you collect any evidence that day?
No, I did not.
Did you, to your knowledge, touch any potential evidence that day?
No.
But you're taking notes, correct?
That's correct.
I want to ask you about I'll call it a garage. Some people have referred to it as a carport with a garage door. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do.
Did you enter that garage area?
Yes, I did.
And what did you document as to what you saw and what Ms. Palma photographed?
Along the south wall, there were some cabinets, and inside one of the cabinets, there was a gallon jug of liquid chlorinazole and a liquid jug of muriatic acid.
And if you can recall, were they full? Was there just a small amount, if you remember?
I believe that I documented that it was possibly about a quarter full.
So, again, you're documenting you didn't take them, right?
That is correct.
Did you mark them to identify them as a particular item?
They had already been previously marked.
Let me ask you if you recall the liquid chlorinizer. Do you recall that jug was marked as PM8?
I do.
And the muriatic acid, PM9?
That's correct.
On the outside of the garage area, in the gravel, did you notice a hat?
Yes, I did.
Was that a University of Arizona Wildcat logo on that hat?
It was.
But again, if I understand you correctly, you didn't collect the hat.
That is correct.
Did you enter into the backyard?
I did.
I want to direct your attention to, well, first of all, did you observe a swimming pool in the backyard?
Yes, I did.
And did you observe anything that caught your attention in the pool?
I was told that there was a piece of carpet or rug material in the pool.
Okay. Do you recall seeing it?
I do.
And so I understand correctly, was it in the water when you saw it?
That is correct. It was in the water.
Could you observe anything about it through the water?
Yes, it was the bottom side was actually upward, so it was facing towards the top, and there was potentially what I could see of a reddish brown stain on it.
Was that rug removed from the pool and laid on the cool deck?
Yes, it was.
Showing you what's been received in evidence as Exhibit 94. Is this what you saw that day?
Yes, it is.
And by that, what you saw the rug after it had been removed from the pool?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, I'm going to kind of jump ahead for just a second, okay? Did you return to the scene on the 20th of February?
Yes, I did.
And when you returned on the 20th of February, did you actually impound those 2 bottles that you've previously told us about?
I did not actually impound them. I removed them from the scene. I was going to impound them, but I was directed to bring them back.
Okay. So you collected them, but then someone else wound up impounding them.
I don't know if somebody impounded them. I just had to bring them back to the scene.
All righty. In the living room, well, inside the house, did you enter the house?
Yes.
And on the couch, did you observe any sort of electronic equipment?
Yes, I did.
And what was?
A laptop.
All right. And what was done with that, if you know?
I documented that it was turned over to a detective on scene.
Now, let me take you back to the 20th of February. Did you arrive at that scene around 8 a.m.?
Yes, I did.
And that scene, by that I mean 8526 East Monterey Way.
That is correct.
Counsel, can you see her? Am I in your way?
I'm good.
All right. So while you were there on the 20th, were you asked to swab some areas of potential physical evidence?
Yes, I was.
And let me focus first. Do you recall that there was an Arcadia door leading into the backyard?
Yes, I do.
So tell us, please, what you recall about, not only was there a door, was there also a screen door?
There was.
And what do you recall about the appearance of the doorway, screen door?
I don't know what the appearance would be on it.
Well, in terms of potential physical evidence.
Well, I processed it first, and then there were areas that don't have ridge detail, and then I swabbed those areas.
Okay, so the first thing you did was processed for potential latent prints.
That is correct.
And explain to us, someone might not know what that is. First of all, if I use the term latent print, what does that mean to you?
Latent means hidden.
And so, for example, if I touch this table here in front of me, I might leave a print?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. Would I always leave a print?
No.
Why not?
It depends on how much oils and secretion you have and when you touch certain surfaces.
Could it also have to do with the nature of the surface that I have touched?
That is correct, yes.
In terms of, let's assume that you find a latent print and you lift it. Are you able to tell us how long it's been there, for example?
No.
So how did you go about processing the Arcadia door, screen door, for latent prints?
For this day, I used a brand new sterile brush and I removed it out of the packaging. I had a weigh boat, which is like a four-sided little plastic container. I scooped out black powder into the weigh boat, and I used the brand new brush, dipped it into the powder, and then we kind of twirl it onto the different surfaces to see if any develops with ridge detail.
And so from time to time, would you change brushes?
Yes.
And why would you do that?
For this type of scene, we were directed, and with policy, we would change brushes.
But why? Why would it?
We do not want to contaminate and move something from one side to the other.
And the brushes that you used, the Waymo, how do you spell that?
Wayboat.
Wayboat.
Weight.
And are saved by you?
Yes, they are.
Now, when you, let's say on the patio door, the actual sliding door, or the frame or the window, you found did you find some latent prints?
I did.
And so how do you go about preserving those prints?
I use latent lift tape, and I placed it onto the areas where I saw any ridge detail. The lift will adhere to the tape, and then I place the piece of tape onto a back of a latent lift card.
And when you say ridge detail, explain what you mean.
Ridge detail is like what you see for your fingerprints. So if you actually look at your hands, you will see that the little lines, loops, swirls, that is what the ridge details will show up as.
Your Honor, we have an agreement stipulation to the introduction of Exhibit 578.
And is that correct? No objection?
No objection.
It's ordered admitting Exhibit 578 into evidence.
So if we had one of those lift cards, what size are they?
Probably about 3 inches by 4 inches. I can't recall.
Okay.
They fit in our pocket.
All right. And you said that you would lift the latent using the magnetic tape, correct?
Latent lift tape.
Latent lift tape, sorry. That goes on the card.
That is correct.
On one side, correct?
Correct.
What goes on the other?
Information about the case, date, our initials and badge number, the address for where it was. We also draw a sketch, and we also describe of where the latent lift area was.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may. You have continuing permission.
Thank you. I'm going to show you Exhibit 578 up close. It's, for the record, it consists of 2 pages. Does that look familiar to you?
That does.
Would this basically be a Xerox copy of the back of the cards that you utilized that day?
Yes, I would.
Where are the original cards?
They are stored in the latent area.
Of the lab?
Correct.
So let me show you 578. There it is. All right, so looking at what would be the upper right-hand corner, tell us what we're seeing.
That up there is card 4 of 7, and their information about the crime, the date, the case number, the address, the location of where the fingerprint lifts were taken from, my initials and badge number, the number of the card, and then a sketch below.
Right, so I'm somewhat out of order, I suppose. So if we look here, it says sliding door, and it's kind of hard to read. looks like INT to me, but
That is an abbreviation for interior.
meaning this particular latent print was on the inside of the Arcadia door.
That is correct.
And see where my finger's pointing?
Yes.
Tell me what we're seeing here. I see an X.
The X signifies where I had placed my latent lift tape and what is on the other side of the card, the latent lift tape.
What's this little, what's this?
That is probably the handle or the locking mechanism. I am not a good artist.
Alrighty. Let me show you Exhibit 91, which is in evidence. And I'm going to try to focus on that door. Where my finger is pointing, as everybody can see, I chew my nails on occasion. Sorry about that. Would you say that would be the door handle that you were attempting to diagram?
Yes, it would.
Now, and again, when you're doing this job, are you wearing gloves?
I am.
We started with 4. Let me go to number 5. In number 5, we see an X, correct?
Yes.
Again, this appears to have been on the interior of the sliding door, correct?
Correct.
Number 1 of 7. Again, we see an X. Sliding door, I see EXT. Does that indicate that this particular latent near the door handle was on the outside glass?
Yes.
Number 2 of 7. Again, on the outside of the door?
Correct.
And would you say 1 was more towards the top of the handle area, and number 2 appears to be more towards the bottom, correct?
Correct.
3, again on the exterior glass of the door?
Correct.
And you marked X for its location?
Yes, I did.
Let's look at number 6. Number 6. The X is located where on the screen door?
That would be around the frame.
Of the screen door?
That is correct.
Yeah, but somewhat above the handle, correct?
Correct.
Number 7, and the interior, in other words, as we're in the house looking out.
That's correct.
And number 7 of 7, same frame of the screen door?
Correct.
But lower down below the handle?
Yes.
And for the record, that was exhibit...
Sorry, 578.
Thank you.
mentioned earlier that if I understood you correctly, you first processed the doors for latents.
Correct.
And then what else did you do in relationship to those doors?
There were areas that appeared to be smear, possibly palm or hand. They didn't hold any rich detail. I was directed to swap those areas, and I also was directed to swap the handles.
And did you do that?
I did.
So let's talk about the do you recall just describing an apparent hand swipe?
Yes, I do.
And so why would you use that terminology?
It appeared to be of a hand that had swiped across something. It looked something like part of the palm or the hand area.
But there wasn't rich detail, you say?
Correct.
So let's go through. First of all, did you swim an area of an apparent hand swipe on the exterior north pane in the center of the sliding glass door?
I did.
Now, if I see in your report B1416-2, what would that mean?
That would be my impound number. I assigned it.
Right. The number 1416 refers to what?
The B1416 refers to my batch number.
And the 2 would be?
The sequence of my impounds.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, there was an apparent hand swipe on the exterior glass of the door, correct?
Correct.
That you swabbed. There was there an apparent palm swipe on that same exterior pane of the Arcadia sliding door?
There was.
And would that have been, would you have marked that as number 3?
But based on the order, yes, probably.
I have a copy of your report here. Would it help refresh your recollection to look at the report?
It would.
All right.
Exhibit 30 is still up there.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Okay, there's an exhibit up here. I didn't realize that was still there. Exhibit.
Don't have anything.
Oh, it's been removed.
It's over there, Aaron, on the ground. Last box, all the way in the back. On the ground. Last box.
Oops. Now, if you'll give me just a moment, let me refer you to, you familiar with Bate stamp numbers?
Yes.
If you could refer to Bate stamp number 000512. 8816.
And I'm allowed to open it up into that one?
Yes, ma'am. Got it?
Yes.
This particular document is a copy of one of your reports,
That is correct.
and it's dated what?
February 20th, 2015.
And in this particular report, would you have documented the apparent hand swipes, palm swipes, etc., on the door and or the door handle?
Yes, I would.
And so what was number 3? Where did that come from?
That was on the exterior north pane of the Arcadia sliding glass door.
Okay. Near the handle?
Sorry, near the handle.
And what about number 4?
It was the exterior Arcadia door handle.
And number 5?
It was the interior Arcadia door handle.
Number 6?
An apparent palm swipe on the interior north pane of the Arcadia door near the handle.
And number 7?
The exterior and interior screen door handles.
Now, when you told us that you swabbed these areas, can you describe the process?
For the process of swabbing, I have 2 sealed swabs. I open up the swab from the first one. There is, it's like a cotton ball Q-tip on a long stick. It has a plastic container up above it. I pop open the container, slide the stick upward. I add a drop of deionized water to it. Then I will swab the surface area, twirling the swab, making sure that all areas are touched with it. Once one has been completed, I put the swab back down inside the plastic capsule, close it back up, and I proceed to open up the other swab and do the same steps, and then I swab that same area as a dry sample.
All right. And then what do you do with, so then how are those swabs packaged?
They were marked wet and dry, and they were put back into the respective, the envelope prior held them, and then those get put into another envelope for us to transport them back to the office.
And now, during this process, do you change gloves?
Yes, I do.
Between each swabbing?
Yes.
Let me take you to the, did you go to the guest bathroom?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall what you swabbed in the guest bathroom?
The faucet and handles for the sink.
And did you label that number 1?
Yes, I did.
Was there a liquid soap bottle there?
There was.
And did you mark it yourself?
No, I did not.
Had it been marked?
Yes, it had.
What, PM 32?
That is correct.
Did you do something with the bottle?
I collected it and I impounded it.
Okay. So you didn't yourself personally swab the bottle?
No.
Now, was there on this particular day, were you working with with forensic scientist Smaltz.
Yes, I was.
And did she ask you to run a test on an area in the living room?
Yes, she did.
And where was this area in the living room, if you recall?
The information I documented was on the west side of the living room.
And was it on an item? Was it on the floor?
I didn't document that. It was an area that she directed me to perform my test that she was chemically processing.
All right, so she had performed a chemical test.
Yes.
So would she be the one to ask about what she did in terms of the chemical test?
For her chemical test, yes.
Now, what, if anything, did you do in the area where Ms. Smaltz had performed some chemical testing?
I conducted a Castlemeyer presumptive test.
Which is what?
It is a presumptive test to identify blood.
And how do you go about doing that?
For the Castlemeyer test, we will look at our stock solution, make sure that it's not turned pink, because that means it oxidized. So we'll look at the Castlemeyer, make sure that it's a clear sample. We will conduct a negative test, and we'll conduct a positive test. The negative test is opening up the swab, putting on the chemicals in the order, and then showing that it has no color change. And for the positive swab or positive test, we would swab it against a known blood sample. We would again perform the chemical order and what it is, and then it'll turn a pink shade.
Well, when you say known blood sample, do you mean it appeared to maybe blood? Is that why you're doing a presumptive test?
For the area that I performed the KM, yes.
All right. And what was the result?
Positive results.
This particular area that you swabbed, did you identify them at B1416-14?
Yes, I did.
All right. And again, I think I asked you this, and I think you've already told us, the paintbrushes, Weibo that you utilized when you were processing for latents, those were all impounded at the lab.
That is correct.
Show you Exhibit 116, which is an evidence. Assume for me that this is that Arcadia door, leading into the back door. Do you remember the red staining that we see here?
I don't remember exactly.
I want to take you to now the 21st of February 2015. Did you return to the scene there on Monterey Way on that date?
Yes, I did.
And what do you recall doing?
On that day, I photographed the scene while the person I was working with, she was evidence collecting.
Was there a particular item that was collected, evidence item?
Yes, I collected a fingernail.
So looking at, we have a stipulation to the introduction of Exhibit 588, Your Honor.
Okay, just confirming no objection.
No objection.
It's ordered admitting Exhibit 588 into evidence.
So what are we looking at here, ma'am?
That is my photo placard.
Looks like it's dated 21st of February, 2015. Would that be correct?
Correct.
And the 0940, will that be 9:40 in the morning?
Correct.
Which would indicate what?
When I began taking my photographs.
And you did say you were taking photographs that morning, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'm showing counsel exhibits 592, 593, 596. And I'll apologize in advance. There might be a duplicate here. If there is at some point, I'll make sure that we remove the duplicates.
Okay.
It's fine. Just let me write it down. Right. Let me just look at what crowd. 67. Okay.
And no objection?
No objection.
It's ordered admitting Exhibits 592, 593, and 596 into evidence.
I'm showing you exhibit, well, first of all, were you asked to take some photographs of a potential item of evidence on the floor in the house?
Yes, I was.
And what was your understanding of what this item might be?
There were two items that I photographed on the floor.
Was there a fingernail?
There was.
And do you recall where it was located?
In the kitchen underneath the table.
So showing you exhibit 592. Is this the kitchen table that you're speaking about?
I am.
Would you agree with me? It's, well, are you able to see the fingernail in this photograph?
I am not.
But you took, so why did you take this picture?
A detective on scene had shown me the piece of evidence. I couldn't locate it until they pointed it out to me, and they directed me to photograph it.
Exhibit 593. Is that the same table?
Correct.
And now we see a placard 67, correct?
Correct.
What is at that location?
The broken fingernail.
596. Again, at the bottom of the placard 67, can you see that fingernail?
I can.
Now, did you collect it?
Yes.
And was it impounded?
Yes, it was.
You mentioned a moment ago that you photographed 2 items on the floor. Before I get to that, well, let me go ahead and get to that. The second item on the floor, what was that?
It was a broken beer bottle.
Now, were you present when it was found?
I don't recall if I was actually present when it was found. I just know that I was directed to take a picture of it after it had been found.
Okay, so how did that come about?
The couch had been lifted upward. We were in the process of removing it, and the broken beer bottle was found underneath the couch.
We have a stipulation to the introduction of exhibits 594 and 595.
Any objection?
No.
It's ordered admitting 594 and 595 into evidence.
Let me show you 594. What are we looking at here?
That is in the living room, and the couch had been lifted upward.
$595. There is a. Is this the same area?
That is the same area.
What is the yellow placard?
That is indicating the direction of north.
And it's a little fuzzy here, but can you see that item next to the north indication placard?
Yes.
And it was was it the top of a broken beer bottle?
It was.
Was there a cap on it?
Yes, there was.
And did you yourself impound that broken nail?
The broken fingernail?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
Were you working with CSS Hans that day?
I was.
And were the two of you assisting in packaging items to take back to the lab?
Yes, we were.
Furniture items, more specifically.
Correct.
And did you assist with that?
I did.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Okay. Would you like to approach?
Part I'm going to talk. I want to talk to you about what you did in this case over the period of 3 years, okay?
Okay.
First part I'm going to talk to you about is in 2015, some of the things that Mr. Imbordino talked to you about, okay?
Okay.
You should have exhibit number 30 in front of you, which is a large binder. Do you still have that?
Yes.
In that binder, you have some reports that you wrote.
Correct.
If you need to refer to those, please let me know, okay?
Okay.
When you were called out to the scene in 2015, you had several different roles, correct?
Correct.
You were the crime scene specialist, which entailed 3 different kind of roles.
Yes.
The first was to document the scene, correct?
Correct.
The second would be the collection of items, correct?
Correct.
And that would include the packaging and impounding, correct?
Correct.
Then you also took photographs, correct?
Correct.
And also latent print collection, correct?
Correct.
And that could be fingerprint.
Yes.
It could be footprints.
Correct.
It could be palm prints.
Correct.
It could be the toes.
Correct.
And the balls of, or the rest of the foot, correct?
Correct.
So you told us earlier that you came to the house on the 19th of February, correct?
Yes.
And you got there around 9 o'clock in the morning.
I believe so, yes.
And Detective Lockerbie was there.
Correct.
And you made contact with him.
Yes.
And he talked to you about what had occurred in the investigation the preceding night.
Yes.
He asked you to do a couple of tasks.
Correct.
And that first one was going into that garage.
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 71. It's a placard. It's been admitted into evidence. It's a placard. Mr. Imbordino said some people call it the carport, some people call it the garage. This placard says carport, correct?
Correct.
And inside that carport was an Explorer, correct? I'm showing you it's marked as exhibit 72.
Correct.
And also inside that carport was a cabinet, as you described, correct?
Correct.
And that was in the south part of the garage?
That is correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 73. Is that, hold on. Is that the cabinet we're talking about earlier today?
Yes.
It's a small storage room, correct?
Correct.
And you can see there was a doorknob,
Yes.
and there was a latch type swing lock on the top, correct?
Correct.
You did not note any spray or anything on the front of that door, correct?
I did not note anything.
If there were some spray, you would have noted that, correct?
Correct.
I want to go inside. You opened that door, right?
I don't know if I opened the door.
You looked inside.
That is correct.
I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 74. And that's been admitted as evidence as well. Is that the inside of that storage cabinet?
Yes.
And inside that storage cabinet, there's a PM8, correct?
Correct.
And that was one of the things that you were directed to look at
Correct.
and document that.
Yes.
And that PM8 is the liquid chlorinizer, correct?
Yes.
And we can see from the photograph that it's about a quarter full. Is that correct?
Correct.
And inside that storage closet, there are also some boxes, correct?
Correct.
You collect any of those boxes?
No, I did not.
Okay, I'm going to show it's marked as exhibit number 75. Is that a close-up of that liquid chlorinizer?
Yes, it is.
And then right next to it, there's a photo marker 8, correct?
Correct.
And below that is the Mediform, correct?
Correct.
And that's one of the boxes that you actually documented in report, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's marked as exhibit number 76. Is that a close-up of that liquid chlorinizer?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to show you what's marked as exhibit number 77. Is that the floor of that cabinet?
Yes, it is.
All right. And on that floor, I see a photo marker number 9. Is that what you see?
Yes, I do.
And that is the next to the muriatic acid. Is that correct?
Correct.
The muriatic acid is actually the little gallon milk jug looking thing to the directly on top of it, so to speak.
Yes.
And then there's a cart, correct, like a little basket.
Yes.
And then there's some bags in the
Correct.
front. And this is where the door is, right over towards the front and to your left.
Yes.
I'll show you what's marked as exhibit number 78. Is that a close-up of that muriatic acid?
Yes, it is.
And then there's some household items in there, is that right?
Yes.
Now, inside of that door, there were some medical supplies blocking the way to get into that cabinet, correct?
Correct.
And so you documented all those things that we just talked about, correct?
Correct.
And then you left that area, correct?
Yes.
And you were asked to go outside.
Yes.
And the first thing that you were asked to do, and I think Mr. Imbordino talked about it, showing you it's marked as Exhibit 79, is to document PM10, correct?
Correct.
And that's the hat that we talked about earlier today.
Yes.
After that, you went to the pool, or the backyard, excuse me.
Yes.
And in the backyard was the pool, correct?
Correct.
And you were directed towards the rug in the pool, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked to document that, correct?
Correct.
Now that, I'm going to show you what's marked as PM80. Is that the rug that you were directed towards?
Yes, it was.
And you told us earlier that it was taken out of the pool, correct?
Correct.
You were not the person who had to go inside the pool and get it out, correct?
Correct.
It was fished out somehow.
Somehow, yes.
You were not the person, for lack of a better term, fishing it out?
I was not.
And it was placed on the pool deck with the fiber side down, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked to document that.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 14. Is this the carpet that you were, hold on. Is this, I'll go on the other side. I'm showing you what's marked as exhibit number 14. Is this the carpet that you were asked to document?
Yes.
And you said it was placed down with the fiber side down, so the back side up. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you were able to document some staining on the back of the carpet. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that is in the part of the bag, nearest to the initials. Is that correct? Can you see that?
I do. Yes, that's
Let me
correct.
put that up here. This is exhibit number 14. I don't think it fits, but can you see the staining up there?
Yes, I can.
Is that what you were talking about?
Yes.
And that was designated as photo marker 11, correct?
Correct.
I want to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 94. Are those the stains we were just talking about?
Yes.
And that, for the record, is the carpet placed down on the pool deck with the fiber side down, correct?
Correct.
My slides are out of order. Just 1 sec. I'm going to show you what's marked as exhibit number 221. First, I'd like to take you into the living room, okay? You were asked or directed to go into the living room next, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked to document the computer that was on the couch, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's marked as exhibit number 221. Do you see the exhibit number 221? Is that the computer you were asked to document?
Yes, it was.
And there was an extension cord that was also on the couch, correct?
Correct.
And another cord connected to it looks like an Apple Cube charger, correct?
Correct.
And you did not collect, or excuse me, impound that computer, correct?
Correct.
You collected it and turned it over to a detective on the scene, correct?
I don't recall if I took it in my possession. I just documented that, or I can remember that I documented, I turned it over to, or it was turned over to a detective.
Thank you. Also on the couch, on top of the computer, there appears to be a remote control. Is that correct?
Correct.
And there were some throw pillows that have like circular pattern on them. Is that correct?
Correct.
And those were on both sides of the couch?
Yes.
And the couch was pushed against that glass table. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you weren't the one taking photographs of this, correct?
Correct.
This is Kat Palma, correct?
Yes.
want to talk to you about what you did on the 20th at the house, okay?
Okay.
Again, you came in and talked to Detective Lockerbie, correct?
Yes.
And you were asked to collect PM 8 and 9, is that correct?
That is correct.
And so you took those 2 jugs and you brought them out to your van.
Correct.
But then you were told to bring them back, correct?
Correct.
And you gave them to Mark Carpenter, is that correct?
Correct.
So you did not impound those.
That is correct.
You were then asked to do a Castlemeyer test, correct?
Yes.
And that was in the living room, correct?
Yes.
And there was another person there whose name was Lisa Smalls, is that right?
Yes.
And she's part of the forensic scientist group, correct?
Correct.
And she was processing the scene, and she asked you to do this Castlemeyer test, which you explained to us was a presumptive for blood, correct?
Correct.
And you did that test.
Yes, I did.
And that tells you that it's presumptive, which means what?
It is a possibility. Well, presumptive is it's saying that it's a possibility that it is blood.
Another test would have to be done to confirm it's blood, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you did not do that, correct?
Correct.
We talked a long while that you were asked to go process the sliding glass door in the back, correct?
Yes.
And you could see on the back door what appeared to be a palm print, is that correct?
A palm smear.
Sorry.
Yes.
And a palm smear, the difference between a palm smear and a palm print is that it's not clear, right?
Correct.
So you attempted to lift that palm smear, correct?
As a swab, yes.
I was getting there. So when something does not have sufficient ridge detail, you're unable to get a print off of that, correct?
Correct.
And so what you do is and you swab it with the swabs they talked about earlier. Is that correct?
Correct.
And your goal at that point is not to get a print, but the DNA that it might be present, biological material, correct?
Correct.
And you talked about that you used a wet swab?
Yes.
And a dry swab.
Correct.
And you did that to 7 areas. No, strike that. You looked at 7 areas on the sliding door and screen door, correct?
Yes.
And we looked at those diagrams. I'm going to move on to that. You explained that. You then went into the guest bathroom, correct?
Correct.
And you swabbed the faucets and the handles in there, correct?
Correct.
And there was a soap bottle that was marker 32, correct?
That's correct.
And you collected that, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you impounded that.
Yes, I did.
I want to ask you about what you did on the 21st, okay? So the next day, you come back to the house, almost 9 o'clock again.
Correct.
And you contacted Detective Lockerbie.
Correct.
And you don't go into the house until about 50 minutes after you arrive, is that correct?
That is correct.
And Detective Lockerbie explains to you, like he did the previous day, of the investigation to that point, correct?
That is correct.
And he wants you to do a number of tasks, correct?
I don't think I did test on that day.
Tasks.
Oh, task. Yeah, I did.
One of the tasks that he asked you to do was there was a fingernail, correct?
Correct.
And we've talked about that. That's photo marker 67, correct?
Correct.
And it was in the dining room, correct?
Correct.
Close to the back of the table closest to the sliding door, correct?
Correct.
And you couldn't see it with your naked eye at first.
Correct.
It had to be pointed out to you.
Correct.
And it was like a fake tip, correct?
I don't recall if it was fake or not.
It was pink?
Yes, it was.
And it had a white tip on it, correct?
Yes, it did.
I'm going to show you what's marked as exhibit number 596, which has been admitted. Is that the fingernail?
That is.
And you photographed that.
Yes, I did.
And it was found upside down like that.
Correct.
Just 1 second here. Sorry, I got stuck under my binder. I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 6. I approach.
You may. You have continuing permission.
Showing you what's marked as exhibit number 6. I believe it's admitted. Yes, it is admitted. Can you take a look at that? Can you see it?
It is.
And is there some designation on the bag that it is PM 67? Has a little barcode on it?
Yes, it does.
Was it you that impounded that fingernail?
I did.
How can you tell?
Well, unfortunately, this is a different program, so we do not use this one, but it does have my badge number on there as how I would have impounded it as.
And that's the B14, what's the latter part of it? 16?
It's 16.
I'm finished with that, actually, so if you can just put it down, or let me get it so I don't get in trouble with the court for not returning it to the exhibit table. Thank you. I also want to talk, go back to the microphone. I also want to talk to you about other items that you looked at, okay?
Okay.
On that day, we talked earlier about a bottle being found, correct?
Correct.
And what happened was the law enforcement, again, personnel, including crime lab, detectives, whoever was there, they were going to lift up the couch, correct?
Correct.
And when they lifted up that couch and put it on its backside, they found a bottle, correct?
Correct.
And it was a broken bottle, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 594. Can you see that?
I can.
Is that the couch on its backside?
It is.
And underneath the couch is like a black, for lack of a better word, felt, well, dust liner.
Yes.
And the bottle was underneath that couch, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's marked as exhibit number 595. Is that the same photograph with the directional marker?
Yes, it is.
And that bottle was collected, correct?
Correct.
And it was impounded, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you. What's been marked as exhibit number 10. Is that the bottle? I should say, let me go back. Inside that bag in exhibit number 10 is a jar, correct?
Correct.
And inside the jar is a number of white, like wipes, correct?
Correct.
And inside also the jar is the bottle that you saw at the scene,
Correct.
and that's PM80.
Yes.
Thank you. I want to talk to you about, hold on. I want to talk to you about your role in this case in 2016, okay?
Okay.
So in 2016, you were asked to go to the Scottsdale Police Department station, and you were asked to take some photographs of some person there, correct?
Correct.
And you went to the station, you met Detective Matthew Leal there,
Yes.
and he told you what he needed from you, correct?
Correct.
And you went into interview room number 2,
Yes.
and there was a man there,
Yes.
and you were told to photograph him.
That is correct.
And that man name was Francisco Zanabria Martinez, correct?
Correct.
You were not given any other information, correct?
Correct.
So you took frontal view,
Yes.
side views,
Yes.
hands, all that
Yes.
I want to talk to you about your next time you're involved in the case, okay?
Okay.
And that is in 2018, correct?
Correct.
You were asked to go to a house on Earl, correct?
Correct.
And that's approximately 38th Street.
Correct.
And you were asked to document the house or the area.
Yes.
I should have been more specific. You were asked to document the photo markers that had been placed, correct?
Correct.
And you were also asked to take measurements of the guest house using the Faro, is that correct?
Correct.
And you documented while Kat Palma photographed, correct?
Correct.
And I'm going to marked as exhibit number 573. It's in evidence. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that what I just referred to as the guest house?
Yes.
And you went inside this, correct?
Correct.
And you, like I just said, took measurements of the guest house.
Correct.
It's about 9 by 12, correct?
I believe so.
There's a door on the front.
Correct.
There's a window on the front.
Yes.
And inside there was a bed,
Yes.
a desk,
Yes.
some clothes.
Yes.
There were some shoes. Do you want to take a look at your report? I didn't print out the picture of the shoes. It would be 798 and 799. And then through 800. Do you remember there being some shoes in that house? If you look at page 800, I'm going to ask you about PM number 7.
Yes.
You were tasked with looking for certain things in this house, and one of the things you were tasked to look for were Vans type shoes, correct?
I was not tasked to look for things.
Okay, you documented a pair of red posture foundation shoes?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you it's marked as exhibit number 575. Were those the shoes that you documented that Kat Palma took a picture of?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and that's 7?
Correct.
And that correlates to PM 7 in your report, correct?
In my notes, yes.
Your notes, I'm sorry. I'm going to show you what's marked as exhibit 574. Is that the bottom of those same shoes?
Correct.
And that also has PM 7 on that.
Correct.
May I just have one moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Judge, may I get this exhibit marked?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have exhibit number 597. I asked Mr. Bordino if he would stipulate.
No objection.
It's ordered admitting Exhibit 597 into evidence.
We talked earlier about that dining room table that the fingernail was found under.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as exhibit number 597. Do you see that?
Yes,
Is that the table that the fingernail was found underneath?
it was.
And when I asked you about the location of that fingernail, it was towards that sliding door
Correct.
where you can see that detective kind of outside, right?
Yes,
And it was to the left of that, correct?
correct.
Don't have any other questions, thank you.
Okay. And redirect by the state whenever you're ready.
You, may I stand here, Judge?
You may.
Ma'am, you testified that you did a presumptive test for blood on a particular area of the floor for CSS smalls, correct?
Correct.
You indicated that there might later be a confirmatory test that could be done to determine if, in fact, it was blood, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't do that yourself.
I did not.
Would that normally be done within the crime lab itself?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Okay. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, does anyone have a question for this witness? And we will collect it at this time. And you may approach. I have a question for you. And ma'am, I have a question for you from the jury. As a CSS, when being asked to complete different roles, are they ever done at the same time? Example, documenting and taking pictures at the same time? Or is one CSS only responsible for one role task per day shift?
A CSS can be tasked with doing multiple things at the same time.
Any follow-up by the state?
Just to clarify, so for example, we go back to your role on the 19th. You were documenting what CSS Palma was taking photos of.
Correct.
Correct?
Yes.
So you're each of you doing a separate task.
Yes.
So are you saying you might have been tasked to document and take photos?
We could possibly, yes.
Okay. Or you could be asked in the morning to take photos and in the afternoon to document.
Correct.
What someone else is doing.
Yes.
Right? And who decides what you're going to do?
On this case, it was the detective making some of the decisions.
All right. Thank you.
Any follow-up, Mr. Kirchler?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
And those were all the questions for this witness. May she be excused, subject to recall?
Yes, ma'am.
You may step down. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, that will conclude trial for today. We will resume again tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Please remember that admonition as you go home tonight, and we'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you.
Oh, I got the, I did an oop. I got the wrong thing there. Oh. That last bit of testimony. Okay, let's focus. I'm open all over the place. All right, day 9. Day 9 is short, you guys. Day 9 is short. It's only like an hour and a half or something. An hour. Yes. Oh, lots of open. Oh. All right. Day 9. Okay. So what happened in day 8? Anything earth shattering in day 8? To recap, Paul Murrell, Nicole Nesselrode, Amber Mertz. Oh, Nicole. Yeah, she was good. I like Nicole. Here, this is okay. This is day 8 here. I like Nicole because she was the neighbor that, heard the scream. So here, let's check this out real quick. Is it here? Let me see what's over here. All right. Before we move on to that, let's check out. Let's check this out. We have one more day of testimony, and it's short. I think it's like just a little bit over an hour and a half, something like that. It's pretty short. All right, so here is all right. So poor Nicole, they totally doxed her. But Nicole lives, so this is the house in question. Nicole is this house over here. So this is Nicole's house right here. Right? So she said it's about 50 to 100 yards. So she heard that scream. So I'm thinking, gosh, all those people, look at all these other houses. I mean, it's not like this is, I mean, this is serious suburban living. Like this is house upon house upon house, you know. This is serious suburban living. So how does nobody hear? And maybe they heard, but they just didn't do anything. Obviously, nobody did anything. But there's the house in question. Then Nicole was over here. So this is Nicole's house there. And then she mentioned something about Puma Park. So Puma Park is over, where's Puma Park? Is that it, right? Is this Puma Park? No. Oh, there's Puma Park. Oh, Pima Park. I thought she said Puma Park. All right, so there's the park that she said all the kids would go and play and they'd make, so Pima Park. I thought she said Puma. So, they have a tennis court and a pool. I'll go back to that in a second. So she was saying, oh, I lost it. Where are they? Okay, yeah. So the kids, I guess, would, walk around here, and they would go down to the park there. All right, who has a swimming pool and tennis courts? Where's the swimming pool and tennis courts? Oh, here. Oh, right. Sweet. Right? Or is that pickleball? Could be. Oh, and table tennis too. Right? Looks like there's table tennis on the upper left. That could be a little table tennis, pool, and then pickleball, basketball court. Could be basketball court. No, there's not basketball court. Yeah, it's more tennis. You're right. Tennis or pickleball. All right, so yeah, nobody living directly next to her. I don't know. I don't know, Kathy. Yeah, pickleball, putting green. Used to have one of those. Yeah, they got a putting green. They got a pickleball, pool, and maybe a little table tennis. Yeah, putting green as well. It just blows my mind that nobody heard anything. So I think he came in this alleyway here. I think this is where he came in this alleyway, jumped the fence. Attack happened in the pool there, pool area, I should say. And then he dragged her inside. And she's screaming. I mean, she's fighting for her life, obviously. I mean, she's screaming, I am sure, blood-curdling screaming. And like nobody's, it's so sad. It's just so sad. These guys look like they have a green, like some kind of putting green there as well. Or is that just the green? I don't know. All right, so enough of that. Let's get on to back to testimony. Hopefully, we'll hear some more interesting stuff. So, okay, so out of day 8, I thought that Nicole's testimony was pretty good. The retired fire department, wasn't really much in there. Amber Metz, crime scene supervisor. Palm swipe, that was interesting. There was a palm swipe on the sliding door. Oh, the white staining on the hardwood floors, that was pretty good. That was pretty good testimony, but all right. Let's get on to day 9. All right, that was day 8. Now let's get on to day 9. All right. And like I said, this is short. I'll double check, but I think it's just a little bit over an hour.
I began processing this item.
Whoa, hold on a sec. Who is this? Oh, wait. Let me back it up. Okay, sorry. All right, new witness. We got a new witness on the stand, and they just start with testimony. Okay, here we go.
And you have a microphone right there. I'll just ask that you pull it close to you and speak loudly and clearly. Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Elisa Smaltz.
Can you spell your last name again?
Smaltz.
Okay. Are you currently employed?
I am a part-time contractor for the city of Peoria.
Okay, what are you doing for them?
They needed assistance with verifications of their technical casework and latent prints, so that's what I do.
All righty. Prior to that, were you employed by the City of Scottsdale Crime Laboratory?
Yes, I was.
And when did you go to work there?
I started there in 2006 and worked there until the last day of last year when I retired.
All righty. Can you give us a little synopsis of, well, first of all, let me ask you this. Over the course of your career at the Scottsdale Crime Laboratory, tell us a little bit about what you did, starting from the beginning up until your retirement.
Well, I was first hired as a latent print examiner in their latent print unit. The latent print unit soon thereafter was put in with the crime laboratory, so our titles changed to forensic scientists. And I worked my way up through the ranks, becoming a forensic scientist supervisor, and then after that being promoted to the forensic laboratory manager.
Okay. And as the manager, what did you do?
I oversaw all the disciplines in the Scottsdale laboratory.
And when did you become the manager?
In 2018.
Tell us about your education, training that allowed you to do the jobs that you have done.
I started working as a crime lab analyst for the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office in 1992. I worked there until I went to Scottsdale in 2006. While I was at the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office, I processed crime scenes. I did latent print comparisons. I processed evidence from those crime scenes in the laboratory. I did APHIS entries and comparisons, and back then we developed our own film.
Okay. Things have changed.
Yes, much so. And then after that, like I said, I went to the Scottsdale laboratory, and I did latent print comparisons. At the Scottsdale laboratory, the latent print examiners do not respond to the scene unless they need specialized assistance. So my primary function at the laboratory as a latent print examiner was we processed evidence in the laboratory, and we compared those prints to known subjects.
Right. You, before I forget about it, you mentioned a term, APHIS,
Yes.
AFIS, I believe.
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that is?
It's a database. APHIS stands for Automated Fingerprint Identification System, and it's a database that houses many known exemplars from people who either have been arrested, who are trying to obtain a license, for various reasons, whether it be like real estate license, teachers, that sort of thing, and then also applicants for government work. They're all housed in that database. And what that does is, if there is a latent print out at the scene or that we develop in the laboratory and we do not have a subject, or the subject that they gave us when we compared it to them, if we determine it wasn't that person, we can still try to identify it by placing it into that system to search against all those known exemplars in the database.
You mentioned a moment ago that ordinarily, unless requested, latent print examiners, at least at the Scottsdale Crime Laboratory, would not respond to a crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
So was much of your work as a latent print examiner done actually in the laboratory itself?
Yes.
Right. I made to get some of that water that is up here. Thank you. I don't know if this applies to everyone here, but I would think that at least it's possible that when someone mentions the term latent print, they're thinking of fingerprints, which would be the case. But also sometimes do we leave prints on surfaces from other parts of our body?
Yes, there's friction-ridged skin is what makes up a fingerprint or a friction-ridged print. And you have them on your hands and on the bottom of your feet.
And is it just the tips of the fingers or other areas of the hand?
No, it's the entire hand, your surface here. Fingers, the fingertips, the length of your fingers, and the palm.
Thank you. And so if I walk across a surface barefoot, I might leave ridge detail.
That's correct.
And I think I had Ms. Metz explain friction ridge detail yesterday, but let me go ahead and ask you to do the same.
Friction-ridged skin, everyone has it. If you look at your hands, you have like ridges and furrows. Biologically, it's there so to assist someone in gripping. And there have different breaks and minutia in there that identifies that print to you uniquely.
Assume for me that we've had a description of the process of on occasion lifting a latent print that has been found on an item. That lift is taken to the crime laboratory where you worked, and you were asked to compare that lift to known print impressions. Okay?
Yes.
So you mentioned that, for example, someone might apply to become a teacher or other government position, and in order to get licensed, they have to submit prints. And those prints, images of those prints at least, are put into the APHIS system, correct?
That's correct.
Maybe someone on the jury has never been fingerprinted, but let me have you describe, for example, if I had to come to the crime laboratory because I wanted to become a teacher, I was required to to have my known prints taken. How would that happen? How would you accomplish that task?
You would go to a designated location in which they offer that service. For instance, for a license, as you described, most likely you would be printed using black printer's ink and a paper stock card that has a place for all 10 fingers rolled and placed directly straight onto the card. But if you were, for instance, being arrested, most likely it's now live scan. It's done digitally. It's a piece of glass on a station in which they roll those prints and they go directly into the database.
Digitally?
Digitally, yes.
Okay. When you're in the laboratory and you're asked to do a comparison between a latent lift from a scene, to known prints, how do you go about doing that?
The first thing I do is I check to see if they have any fingerprint record on file. If they do, most likely I can retrieve those digitally. Sometimes agencies have files that are the way that I described before, using black printer's ink. So I would do my best to try to locate a known fingerprint record for that person.
And then how do you go about determining if those match or not?
I first, with the latent print, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to look at it to see what kind of detail is there. Is there even enough there for me to conduct a comparison? The next thing I'm going to look at is to see anything like if there's distortion in that print, so that I can take that into account when I'm doing the comparison. So I analyze that print and I notate, mentally the uniqueness of that print. And then I take the 10 print record that I have on the subject that is to be compared, and I start looking for the target group that I've memorized in my head. Like, I look at the print, I pick out a certain area of the latent print with the detail, and I'm trying to locate that in the area, the 10 print card or the palm, depending on if it's a 10 print or a palm. And if I see an area in the exemplars that looks similar, then I go and take a deeper dive look into that print, and I start comparing the minutia to see if they're in the same relative position in the same area of that print, until I'm satisfied that either it is that person or if that person can be excluded.
Okay. Now, you told me, if I understood you correctly, that on occasion you might be called to crime scenes, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, when you were with the sheriff's office, that's what you did, right?
Yes.
So imagine you're at a crime scene and you're looking at an item, a tabletop, for example, and you are your task is to see if there are any fingerprints, palm prints, footprints, whatever on that surface. Is the only way that you can preserve what you find by that latent lift process, or do sometimes you photograph the
Yeah. Yes. Okay, so when I'm going to process an area, the first thing I determine is what is the surface I'm processing? What kind of surface is it? Is it porous? Is it non-porous? Is it textured? Is it wood? Is it glass? That sort of thing. And then that will allow me to determine which process is best to use on that surface. So there's physical processes such as the black powder method lifting, and then there's chemical processes as well. So, for instance, if there's a surface that's more textured, or a print may be in something other than like normal sweat or perspiration, then I'll pick a chemical process, which there's various ones. There's some that's specifically for blood, and there's some that all I'm trying to do is preserve any print that may be on that surface. And for instance, super glue method, that's cyanacrylate, and what happens in that process is that area is, the super glue is fumed. Those fumes are allowed to deposit on the surface, which then hardens those prints and preserves those prints. And then subsequent chemical process, like liquid chemicals, can then be applied without washing them away. And then those will be looked at like under a forensic light source to be able to visualize, and then you would photograph those.
Would it be possible for you to preserve a latent print that you find at a scene, get it back to the laboratory, and in looking at it, then determine there really isn't, it's a print, but there isn't sufficient ridge detail to do any sort of comparison?
Absolutely. Because typically, when you're at the scene, you're just trying to collect as much as you can. It's really not the time for you to do any specific analysis on those prints.
Okay. All right, I want to take you back to February of 2015. On February the 19th of 2015, what was your assignment in the laboratory?
I was a forensic scientist supervisor at that time.
And I neglected to ask, when you do your work, either going to a scene, processing an item within the laboratory, what sort of records do you keep of your work?
Anytime a request is submitted and I do any type of examination, then I author an examination report, and during that examination I also take notes. So the documentation would be my notes plus the report.
And when you, for example, if you responded to a scene and you collected latent prints that could potentially be compared, are those what you lifted or collected from the scene, are those maintained in the crime laboratory? And what I'm getting at here is, for example, a latent print card, which Ms. Metz explained yesterday. Are those preserved within the laboratory?
Yes.
If you take a photograph of, you develop a latent at the scene and you take a photograph of it, are those preserved in the laboratory?
Yes.
I want to take you to February the 19th, 2015. did you respond to a scene at 8526 East Monterey Way within the city of Scottsdale?
Yes.
Now, why did you go to this scene?
I was requested to respond to the scene to see if there was any assistance I could provide regarding footwear and friction ridge detail that perhaps could use additional processes that the crime scene specialists could not do.
Now, I'm going to ask you, ma'am, over this morning to go through a number of reports that I believe you authored. And for your assistance, Exhibit 33, which is a large binder, is there. If you need the opportunity to review one of your reports, to refresh your recollection about what you did, let us know, and that can take place. But before I do that, so do you remember going to this scene?
Yes.
And when you arrived, tell us what you did. I mean, initially, what you did.
The first thing I did was spoke to detective there to see where I could enter the residence. Once I was able to enter the residence, I was able to, they showed me around to see the things they had in mind for me, and I offered my opinion on how I could help them.
Okay.
And so after that, after I obtained that information, then I was able to determine what supplies I would need.
And when you enter, when you entered into this scene, are you wearing any protective clothing of any sort?
Yes.
And what would that be?
We wear something called Tyvek suits. It's a special suit. They're usually white, and so I would have the booties, a full suit, a bonnet on to cover my head and my hair, and a mask.
Okay. What about,
and gloves.
And gloves. All righty. I know it's been 10 years ago or so, actually a little longer than that now, maybe, but what do you remember, if anything, about what you saw or smelled when you entered the residence?
I entered the residence through the side, which entered like a little, I don't know if it was a pantry area or a storage area that then led into the kitchen. So that's the route I entered. I did not enter through the front door. The first thing that caught my eye was the amount of blood that was on the kitchen floor, and a like white, appeared to be liquid at some point, residue on the floor in the living room, and a strong odor of, the only way I could describe it is like bleach or chlorine or something like that.
Okay. The So you mentioned a moment ago that you spoke with a detective, you entered the residence, observed the scene, and then you suggested to the detectives what you might be able to do, correct?
Correct.
And so what was it that you determined that you thought would be the, the best utilization of your skills?
That I would look for any footwear or friction ridge evidence within the blood that was on the kitchen floor and on the floor of the living room.
So what, if anything, in terms of footprints, foot impressions, ridge detail on the floor, could you see any, first of all, just visually?
In the living room, once I actually got down there with the flashlight, yes, I could see that there was some ridge detail, but I wanted to enhance it so that I could see it better. That was in the living room. And in the kitchen, I believe I saw some impressions using a flashlight and some just within the blood that I wanted to enhance.
How did you go about enhancing what you observed?
I did both physical and chemical processes. So I did black powder. Well, first of all, I photographed what I could see first. Then I tried black powder, and I tried a chemical that reacts to blood.
Now, after you said you took photographs, would those photographs have been retained?
Yes, I personally did not take those photographs. The crime scene specialist took the photographs at my direction.
All righty. And then after utilizing the chemical processing, might that allow for a photograph to be taken to make it the image itself, the ridge detail, more apparent or obvious?
Yes.
Okay. And when we look at a photograph of an area of, let's say, the living room floor, and after the chemical processing, we have some images. I'll show you, not right this moment, but they have a distinctive color. Why is that?
That is from the chemical that I used. For example, the ones in blood would be after I apply the chemical that I use for that. The ones that aren't in blood, you'll see it has a yellow hue because that dye stain is yellow. And when I use the alternate light source to visualize that, you'll see the image, the rich detail in yellow, like fluoresce.
Earlier this morning, you explained the the glue process.
Yes.
So what was that term again?
Cyanacrylate.
Yeah, all righty. Can you spell that? It's okay if you can't.
Yeah, CYANOCRALATE.
Thank you. I thought that might help the court reporter. That's why I asked. So did you do that within the home that day?
Not that day.
Okay. When did you do it, if you did?
The second day I responded.
All right. So how did you go about doing that?
For the area in the living room, because the area was so large, for instance, in the laboratory, when we typically do super glue fuming, we have a chamber that does that. So at a scene, which the surface, the floor was much larger, I had to create a portable tent. So what I did was I took traffic cones and I placed them around the area of the floor that I wanted to process. And I placed plastic across those cones to create a tent. And then I proceeded to do the super glue process, which involved, I had a portable heater, a hot plate, in which I applied super glue into a tin dish and placed that on the hot plate. And I heated that up within that sealed tent that I made. And I also put a humidifier in there because the super glue needs humidity in order for it to adhere to the surface. So I humidified the area, then put the glue in there to heat it up so that it would fume, and I let that fume for a while and then took it out, and then I had to then clear the house and for it to air out.
The chemical.
Yes, the chemical needed to air out.
And then were photographs taken of any ridge detail that you observed?
Yes.
Did you find, or did you observe, do you recall observing any apparent sock prints in the kitchen?
Yes.
Did they appear to be within the blood?
Yes.
And when you described them as apparent sock prints, what was it that you saw that made you believe that?
It was, I observed like an outline of a foot because I could clearly see like the outline of what appeared to be toes and then the rest of the foot. And there were linear lines, a linear pattern within that impression. And they were all parallel, the lines were parallel along from the what would be the heel to the toe. and they were just in rows, which Friction Ridge is not like that.
And when you were observing this, I mean, you mentioned there was blood on the floor, but were you able to determine if the sock print was there first, or the blood was there first? Was that possible?
It appeared to me that the sock was there after the blood.
Did you also observe what you believed would be shoe prints on the tile floor in the kitchen?
Yes.
And did you process those and cause them to be photographed?
Yes. Those were photographed and lifted with a gel lift.
Okay, explain that process for us.
So we did various processes. Like I said, I tried to powder it. I applied chemicals, and I also lifted the impression with a gel lift. A gel lift is merely similar. It's similar to a latent print card, like a paper.
Sorry, guys. This stream is weird. This is a weird stream. They just do that. I'm not sure what that was about. And then she comes back. So strange.
Might that have been either Hans or Palma?
I would assume, yes.
When you processed what you observed and you saw potential ridge detail or a sock imprint, did you label them or cause them to be labeled in some fashion, and then a photograph taken?
Yes.
And what label would you have been using?
I used L for laboratory so that those could be differentiated from the evidence that the crime scene individuals were collecting. So we laid out little paper cards in the location of each imprint or ridge detailed area so that those could be photographed.
Okay, ma'am, I'm going to show you a few photographs that have previously been admitted into evidence. And the first one I'm going to show you is Exhibit 514. Can you explain to us what we are seeing here?
In this image, you can see the traffic cones that I described to you earlier, which assisted me in creating a tent. And there is the placard L5 displayed there. And you can also, in that image, you can see the hot plate that I was describing to you with the tin, with the super glue. You can see that the super glue has changed color because it was heated.
So this object that I'm pointing to on the
Yes.
cone?
Yes.
And so this particular photograph, then, it sounds like would have been taken after you had utilized the super glue.
Yes.
And in the chair back here, this plastic sheet, you know what that is?
It looks like plastic, but I don't recall if that was the plastic that I used. It could have been, but I don't recall.
All righty. In order to process this area, did you have to cause the couch to be moved?
Yes, so that we could get in there to move around and be able to build the tent.
Showing you Exhibit 306. Describe for the jury, please, what we're seeing here.
Those are areas of interest that we labeled that were going to be photographed. You can see all the little paper placards there with the cones again that I described were used to build the tent. Right here towards the front of the photograph is the forensic light source that was used after I applied the liquid chemical onto the surface after the super glue. And
what is this apparatus?
That is the forensic light source.
Okay.
And towards the top of the photograph, up against the chair, is broken down pizza boxes. Again, like I said, I was trying to do things that are typically in the laboratory out at a scene. So in order for me to visualize those prints with the forensic light source, I needed that area to be completely dark. And as you can see, that big window there, it was producing too much light. So I literally was trying to cover that area with the extended out pizza box to not allow the light in, and so that I could use that light source to look at what was produced after I superglued it and applied the chemicals.
Showing you Exhibit 307. This particular area of the, well, first of all, does this appear to be that living room floor?
Yes.
This surface As one looks at it, might think it was wood, but was it wood?
No, it was the hard tile that's made to look like wood planks.
There's an area here in the middle of the photograph. I'm not sure how to describe the color, but it's clearly different than the other parts of the floor. What can you tell us about that?
That was the chemical that I spoke to you about previously. It's a yellow colored dye stain which was applied and will adhere to the friction ridge that has been preserved with this super glue process.
Showing you Exhibit 304, which is in evidence. I see a placard that is L5A. What information does that provide us?
There's friction ridge detail in that print. You can see that it's the yellow is, the friction ridge detail is brighter than the yellow background.
Yeah. For those who aren't seeing what you're describing, trying to get it, it's hard to get it on the screen. So you see the ruler, it looks like.
Yes, and probably from the jury's vantage point, it just looks like linear ridges that's to the right of that scale.
Here?
Yes, yes.
What did it appear to be at the time that you were looking at it?
It appeared at the scene, like I say, I don't try to particularly analyze it, but it was a larger area, so I assumed it had to be a palm or a foot.
And Exhibit 305. Now here, for the purposes of the record, I'll just say it looks yellow to me. The other 304 appeared to be orange or red. Why is there a difference in the colors?
It's just the lighting and the exposure that the crime scene person had their camera on. I know that they were taking a lot of pictures at different exposures so that they could actually capture the detail.
See the arrow in the ruler? Here?
Yes.
What's the purpose of that?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you see the date, however?
Yes.
Appears to be February 20th. Would you agree?
Yes.
And then labeled as 5A?
Yes.
And in this photograph 305, where were you seeing ridge detail?
And the way I'm looking at it on the screen, to the left? To the left?
Here?
The scale, yes.
Okay.
That arrow in the scale was probably a directional arrow. But I don't know what the crime scene people, what direction it was pointing. Usually it's north.
Showing you Exhibit 85, which is in evidence. What area of the home appears to be the focus of this image?
The kitchen. And you can see in the back of that in the mirror how we were dressed. You can see the reflection.
Here.
Yes.
All righty. And so that white appearing item is a Tyvek?
The Tyvek. Mm-hmm.
And we see an L1 and an L2. Would you agree?
Yes.
So I have Exhibit 86, which has a label a little difficult to see. Part of it's cut off. Appears to be L2. Would you agree?
Yes.
And above the yellow placard, are we seeing an impression?
Yes.
And at the scene, were you able to, did you develop any kind of impression from what you were seeing as to what, I use the word impression twice, but image you were seeing?
Yes.
And what was that?
We photographed it. It appeared to be a partial shoe print. With just this image, can I refer to my notes if it was a partial or a full impression?
Yes, ma'am. You could look. There's a, I believe the basis numbers for the 19th and 20th of February begins at 006230.
Okay, so my notes say that it was, appeared to be a right shoe with the diamond pattern in the heel and a hexagon triangle pattern in the toe. So for this image that you're showing, we were having difficulty capturing the entire shoe in one image. We had to light it various ways. So I'm assuming there's another photo out there that shows the rest of the shoe, but it may not have been captured all in the same photograph.
Now, directing your attention to Exhibit 85 again, on the floor, I see what appears to be a blue stain. What would that be?
That is the Kamasi blue chemical that I was referring to that reacts to the protein in blood.
In this image, can you see what appears to be some sort of pattern, wavy pattern leading to the hallway?
Yes.
And did you observe it that day?
Yes.
Do you recall if we were to imagine a photograph which showed the hallway, this area of the living room, and then the Arcadia door off here to the right, did that pattern go all the way to the Arcadia door or into the kitchen?
Yes, I believe it started, I don't know exactly where it started, but it was from at the Arcadia door, kind of like in a wave pattern there, through the archway, and then down the hall.
Maybe this might help you. Showing you Exhibit 91. So we see, would you agree with me, in this photograph we see an L3 and an L4?
Yes.
And a large mirror, correct?
Yes.
Next to the Arcadia door. And this red appearing stain that I'm putting my finger around, this wavy pattern, what did that appear to be to you?
Apparent blood.
And the chemical reactions that you've described, we see at L3 and L4. What did that reaction indicate to you?
That it was reacting with the protein in the blood. So those blue over there by in front of the mirror, there was blood there over there as well.
And showing you Exhibit 89, would you agree with me that this appears to be a close-up of that L4 image?
Yes.
And what, if anything, well, first of all, this particular chemical process was to determine if it was blood?
No, it wasn't to determine if it was blood. It was just that it reacts with protein in blood.
Okay. And what were you attempting to do with the chemical process?
I was attempting to enhance what I saw in the blood. So you can see here, I only applied that chemical. You can see the line of the tile where the blue is up in the top corner. So down at the bottom corner of the image, I did not apply the chemical to those tiles.
Within this blue stain, as we're looking at it here, inside the ruler, the
Yes.
L-shaped ruler, are we seeing any sort of ridge detail?
Not ridge detail, that's the detail where not friction ridge detail. There's ridge detail, but I believe the ridge detail appeared to be perhaps from fabric because it was so linear, like the fabric of a sock would be. And you can see what appears to be outlines of toes there.
Same question with, again, in Exhibit 91, we see an L3. Would you agree?
Yes.
Exhibit 87 appears to be a close-up of L3. Would you agree?
Yes.
What are we seeing here?
You can see what appears to be the shape of a foot with outline of toes within that apparent blood smear. And you can also see those linear ridge pattern that appear to go like from the toe area down towards the heel area.
I'd like to go through the L numbers. They appear to be, according to your report, L1 through L18. Would you agree?
Yes.
So if you could, and again, if you need to review your report, can you tell us what L1 appeared to be?
L1 was a shoe impression in the kitchen that had a diamond pattern on one end and a hexagon triangle type pattern on the other end. L2 also was a shoe impression, what we believe to be the right shoe with a diamond pattern in the heel and a hexagon triangle pattern in the toe.
And were these, did you do a gel lift for these?
Yes.
And they were they assigned an item number?
Yes.
What was that number?
1020197.
L3, what did L3 appear to be?
That was what appeared to be a full left foot with the vertical linear pattern throughout it, in which I described it was an apparent sock print in the kitchen.
L5.
L5 was down in the sunken living room, and that was friction ridge detail.
L6, I did fail to ask you about that, but did you find some apparent hairs?
Yeah, while I was examining the floor, I did find some apparent hairs, so we collected that as well, and that was L6.
L7, 8, and 9. Was that friction ridge detail?
Yes, that was all friction ridge detail down in the sunken living room.
L10, was that a partial shoe impression?
Yes, it was a partial shoe impression with the lug pattern.
11, 12, and 13, were those?
Those were similar to the sock print that I observed in and developed in the kitchen in the blood, and those sock prints appeared also to be in blood.
L14
was a partial shoe print with the diamond pattern.
L15 and L16.
That was more what appeared to be sock prints in blood.
L17 and 18.
Those were friction ridge detail.
I want to take you now to March 5th of 2015. At least a report dated March 5th, 2015. Did you have occasion while in the laboratory to examine the piece of a broken bottle?
Yes.
And were you examining it for the presence of potential latent prints?
Yes.
I have a photograph I will show you a little later, but what do you remember? Well, first of all, would you have, when you examine an item like this in the laboratory, do you take notes of the item describing what it is you're going to examine?
Yes.
And so when you received this item, describe what it was that you received.
May I refer to my notes?
Yes, ma'am. This would be the report. The Bates stamp numbers begin at 006185.
Okay, my notes state that I received a broken bottleneck that was packaged in a cardboard box, and the cardboard box contained the bottleneck in a glass jar filled with Kim wipes, so you have a jar. There were the broken bottleneck was wrapped in Kim wipes. Kim wipes are almost like tissue, except it's similar material, but not quite like tissue that laboratories use to wipe down lenses or glass for cleaning. So that bottleneck was placed in the Kim wipes in the jar, assuming so that it wouldn't break. And then that jar was put into a cardboard box with peanuts, the packing peanuts. And that's what I received.
And what, if any, kind of analysis did you do with this broken bottle?
So I processed that item. I was attempting to determine if there was any friction ridge detail on there. So the first thing I do is I do a visual examination. During my visual examination, I did not see any ridge detail. Therefore, I continued with the super glue process that I described to you earlier. Of course, but this is now in the laboratory in a more proper environment for the super gluing, and I placed that into the super glue chamber and fumed that item. I then looked at to see if anything was developed from after the super glue process. I still did not see any friction ridge detail, so then I applied the liquid fluorescent dye, the same one that I used at the scene, called MBD, which fluoresces yellow. So then I looked at that under an alternate light source, which is also the forensic light source that I showed in the photograph earlier. And I still did not see any ridge detail.
Now, while conducting your analysis, did you have in mind the potential that this item might be processed later for DNA?
Yes, and anytime I believe that an item is going to need to be processed for DNA, I always use clean techniques, which means I'm wearing gloves, I'm wearing a mask, I'm cleaning everything prior to and in between each step. I'm cleaning my gloves, changing my gloves, cleaning the utensils that I use, et cetera, et cetera.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
And now I want to take you to October 5th of 20. Actually, September 20th of 2016 is the report. But on March the 19th of 2015, did you at the laboratory, did you obtain print exemplars for Alex? And I'm going to mispronounce his name. I'm going to spell his last name, Sukhodolov.
Yes.
And did you get finger, palm, and foot exemplars?
Yes, I did.
And the term exemplar, I guess, is probably obvious, but I mean, what is an exemplar?
It's merely the capturing of the friction ridge detail on the hands and the feet, the palmar surface of the hands and the soles of the feet.
I want to take you to a report dated, I believe, September 29th of 2016. And let me ask you to look at 006163, the Bates numbers, please.
Can you say the number again, please?
Sure, 006163.
Okay.
So were you recording your examination of a closet door that had been impounded?
Yes.
And can you tell me, because I'm a little confused by the dates, but what date would this have been done?
I began processing this item on February 24th, 2015.
Okay. And describe, Your Honor, it's 5 minutes to 12. It's going to take me a few minutes with this. You want to go ahead and take the break?
If this is a good time to take a break, we'll go ahead and break for lunch at this time. Please remember that admonition, and we'll see you back here at 1:30. Thank you.
Please rise.
Okay, here's where it gets really, really weird. They don't come back. They don't come back from lunch. And then there's nothing for day 10. So they don't come back from lunch. This stream goes for another 2 hours and two and a half hours. And they don't come back from lunch. So that's pretty much it. We're caught up. There's nothing that's streamed today. I said we'd get caught up on Wednesday, and here we are. Wednesday. Yeah, they don't come back. They don't come back. It's like they got sucked into the ether. I have no idea what happened to them. There was no stream today, so we are caught up. We're essentially caught up. All right. I said I wanted to play some fun things before we break for the evening, and I'll tell you what we're going to stream tomorrow. But because we were talking about latent prints and using superglue fumes, and I saw this. I had no idea this is how they do it, but I saw this on not this video, but I saw another video, and I thought this was pretty cool. The other video, I think it's like another content creator or whatever. We can't use it, but this is fun. This is from the FBI. So check this out. Hopefully, we won't get in trouble from them. And then I found this other thing. So that was with the FBI, and this is with the Secret Service. So hopefully we won't have black helicopters flying over our house later. So I hope they don't copyright strike us or we get in trouble for that. But here, check this out. So this is the Secret Service. Yeah, I had no idea that they used the fumes from super glue to get fingerprints. It's so cool.
Branch, we actually have 4 super glue chambers we can use when processing evidence. Here's one of them today that we're going to use to demonstrate how to process a plastic cup. So what we would normally do is when we get evidence, we would look and see what type of material it is. Typically, we will superglue fume plastics, metals, glass, semi-porous items, including like magazines or mailing flyers. What I would do is typically open the chamber. We always have a test print to make sure that when we run the whole process that the superglue fumes are actually doing what they need to do. So here's my test print down here, and all I do is apply my own print to a semi-glossy paper, and hopefully that will show, once it's all done, that the superglue fumes have deposited onto a surface, meaning it worked. I will also add my evidence in here. We have a water chamber here to add humidity to the chamber, as well as we're going to apply superglue to this aluminum dish and apply that to the chamber as well. Here's the superglue that we use, and typically we will put in approximately a dime to a nickel size. Once I have my water, my super glue, my test print, and my evidence in the chamber, I can close the door. And then all I have to do is hit this auto cycle, and it will actually do everything for me, and I just wait until it's done, which it'll heat the super glue up till it's fuming. This will then polymerize and come down on any surface and form a white coating over anywhere that has moisture. Once the superglue chamber is done fuming, I will open the chamber, check the test print to make sure that there is a white layer on the latent prints I had deposited, which there are. I will then remove the evidence, and you can also see that this white layer is on any areas that had moisture on it, including the latent prints that are along the top edge of the cup. And that is how a superglue fuming chamber works.
Pretty cool, right? I think that's a fun way to end. That's a fun way to end the day because the testimony was a little dry today, a little dry. We're getting our way through it though. So day 9 was Alyssa Smaltz, latent print examiner. So pretty much that's what she does. She's retired, I think. So that's what she did. All right. So that's pretty much it for us for this trial for now, because there was no stream today. I'll keep looking, but in any event, we're not going to stream this trial tomorrow, because I think what's best with this trial is that we let it build up like 2, 3, 4 days, and then we can kind of cram 3 days into one. So we're going to kind of shift gears. So tomorrow's Brian Walsh. So definitely join us tomorrow for Brian Walsh. I'm guessing 9 o'clock. I haven't really heard anything specific, but we're going to go with 9 o'clock tomorrow, 8:45, but essentially 9 o'clock tomorrow for Brian Walsh sentencing. And then we've got some really fun things planned for you. We've got a new trial coming up in January. Sarah, she's a TikTok, influencer, and she took out her two parents. And then we've got Nick Reiner. We're going to cover. Aaron's put together a video that we're going to watch of all the press conferences. So we're going to kind of get on that trial and see, or case, I should say, and see what comes of that. So tomorrow's going to be floofy tail. So tomorrow's going to be Brian Walsh in the morning, and then I think he'll probably go, I'm guessing 2 or 3 hours, right? We're going to hear victim impact statements. I'm going to guess, yes, Sarah Grace Patrick. Thank you. I want to say Sarah Geller. Sarah Grace Patrick. Yes, thank you, Widespread. So Sarah Grace Patrick, Aaron also posted it. All right, so Sarah Grace Patrick. So tomorrow's going to be Brian Walsh in the morning. First off, Brian Walsh. Probably be done with him around 12 or 1. Then we'll do Sarah Grace Patrick, and then we'll do Nick Reiner, and then Courtney Clenny and Carlos Dominguez have trials tomorrow, or I'm sorry, hearings. They have hearings tomorrow, so we're going to try and record those and then show those at some point. So we're hoping that we can get those recorded, and we'll show those to you at some point. So yeah, tomorrow, join us tomorrow. So thank you for joining us. Dwayne, I know if you're watching, Dwayne, there's your girl. There's your super girl. Super ball. Where are you? Super ball. Crush your head. I crush it. And then, of course, little Houdini over here. So thank you guys for joining us. Really appreciate it. This is a really intense trial. I really want to get through it. I really want justice for Allison. Today was a little, or actually 3 days in one was a little dry, but we'll get through it. We'll get through it together. So thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it. Join us tomorrow. Brian Walsh, Sarah Grace Patrick, gotta know that name, and then Nick Reiner. So we'll watch that all together. So thank you, mods. Did a great job today, as always. And thank you, yes, Red Snap, and thank you to Aaron. Thank you guys for thanking our mods and Aaron. And I just pulled my light. Anyway, with that, I will say goodbye. See you tomorrow at 8:45. Have a good one, guys. Bye.